Winter Premiere. I'm your host, Caleb Simmons, and joining me on this desk is David Williams and Anthony Miserandina. We are coming to you live from Burbank, California, at the studios here at NGE, and we are excited for everything we have in store for you today. It's been an exciting first set of the group stage, and now we're going to have the second part of this first part of the group stage. David, it could be a little confusing for people. Tell us how the group stage works.
All right, so there's effectively 4 stages to the Winter Premiere. We've already gotten through the qualifiers where we found 8 teams. We're roughly halfway through Group Play Phase 1, or as I like to call it, the Round of 8, which is a round-robin series through with all those 8 teams. They play against each other they each play against each other once. The top 6 then move on to Group Play Phase 2, or the Round of 6, where that all happens one more time, and the top 4 from that moves on to the live finals for $100,000.
That's right, but first these teams do need to get through the group phases, as you were just saying, and we've had some great matches so far. You know, we've gotten through 1 week. We still have one more, or the next 3 days here to kind of get us to our standings to see who we have left in the top 6.
Absolutely, and there's a bit of distinction starting to appear here as we have our top 3 and then 5 through 7 all tied up at 1 win and 2 losses, and then Citizen 7 still looking for that first win. Maybe today's the day, guys.
Maybe it is. You know, they have some change-ups in the roster, at least one small change-up. We'll get into it a little bit later, so maybe today is the day. They've struggled a bit thus far, and I think maybe with the one change that they did make, they'll get back to the form that we saw them in the qualifiers, where they played quite well.
They do have some chances to win with the rest of their bracket as well. Otherwise, I hope for their sake they don't get too dangerously close to becoming Citizen 0-7.
Yeah, hopefully not. They've got a good opportunity today as they will be playing 2 matches on our schedule. This is a big day for them as they have played the top 3 teams already, and they have that 5 through 7 teams, the 4 through 7 teams that they still have yet to play. So today it will be all about Citizen 7 and can they do it. But we'll start off the day with a thriller: Renegades versus Immortals.
The 2 undefeated teams that we have so far. This is the match I think a lot of people have been waiting for. Both have played incredibly thus far throughout the group stage, so I am very, very excited to watch these guys go at it. We have some other good matches on the slate for today, but I think this first one between Renegades and Immortals is going to be the star of the show today.
I agree completely. Both teams have been playing pretty much off the hook so far, and Renegades, they haven't even given up a map.
They have not. They will start off the day as they have on every day so far. Renegades, can they stay perfect? Immortals, can they stay perfect? One of these teams will lose that perfect record today. We are excited to find out who. So let's get into this match. Renegades versus Immortals. I want to start with Renegades. One of the big things about this team is that they have a new player today.
That's right. They've switched things up a little bit. They do not have Man of Snow for today. We'll have to see if that sticks permanently, but they have Kib playing in his spot, formerly a player for Reunited. So we'll see how this change-up plays into Renegade's style today. I suspect they should still be playing pretty well. I mean, everyone seems to be firing on all cylinders, but I think not having Man of Snow could put a stint in things a little bit. I think it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Regardless, you have a lot of talent here. Mangachu, who's just been playing so good throughout the tournament thus far, whether it be on Pharah or really any hero that he plays, has been making big impact plays for Renegades.
Yeah, Mangachu's been playing so well lately. I would have advocated for a name chase, but apparently Jesus is already taken, so Mangachu's going to have to do. But like you said, Renegades, it's going to be very, very difficult to stop them. I'm not sure the loss of Man of Snow here is going to be the biggest problem for them overall. They do have a little bit of redundancy in the Zarya position. I'm curious how much or what the reasoning about that is. Maybe we can get some information from them a little bit later. But Man of Snow, you know, plays a lot of D.Va. With some of the changes coming, perhaps they don't want to run a D.Va so much. But KYB, I've heard some reports that he's a pretty phenomenal Genji player.
Alrighty, so Immortals will be the team that they are facing off against. Both of these teams have yet to drop a match in the Overwatch Winter Premiere, and I have no idea who's going to be coming out on top with this one. It feels like Renegades is the team to pick, but Immortals, they bring a lot to the table, guys.
Yeah, Immortals, they have some pretty good players themselves, one of which... one of the stars of the team, really, Agilities, who is just an absolute monster on Roadhog or really anything that he plays. He can do some pretty amazing things on Genji as well, but his Roadhog is top tier in the North American scene, and he's definitely one of your guys to keep an eye on the side of Immortals. But you have Nami, who's been doing quite well in the tank role for Immortals as well, and Hype's D.Va makes such big openings and good initiation and overall really helps Immortals throughout these team fights and allows them to gain good positioning overall. But between him and Agilities, they are guys you really need to keep an eye on for Immortals.
And let's not forget Grim Reality while we're at it. He's a phenomenal hit scan, has a huge presence on the control point maps in particular. We've seen him a few times break out McCree in the right situations and have a fantastic return for it, which can be a little bit uncharacteristic in current meta. I emphasize can because it obviously heavily depends on situation and definitely who's playing him in Grim Reality.
Sure.
Can certainly rise to that level.
Yeah, and I think since these guys have not made any change-ups yet they haven't made any change-ups in their roster. One of the few teams today that actually hasn't made any changes. I think regardless of that, Renegades still, I would say, has the upper hand here, but time will tell, I suppose.
So the first map will be King's Row. We've seen both of these teams play this map a few times. We've seen Immortals play it twice and Renegades play it once. This is where we saw Immortals breaking out some really impressive Junkrat strats early on. So, map pick here. Who you guys got winning this one?
I still take Renegades in this just because I think they're playing a little bit better than Immortals at the moment. Though, of course, Immortals not playing bad by any means, but on a counter to that, I will say Immortals have had some big wins on King's Row throughout our qualifiers against some good teams, so I think it's a map that they really like.
I agree. Their game against Luminosity really stands out, but this map in particular is extremely interesting to me as to how it's going to play out. Renegades has had rock-solid defenses so far throughout the Winter Premiere, but Immortals, I mean, they've been strong on offense in general. You can't let Agilities get those hooks, but on top of all of that, this is the team we saw break out a Junkrat in order to win the Shield War right off the bat. So if they have something like that up their sleeve, it could perhaps be a problem for Renegades here on Renegades Row. Or wait, King's Row? I'm sorry. I get my Kingdoms and my Renegades mixed up sometimes, as people have probably learned at this point. But
yeah, it's only happened a few times, just a little bit. But here we go. Renegades and Immortals, both teams are undefeated thus far throughout our group stages here in the Winter Premiere, and for Renegades, they are completely undefeated overall throughout the Winter Premiere as they won the very first qualifier. So these guys have yet to actually lose a match in this tournament. So we'll see if they can keep that perfect record going. Either way, I think we're in for a very fun match, and it will be Immortals on the offense first here to start us off on King's Row.
Renegades at least posturing right now. I mean, with 20 seconds left on the clock, it might very well be real posturing to run a very different defense than we've seen out of teams
Triple
lately.
DPS.
Mangachu on Pharah, KYB on Genji. We might get to see those fireworks that we've heard some rumors of from him in particular. Jesus on Soldiers 76. It's an interesting lineup. Juvenile, he's got to keep the Shield War alive. If that gets soaked very, very quickly, well, actually, I'm going to take that back. It's going to heavily depend on the positioning of Renegades more than anything else. Perhaps the Shield War could be considered a little bit of a trap in this situation. If you go too far onto Reinhardt, that might be a bit of a problem. But here we go, Immortals stepping onto the point. They're not afraid.
Triple DPS and a single tank versus the triple tank of Immortals, and already 2 players have gone down on the side of Immortals, so it's time to just regroup for them. Mangachu's did get taken out by Agilities, so they may have an opportunity to get their respawns if they don't lose anybody else here, which it looks like they might, which is very unfortunate for Immortals because they could have played off of that single respawn that was going to be coming back for Renegades. They would have had a one-man advantage for just a slight bit of time, but they ended up losing Hyped, so they are going to try and get back in here quickly. Agilities is going to get the hook onto Mangachu to get us kicked off, and that Biotic Grenade is going to land on top of him. Not a chance in the world for Mangachu to survive. So it will be now one going down. They've traded 1 for 1. And actually Juvenile dying there on the side of Renegades. So Mangachu is trying to work his way back into the fight. Renegades are actually Kip with the the Dragon Blade completely shut down. He was so hurt off the start of the Dragon Blade he couldn't get anything done with it. 2 HP and Immortals finish him off, and that might be bad news for Renegades as Chorus of Ultimates being used here. Agilities with 2 for himself. Immortals are all over this point. Grim Reality doing some work as well. A couple of frags for him, and Immortals not having too much trouble there as they take the first point. That triple DPS composition not working for Renegades.
Agility's always trusty on the hook, and he found the right one at the right time, reaching through double doors in order to pull Mangachu to the front line. A nice biotic combo from Immortals, taking him down from there, really opening up the point. I'm a little bit surprised Immortals didn't take the point faster, but they knew the right amount of aggression for the situation, not to let some of the picks in hand escape. Mangachu's going to take a long time, was going to take a long time to get back on Roadhog, but now we're into the streets phase. Immortals holding on to 4, almost 5, almost 6 ultimates, and Renegade's really low. They're going to have to take the fight to Immortals very quickly.
Oh, Nami went for the charge and was just eaten alive. There is going to be a nano boost used for Immortals here, but Kib is able to snag up a few for himself. Agilities in the end finishes him off. They've traded a few so far, but Immortals on the short end of the stick there as Renegades are able to hold on, so they will finally put a stint in the push of Immortals just a bit, and they will regroup.
Look at that. Renegade's burning 4 ultimates out of Immortals and didn't even give up an inch. Meanwhile, they're getting close to 3 of their own and not too far away from an Earth Shatter or a Nano Boost, both of which should get a lot of impact for them as they hold this second point. They keep playing forward to try and drain some of that ultimate economy away from Immortals, and if they keep it up, they could turn this into a much stronger hold.
Jesus going down. Oh. Good hook from Agilities to take down Mangachu. There will be a Nano Blade coming out from Kib as he is looking to do some work, but that sound barrier from Immortals negating much of the damage, and Kib actually goes down in the end as Grim Reality is able to find that frag. Agilities takes out Jur. Agilities are getting a second one as he finds Juvenile. Immortals are rolling full speed ahead right here, and Sherlocky may get picked off late here as Hype comes in to try and clean up, but may pay for it in the end. Sherlocky goes down very late there to the right click of Agilities, and that will be Immortals getting the second point. They have 4 minutes and 20 seconds to move through this last point.
That's Renegades losing their Ana at probably a convenient time for them, honestly, with the card being stuck in that second point for a little bit. Immortals not able to get as much distance out of it as they could have otherwise. Renegades now mounting another defense. They want to play forward on this and keep the ultimates to their side.
There will be a Deadeye in the back as right away Hyped is going to get hooked in, and there is going to be a self-destruct, zoning them out just a little bit. Tac Visor in the back from Jesus is able to take out Ethan, but Immortals have found 2 kills for themselves already as Mangachu and Juvenile going down, so Immortals with the upper hand here, and Jesus is in a bit of trouble. He is kept alive by his supports, but still, Immortals are ailing just, or excuse me, Renegades are ailing just a bit here in the back as they are just waiting for all of their respawns to come up, and there will be a nano boost out onto Juvenile, but Immortals are doing a good job of being able to kite this one out. They weren't really close enough for Juvenile to do much with that nano boost that he was given, and they just speed boost away from it. So Immortals with 2 ultimates at the moment. They have Nami's Earth Shatter and the Agilities Whole Hog as they did use that Whole Hog out from Agilities, and there was a sound barrier on the side of Renegades, and that's going to be Juvenile and Jur already getting taken out of this fight. So Immortals with a good opportunity to finish off the point right here, make that 3 in total for them. Grim Reality with a Deadeye in the back just to make sure that they're able to move this cart forward a bit more. Mangachu did make a switch over to May, but he gets killed by Nami as he finds 2 for himself. And another sound barrier here used by Immortals. Players from Renegades are dropping like flies, and there's really no one around to contest that cart. So Immortals are able to get all the way to the end of the map with a decent bit of time left in that time bank as well.
Yeah, 2:45 for Immortals. That's not a bad time at all. Renegades actually able to stall that out a lot longer than it looked like after the first point. Perhaps that composition just wasn't working for them, but Immortals, it's very hard to slow their rolls. Agility is just getting hook after hook after hook, and that wasn't his only contribution. He's still getting up there for the primaries and the secondaries and staying in the fight throughout. Grim Reality changing to McCree seemed to pay off for Immortals as well. And now Renegades, they're in a tight situation. They're going to have to put together a pretty monster offense to match that time.
They certainly will. 2 minutes and 45 left in that time bank for Immortals, and they didn't really get all that much value. Renegades didn't from the Kib Genji. I don't think there was a couple times where he used his ultimate and it really just didn't do that much for Renegades. I mean, even the one time, as you saw in the replay, there was the Nano Blade, and I didn't get anything out of it. Though, I will say Verbo had a good sound barrier to negate much of the damage, but still, it seems as though, so far at least, Kib will be on the Diva this time. We'll see if they stick with it, but he is going to be switching forward now. In terms of what Immortals is bringing to the defense, you have Grim Reality on that 76. Agility's, of course, still playing that Roadhog as he was massively impactful for Immortals on the offense. Yeah, pretty standard setup overall for Immortals. Kind of what you would expect on their defense, and it looks like Renegades are going to be sticking with, at least so far, Kib on that Diva. Sherlocky, maybe he'll look for a quick opening pick.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna see if he can get a quick opener, perhaps on a Soldier 76 or something like that. Would be in kind of a position.
Or just scouting.
There isn't one in the position he can fire at right now, from what I can see. But Sherlocky, yep, just scouting through the scope, I guess, or perhaps playing a little bit of mind games. Locked back in on Renegades. Not gonna play any sort of fancy little tricks here on the first point. They're just gonna get in there and try and beat this first point time, so they can stay in this game. Mangachu getting pulled.
Did get a hook early there, but weren't able to convert on the kill, so they're just posturing at the moment. It looks as though they may want to move through the hotel here, as they are making their way through at the moment. A fight actually going on the other side of the choke, and Ethan will fall first. They've traded 1-for-1 here in a pretty odd position for a fight on the first point, as Hyped is going to get hooked back in. Jesus says, "You ain't going anywhere." And Hyped will inevitably get taken out as Sherlocky finishes that one off, and now another hook for Jesus. Didn't have anything left in the tank, though, to secure the kill, and he actually dies to Grim Reality, who's just sitting up top in the window, raining damage down from above. He is still in the fight, but Immortals are trying to regroup to get themselves back in here, as Renegades have themselves a tick on the point. Grim Reality in the back will take down Jer, but ends up killing himself with his own Helix rocket. Nami is back in. Juvenile did get a nano boost, but Renegades are all over this first point. There are a couple hurt players, and they do have a Tracer back, but Agility's quickly taken care of by the players surrounding the point, and that right click from Mangachu connects with Ethan in the end. So Renegades
almost got a third one. Oh man, that was so close.
But Renegades, that offense rolling through very nicely. 5 minutes for them to get through this streets phase. Mangachu already has himself a nice little Graviton, which will come in beautifully for them in the next fight, I'm sure. But Kib, as he gets taken out, will have to regroup with the rest of the team. Still gonna be able to get a decent bit of movement on this card here.
Immortals holding on to 4 ultimates on their side. Renegades not too far away from, let's call it 5, but 2 of them not online right now. If Immortals takes 2 Renegades very quickly here, they might be able to get some dirt.
Oh, Grim Reality put to sleep. He did get waken up, but doesn't matter. They shut down that nano visor quite quickly, thanks to a brilliant sleep dart from Sherlocky. So they will get no value out of that one. They did force them to use a sound barrier. Jer had to use it, but here we go. Earth Shatters. Oh, Kib with 4 right there, just destroying Immortals through the streets phase. There was no chance of that. A big self-destruct, and that allows Renegades to just continue steamrolling through these streets, and Mangachu didn't even have to use that Graviton. They're going to have that, and Sherlocky still coming up on a nano boost soon as well, so Renegades in a very good position right now.
Yeah, Immortals burning basically everything they had and still getting crushed. Renegades holding on to a Graviton, but there it comes out.
And I don't think they have really nothing to negate this, though. There wasn't a whole lot of follow-up for Renegades. They do trade 1-for-1. Jesus and Nami are both taken out of the fight, and they do have the 1-player advantage now. Renegades, there will be a sound barrier for Immortals coming in a little bit late. I think they may have just gotten that. They really want to try and stop this card on the points before the second point is capped if they can. I don't think it's going to happen, though, as Renegades are able to finally get it. Nathan may end up dying pretty late here. He's inside of the big pack room. Hyped gets finished off. Grim Reality is down as well, and there goes Hyped. It is bad news bears for Immortals at the moment, but they are now coming up on some ultimates at least.
Yeah, it's starting to tilt a little bit back in their favor. At least they're staying alive. Renegades had to burn a little bit more than I expected out of that Earth Shatter and a Nano Boost following up the Graviton. I really thought the Graviton was going to pay off enough, but Immortals keeping it alive. They're now going to have to press back. I hear a Nano Boost coming out. Can't see exactly where it is, but Hyped going to try and corner Jesus here. Jesus is going to go down. Nope.
No, he's got a nice sleep there. Is going to help save. Going to help save his Roadhog, and here comes the self-destruct flying in over top of the point. Not going to get anybody, but a good hook from Jesus in the back will help secure a kill onto Grim Reality. They're still trading here, but Hyped is in behind at the moment, just flying around, causing a disturbance to the Renegades players. They have 4 ultimates online at the moment. They're just about to have all 6 online, and they may not even need most of them because they've already gotten 2, make that 3 kills, and this is really bad for Immortals now as Jesus getting yet another hook and should be able to finish it off. There's just pushed the card all the way on in. They didn't even need the ults.
Right over there, Mangachu dropping the Graviton to catch all of Immortals coming out so they couldn't touch the points so that they could just walk it in there. That's a great showing by Renegades.
That was a nice offense indeed, though. Still a pretty similar time bank left on both sides. It's not all that huge, but look at this play. That Earth Shatter into the self-destruct, the 5-man self-destruct that came out there was just absolutely beautiful from Renegades. Allowed them to move through basically that whole Streets phase. And really well done. So 3:31 left on the time bank for Renegades, 2:45 for Immortals, as it will be Renegades on the defense yet again. And they don't seem to have too much of a change-up, though. This time it will be Mangachu on the Mei this time. Actually, a decent bit of change-up, not doing any crazy triple DPS or double DPS comps from them. Just they do switch Jesus over to the Tracer, though, to hold this first point.
Might be making space for Mangachu to play Roadhog again. He did play it on the first offense and handed it over to Jesus. Or sorry, for the first defense and handed it over to Jesus for the offense. Like he said, a 46-second difference here between the teams. That can be made up on the first point pretty easily, Anthony.
Yeah, that certainly can. If they come out strong, Immortals, they can easily make up that time, but Renegades are a team that are known for their defense. So you do have to keep an eye on it. They didn't have too good of a one on the first defense, but they can play some defense, these boys. So here we go, 2 minutes and 30 for Immortals. They're immediately Agilities is going to get walled off here, so he has to rotate back around and try and meet up with the rest of his team to help him out. Jesus, who's already taken quite a bit of damage, is going to rewind and get himself healed up, and a Sleep Dart coming out of the gate. Grim Reality this time getting himself walled off, and these walls from Mangachu are doing a good job of splitting up the Immortals offense and hyped, eventually taken down by Jesus. So Agilities trapped all the way inside of the house behind point, and Jur did get killed by Grim Reality, so that is actually crucial for Immortals here. And Jesus may be in a bit of trouble himself here as Nami is just running through the house and finds 2 kills for himself. And Immortals are looking very strong on this point. 3 kills in total. Jur is just now getting himself back up to the point, but he's just going to have to back off and wait for the rest of his team. Maybe he can get them there in time to take one more fight, but I don't think everybody's going to be up in time, so it's just really going to have to set up in the Streets phase now for Renegades.
I'm curious what Renegades' logic is here for why they're running a no Roadhog defense here on the first point. I mean, the best thing I can come up with, just spitballing here, is perhaps this is more their Streets phase competition. They want to get ahead in the ultimates so they can maybe hold right here at the gate, but I'm reaching far for that one. Immortals, they've got, let's call it 3 ultimates on their side, and Renegades, well, basically, well, they have 2, and they're getting very close to 5.
There's going to be the nano boost off onto Agilities as he has that whole hog put to sleep, though. And Renegades being able to kite that one off. They're backing up. They have a Blizzard to work with. They almost have an Earth Shatter Pulse Bomb nano boost for themselves, and now a pick as they take down Juvenile. The Blizzard coming out from Mangachu as well, so things looking good for Renegades to get back in potentially. But Juvenile did go down. They were able to get Nami, and now Jesus getting hooked somehow. Didn't die. I think there was a Sleep Dart that may have come out. There's going to be a self-destruct, or actually a Pulse Bomb from Jesus, as he gets 4 in total for Renegades. Doing work. Make that 5 for Jesus. Just crushing Immortals on that push. The combination, Graviton, Pulse Bomb, blowing through Immortals, and they will have one last shot to get themselves onto the card and try and win a team fight, but they don't have too many ults to do so, as Nami getting walled off, and that might be bad news. There will be a Deadeye from the top. Earth Shatter landing onto a lot of Immortals players, trading 1 for 1, and a self-destruct flying in now as well, right on top of the cart. No one is going to die from it, though, as Kip is still in here just trying to get D.Va out of this mech. Sound barrier for Immortals as they continue to fight her out on the card. Ethan with those anti-heals on is very, very hurt, just trying to stay alive and keep the team supported. Sherlocky goes down, Kip as well. Immortals are finally mounting something here as that's 3-4 for them on this fight, and they should be able to move it quite a bit further as Renegades has to go back to the drawing board and regroup.
Oh, Grim Reality's just catching Juvenile with a Deadeye when he lowered his shield, opening up that push for Immortals. Renegades, I wouldn't quite call him out of this fight yet. They're reforming, really low on the ultimate economy, but Immortals doesn't have a whole lot. It is overtime 1 wipe will halt this offense for Immortals.
They need to make it happen here or it's going to be trouble for Renegades. Blizzard is out on the cart on the side of Renegades, but they're down 3. Immortals are making it happen right now as Renegades is not really going to have anybody around to try and defend this. And that is really, really bad news for them as they are able to even get the Streets phase checkpoint. Renegades has got to win a fight here.
Mangachu switching back to Roadhog. Back-to-back Blizzards just not paying out for Renegades. Perhaps this will work a little bit better for them. Immortals, though, Agility's holding on to a Dragon Blade. That could be enough to open up this backfield if he can find the right angle, but still in overtime here. Immortals getting absurdly close to the 3rd point.
And Agilities does use that Dragon Blade. He is going in a good shield to keep much of the team alive, and Agilities finished off by Jur thanks to some good focus fire from the rest of the boys. And now Immortals are in some trouble. They're down 2. Grim Reality and Agilities both out of it. They're DPS, and now there is a self-destruct flying into the back. It doesn't matter though as Renegades are finding the kills. There's only a couple left on the card. Mangachu getting both supports of Immortals, and now Jesus will do a Deadeye in the back just to make sure for a bit of an insurance policy. Regardless, Immortals with a very, very good offense right there. Renegades are going to be in for it as they now switch to the offensive side.
Looked like Renegades was going to be able to hold them in the Streets phase, which would have been an attainable distance for them, but going all the way Immortals, it's going to be hard to beat that.
It's going to be very, very tough.
Well, almost all the way, I should say.
Well, yeah, the Immortals did move that card pretty dang far for only having a couple of minutes, 2 minutes and 45 for their offense. So
Renegades does have 46 seconds advantage over what Immortals has, and they're going to need every single one of those to match that score, or rather beat that score. There are no draw scenarios anymore right now. Renegades going to get their turn on offense, and Immortals, it's really interesting to see what they bring.
Let's take a look. It looks as though they're still trying to figure that one out. Grim Reality so far is going to be showing McCree, and he was really doing some good stuff for them on offense and defense and making some impact plays on McCree. We've seen him do that in the past, especially when McCree was a very meta hero. The guy can play a very mean McCree, to say the least. So we'll see what he can do. Agility's playing that Roadhog as he often does. Very, very good at it indeed. So here we go. Renegades on the offense. It looks as though Kib will be on the Genji.
Running into Grim Reality's McCree. It might not be a matchup I'd want.
We'll see. I don't know if I agree with the offense that Renegades are trying to pull out here, but let's take a look at a big hook from Agilities off the start. Couldn't quite convert on the kill, and Agilities will actually pay for it as Mangachu gets the counter hook, taking down his enemy Roadhog, and Juvenile, though, will get finished off by Ethan, so they've traded 1 for 1. At this point, Renegades just wants to wait for their respawn and then go for the push because they can get 6 players to the point before Immortals can, and it looks as though they have all 6 and they want to take a fight right here, right now. With that 1-player advantage, though, they are starting to get themselves back to the point. All of Immortals. Agilities is just in the thick of things as he is on Genji. He made that switch so he could get back quickly. Grim Reality, though, taken down by Kib. And he is still, Agilities just causing havoc over here inside of the hotel. But Renegades 3 and 4 for themselves. Mangachu pressing forward, and there might be even a late kill here. Yes, taking down Ethan. And Renegades all over that point. That's a good start to the offense that they need to match of Immortals.
KYB getting the return he wanted out of that. He won the 1v1 against Grim Reality. And not long after that, tried to go after Ethan, but Ethan was able to make it away. However, Ethan was, very occupied during that situation, so couldn't necessarily provide the healing that he'd usually be able to heal. Renegades now pushing into the Streets phase with 2 minutes left on the clock. 5 ultimates on the table. Immortals with 4. Agility's going to be looking to get a Nano Blade out as soon as possible.
So many ults. A huge Earth Shatter out from Juvenile. Here comes the cleanup from Renegades. 4 for them, 5, and now it is just Hype that is left alive. What an Earth Shatter from Juveniles, completely mulching Immortals in the Streets here, and they are going to be able to keep steamrolling that cart. That was some brilliant stuff. That shield was down, and just go time for Renegades. Great follow-up from them, and that will That is
Look how much
exactly
distance
what they
got
needed.
out of it. Before we even come back, they're almost already at the second point.
Nano Blade from Immortals, though, will be coming back in. His agility sends that one off, too, for him. They might be able to stop Renegades here. There is nobody home. A lot of kills, but still, Renegades with a minute left to make a push happen and try and beat Immortals, get to the point that they made it on their offense. So still some time left to work with, but not much.
Immortals perhaps willing to give up a little bit of distance and time, or to soak time, but they can't let it cap. Or actually, that's not actually a concern in this instance. All they really need to do is wait for the proper Earth Shatter and wipe out all of Renegade's offense. We'll see if Nami can make it land, and there it comes out.
We go Kib with the Nano Blade, 2 for him. Agility's in Verbo, the victims. 8th it down as well, 3 for Kib. And that should help Renegades be able to cap this second point, as Hyped is hanging on for dear life here. At least trying to keep himself inside of his mech, and he may get ejected in just a moment. But a big Nano Blade from Kib on the side of Renegades. They will get this second point, but with 10 seconds left, they are going to have to win the next team fight, and possibly even 2. As that Immortals respawn is pretty close, and it looks like Immortals wants to take this straight to the card off the bat. Mangachu down. Nami is able to take care of him. Nami with 2. This may be Immortals taking a map off of Renegades. Finally, sound barrier from Immortals as well. There's only 2 players up. That may be said and done, as Immortals are able to stop Renegades taking a map off them finally. And that will be a 1-0 lead for the Immortals boys, having a good showing right there.
And just like that, Immortals have done what nobody else could do so far in the Overwatch Winter Premiere, and they did it in style. Not only did they take the win, they scored more points than anybody's been able to score on Renegades.
Yeah, somebody finally did it. They took a map. Yeah, and good on Immortals. That's the start that they needed. They've done some brilliant things on Kings Row in the past against other teams, some good teams at that. So continuing that trend there against Renegades, and they got the 1 map lead, as you said, making it further than any other team has against Renegades in our group stage so far.
Agility's still definitely carrying his weight. That first push for Immortals he was just all over the place, but it's going to be Renegades going to have to maybe switch back to some of the stuff they were doing before in order to hold the next map or take the next map. The highlight from Agility's working on Genji. That man's just as deadly no matter what hero he plays, it looks like.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We know about his Roadhog, but it always seems towards the later stages of matches or maps, he loves pulling out the Genji, and a lot of times it works for Immortals. I don't know what it is, but he only pulls it out really in the late game scenario. Never, to start a match off. He'll never really go for the Genji then, but he's always Roadhog at the beginning, makes switches to Genji later. As you said, still very, very effective.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see the way that the hero switching was coming into play. Like you talk about agility, switching to Genji, something we see him do often, and it works for them time and time again. And then Mangachu also switching quite a bit. Started on the Pharah, wasn't working for him, and then we saw him on Roadhog and on Mei in various situations. But I want to talk about Kib as we get into Route 66, which will be our second map. What sort of impact do you see him bringing on this team right now? Is it a good switch? They didn't get the win here.
I mean, at least for me, on their initial offense when they ran the Genji, I didn't see much value that Kib was bringing to the table. He had a few ultimates and really found nothing with them. Later in the game, he did have the 1 Nano Blade when they were on their offensive push there, and he got a few kills, helped them win the fight. But in the end, I don't know if they got huge amounts of value out of him playing Genji. We know he can do it very well. Still have yet to see, I think, his full potential, or what we're used to seeing him do on Genji, at least on Kings Row there. Maybe another map will suit him a bit better. Of course, Kings Row is not the best map for Genji out of all the maps, so it's not a bad map for him, but it's not the best out of all of them. So I don't know. I'd like to see them go back to some of what they were doing last week, personally, for Renegades. But
I'm going to withhold judgment on KYB Kib. We'll have to get a ruling on that in particular.
Kib,
I'm going to withhold judgment on this scenario. They're running an entirely different composition from what we've seen in the past, so I can't necessarily look at it and judge whether he's filling Man of Snow's shoes or falling short. It's just the overall change as a whole.
Sure.
The new player and a new composition obviously didn't work out for them. I don't think there's any questioning that. But, I mean, that's really all there is to it for me. We'll withhold judgment and wait. Oh, that's what I was going to say. I believe KYB is also playing from Finland. So we've got another possible lag, no registration scenario that could be holding back his full potential.
Well, why you know, I just gotta wonder, like, why would Renegades switch it up when it's been working so well? They're undefeated. No one's been able to stop them. They're like,
good question.
Let's switch team comps and lineup, and let's change what we're doing here. And I mean, I'm sure they have a good reason for it. But he had some good plays on Zarya. I think was it him that had the 5-man D.Va ult, or was that a different player on Renegades?
Actually, no, I think
like
it
he was the D.Va.
Yeah,
I think
it was. And I mean, the guy, he's certainly a great player. We've seen him do brilliant things on Reunited, and as you were saying, he is playing with some higher pings, so that can certainly factor into things. But we'll see now as they switch over to Route 66. It is a bit odd that they change up their lineup and kind of what they were doing, really, Renegades, when they were doing so well throughout all of this. But, you know, there's always things underneath the surface that we all don't see, and as Caleb was saying, I'm sure they have good reasons for some of these changes.
Yeah, I'd certainly be curious to hear exactly what they are. The best answer I can come up with, sort of in a vacuum, just taking a guess at it, is that the D.Va changes are affecting this somehow. They don't believe that they're going to be running D.Va, or maybe KYV can do both, so it's not a big concern. But either way, if you kind of look at it this way, they're very far ahead in score. They've already gotten through 4 matches. They haven't lost one. They're virtually guaranteed passing on to the round of 6. They do need to be worried about their cumulative score through the round of 6, but you could argue that now might be a time to make that change with a patch looming and everything. Maybe they want to put their best foot forward in the round of 6, and they want to have as much practice with that moving into the finals. But you know, we'll get an interview with them. We'll ask them directly, because my guess is certainly can't be as accurate as just listening to their reasoning. We'll have to wait to hear it firsthand from them and see exactly what they want. But so now we're on Route 66. I do want to point out that this is Renegade's choice.
This is Renegade's choice indeed. We'll see. They are on the defensive side first. Immediately, it will be Juvenile getting isolated all by himself, and that's bad news. Mangachu is already finished off by Nami, so they are one down. Kid getting taken out, and Agility's unable to actually convert on the kill to Sherlock. Grim Reality is able to finally get it, and the end of Mortals are just steamrolling through on their offense here. Renegades a bit troubled there.
I don't think Renegades has given up maybe 1 point on Route 66 ever so far in Winter Premiere, but they've held some pretty crazy situations in the past. Mortals getting very close here to the first point.
They have traded 1-for-1 self-destruct high in the sky, and Jur is taken out by that as Hyped getting himself one. Verbo finishing off Kib. And Renegades really in some trouble here. Losing 4, they brought everybody back to try and get a stall on the cart, maybe even a fight win, but that is not going to be the case. Immortals are looking very, very strong at the moment. And running the Reaper, nonetheless, Grim Reality, who was able to do a lot of work. He has a Death Blossom up for himself. Aethan soon coming up with a Nano Boost. Maybe a bit of a throwback coming to the Beyblade meta. We'll have to see who they decide to use it on, but certainly a deadly combo.
It can still work. It can still work, I believe. I've seen it.
Oh yeah, I've seen it too, man. That can be pretty nasty. Right away, Immortals are still moving this one through. Good bubble to keep Jesus alive, but he has that Biotic Grenade on himself. They will use the Nano Boost on Nami as he charges himself forward, and Agility's getting hooked in. Biotic lands on him, taken down, easy peasy on the 1-2 combo. Renegades are finding the kills now, finally, to shut down Immortals in the streets. And they will be able to stop it, at least for now. Kib does have a Graviton at the ready, and Jesus with a Whole Hog. Soon a Sound Barrier as well for Jur.
If Renegades recovered from their staggered spawn situation, able to mount a better defense here in the middle of the streets phase on point 2. Immortals, they burned the Nano Boost, but not the Death Blossom from Grim Reality. They also have a Whole Hog and an Earth Shatter. Working on a Sound Barrier. Renegades with a Graviton, a Whole Hog, and a Sound Barrier of their own looming.
Look at this kid using the Graviton underneath of the bridge. So many players from Immortals caught up in that. Jesus off of the Whole Hog gets 2 for himself, and hey, these players will just be going for the reset here. Nami and Hyped both just jumping off the cliff. It's better than getting staggered for sure. Another fight won by Renegades off of the Graviton Whole Hog combo. But now Immortals will have some ultimates to work with. Ethan again soon coming up on that nano boost.
Grim Reality still holding on to the Death Blossom. He's going to take a while to find the right position here with so many tanks on the field to really make that pay out. Looks like he's working for that right now.
Playing very, very sneaky here as he rushes forward off of some speed boost, getting some damage in, but Mangachu is there on D.Va to try and help his teammate out and keep him alive, and there will be a nano boost out here as Immortals are still Immortals will use a sound barrier. That is all they've used so far, and they lose agilities for it. Sherlocky and agilities are both taken out. Renegades yet again are coming out on the upper hand here as Grim Reality is removed from the fight as well. Kib is doing some work on Zarya. I have to mention, he's been making plays happen, not only with Gravitons. He wanted hyped back. You're not going anywhere, but
I don't have anything against Renegades in that situation, but I wanted it to come back just to see it happen. Immortals got a nano boost on their side, Renegades and Earth Shatter. That last push for Immortals, Grim Reality getting in the backline, causing a little bit of damage, but Renegades getting into Immortals' backline in the meantime and getting much better return for their push. And that's one hook coming out of Agility. He's getting Soldier 76 in it. Wait, there's no Soldier. Who did I see?
Oh, there's going to be a nano boost. Yeah, there you go, Sherlock. There's a nano boost. Nami comes in and is swinging away. 2 for him here, and Jur winning that Lucio v. Lucio battle. And Renegades are responding, though. Kib gets a 2K. Ethan and Agilities both. And they're keeping themselves in the fight for the time being, though. Kib is separated from pretty much everybody here, and that might be about set and done for Renegades, at least for this fight, though. Kib is at least trying to even the playing field a little bit, and he's managed to keep himself alive. Immortals are having a tough time taking him down, and Renegades are actually able to get themselves collected and back together. And Kib with some of these kills are actually really keeping Renegades in this fight. Agility's using the whole hog. He does get a Juvenile on his charge. Finally, they take down Kib. It took him a while, but they managed to make it happen in the end. Now a whole hog in a nano boost onto Jesus as he's putting guys into the meat grinder at the moment. And Immortals will continue to press on. A big Earth Shatter from Nami should help them secure a few kills, but Jesus getting hooks and a sound barrier for Renegades. The fight continues on the card here, and there's only 2 seconds left, so Immortals really need to make it happen here. And a big hook from Jesus, taking down Verbo. There will be a Graviton on the cart, but not really a whole lot of follow-up. And now it might be Grim Reality biting the dust. Here is Jesus just meleeing away, and this is the never-ending fight for sure. But it seems as though in the end, Renegades might be coming out on top. Agilities has come back on Tracer to try and stall for a little bit if he can, just to get the rest of the team there. And Jesus, who's very hurt, there may be an opportunity to finish off that kill. Finally, charge comes through from Nami to take down Jesus. Mangachu gets Earth Shattered on the cart. They got to remove these players from the fight, but Mangachu has been able to stall for quite a while, and the Renegades respawns just continue to filter through right now. And there will be a Graviton yet again. Their sound barrier comes out. Nice shot from Grim Reality to take down Jur, and self-destruct down onto the point. And Grim Reality can't seem to quite finish off Sherlocky right there, but Immortals still needing to make this fight happen. The win happened, and it looks like finally they're able to do so for the 2-minute fight.
And Immortals able to recover from that. It looked like a certain loss scenario for that. Verbo keeping it alive for a little bit. Agility certainly keeping the entire push alive. Even when Nami couldn't find an Earth Shatter to catch Jur in it, which probably caused a lot of the loss. Not trying to criticize Nami in that situation. That was a hard one, and Lucio came skating around from a different angle to get the right Earth Shatter on it. But Immortals pushing in here to the final point. They did keep it alive. Can they take it all the way?
They're going to certainly try. Pulse Bomb from Agilities finds nothing, and an Earth Shatter out as well from Juvenile. That won't get anything, and Nami hooked in by Jesus and taken out. 50 seconds left on the clock. A big Biotic Grenade's going to land on all the Renegades players, but Jesus using that whole hog snags up a couple for himself, and Immortals, they're going to have to reset as they will have pretty much one more fight left here, or at least one more opportunity with 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, but that one opportunity could last a minute and a half from what we've seen some Immortals so far. Grim Reality paying dividends on his Pharah play so far. This guy can play anything. Nami, he's got another Earth Shatter. That's going to have to come in big.
Going in, Juvenile with the nano boost, and he already gets 8th, and that is a lot of trouble for Immortals. You need that Ana to be able to keep your team sustained, and Sherlocky Picks up a couple of kills, 3 kills for Sherlock here. Apparently, Ana is just an insane DPS, getting all the finishing blows right here. A 3K for Sherlock. Finally taken down by the enemy Ana, but now there is a self-destruct on the cart. Juvenile with 2 off of his Earth Shatter agilities, and Nami both taken out, and this may be it for Immortals. Let's see if they can stall it out. Yet again, Grim Reality with the Rocket Barrage. 5-2, Grim Reality with 3, taking down Mangachu. And now Immortals still seeming to hold on here, and he's looking for the final blow onto Jesus. Verbo gets it, but Grim Reality dealing out that damage, so Immortals aren't done yet, folks, as they continue to push the cart. Renegades looking to regroup and take one more push off of the respawns. They do have a Graviton to work with. Kib has got that in the bank and ready to take it out, though. Nano Boost is going to be deployed onto Hype. There is a Graviton on the cart. Kib looking to get some of these kills. There's no follow-up, though, and he didn't have the charge to really grind through those guys with the Graviton, but still Immortals are hanging on. They've lost 2. Renegades have lost 3. Kib goes down as well. Immortals may just be able to do this. Mangachu's really the only one on the cart for them, just trying to stall as long as he possibly can. Now Pulse Bomb's gonna land on Juvenile, thanks to agilities, as he gets taken out, and somehow Immortals makes it happen. In the end, it took them a long while. They held on barely. Multiple times.
Apparently nobody could stop Immortals in overtime. This is something we've seen a number of times. Kingdom, you would have, or Renegades.
There it is.
Oh, there it was. This time it wasn't a joke. Oh, man. Renegades, you would have thought they'd be the team to be able to stop that, but I don't know, it's either the change, the different lineups, or what, but not able to make it work that time around. Grim Reality's Pharah, though, that was huge.
He's
2 points in a row.
He saved them there with that Rocket Barrage and then killing Jesus. Yeah, that's big plays to keep Immortals in that fight and to keep moving, saving them there a couple of times throughout that map. As now we're going to see a change in sides. They have no time left in the time bank. They made it happen in overtime, but hey, better late than never, as the saying goes. And now it will be Renegades on the offense. Immortals running a pretty standard defensive comp, pretty much what they always run on their defensive side. Grim Reality on that 76 and agilities on that Hog.
Best news for Renegades here. This is a good map for Pharah. Mangachu has certainly performed well on her to date, but also they have exhausted the entire time for Immortals. So if they are able to cap it all the way with enough time left, that could be it right then and there. But Renegades, 20 seconds left before they head out to meet Immortals. Immortals so far has been looking so strong, especially compared to last week. I mean, they've always played well, but this is something else.
Yeah, they have really brought their A game today, that's for sure. Is now we do see the change in sides, and Renegades on the offense. Sherlock is showing Zenyatta, actually, so far. No Ana for Renegades, which you don't see too often, as they do have Mangachu, though I'm sure they want the Zen for the orb onto Mangachu as he flies around, and also that Discord. And Jesus will be on Reaper. A lot of teams liking to run Reaper on this first point of Route 66, as we've seen as of late, but should be seeing the fight take place here very shortly. Hype will be demeched to start things off, so this might be a bit of a trouble for Immortals. Hype's very hurt inside of the cavern here, but Mangachu has taken quite a bit of damage himself, finally getting the finishing blow. 2 players down for Immortals here, and that's a lot of trouble for them. Most players are going to be backing up, all of them. See maybe if they can get everyone back just in time for one more fight. They're going to have to move quick, though, as Renegades are getting ready to get this first point cap. Mangachu is going to be flying around pretty freely. A hook from agilities is going to bring Kib up to the high ground. Biotic grenade landing on them. Jesus was able to get Nami as he charged down onto that cart, and then Reaper just shredding through the tank. And self-destruct over on that cliffside. Hype getting taken down. Mangachu still is doing work right here on this cart. Grim Reality just throwing his body onto it. Might as well try and stall for a little while, but Mangachu blowing through these guys on the first point between him and Jesus. Really making it happen. Renegades off to a good start in the offense here.
That's certainly neither team really struggling here with the first point. So far, Mangachu's concussives have been on point. That last defense there from Immortals, bouncing Nami off by himself, picking them off very quickly. Every single one of them just having a pretty good impact. And Renegades looking strong here into the second point.
Kib with 2 for himself already. And they have so many ultimates, Renegades. They have 4, just about all 6. And that is bad news for Immortals. They are pressed up very aggressively for where the cart is at, but it's good to keep that pressure. Immortals really just need to get regrouped, and Agility's now making a switch over to Genji.
They're going
to see if he can make it happen.
Immortals going to have to get in a good tack visor, probably nano tack visor in order to sweep this out. Certainly taking down Mangachu first is going to be probably a priority, either him or Sherlocki.
There is a sound barrier for Renegades. They have a lot of ults to use. 4 used for them already. Jesus using the Death Blossom. Does get Verbo, and the Tack Visor from Grim Reality so far is only able to take down 1. That was Mangachu. It's a very important pick. Immortals finally getting a hold on the defense here as a self-destruct flies into the back from Hyped and takes down Sherlocki and Jerf. Finished off by Grim Reality. So Immortals finally making it happen, and Renegades burning 4 ults in total right there on that last fight. But in the end, Immortals able to hold on, finally putting a stint in the push of Renegades.
It's a pretty strategic win for Immortals there, burning a lot of ultimates and holding. Immortals got a sound barrier on their side, but really low on everything else. Renegades with a barrage and a transcendence. They can piece those together to complete here. Point 2, that transcendence coming out of Sherlocki right now as Mangachu letting loose the barrage on Anami.
I'm not sure about that barrage. They had really no good opportunity to make a play happen, but the rest of Renegades are finding some kills. Nami and Agilities are amongst the casualties for Immortals, and Jesus narrowly missing a hook right there onto the players of the high ground, but Renegades regardless will still keep the cart moving, and getting the hook onto Kib, or onto Hyped, was unable to save Kib in the end, but Renegades still moving through right here as Immortals have gotten themselves at least some of the players back onto the cart. Nami's leading the charge. Jesus with that biotic grenade on himself needs to get sped out there by Jur, and there will be a Tack Visor from Grim Reality that is going to do so much damage, a Nano Visor in fact, and he'll even get out after getting hooked. So Immortals will be able to hold on here. Agility's just cleaning up on so much damage. We've seen him do this before on Genji. Still making plays happen. He's got a Dragon Blade too.
And an Earth Shatter for Nami. Renegades really only have a self-destruct, but working on a whole hog, a sound barrier, an Earth Shatter. And we'll count the Tranquility as well. Renegades with 1 minute left on the clock might be in another overtime situation like Immortals was here in the second point. If they're not too careful, they're going to have to make a lot more progress on this. It doesn't necessarily look like they have all the tools yet, but they're getting very, very close.
They are getting close, and now they're kind of flip-flopping some odd positioning on both sides. Sound barrier for Renegades. Agilities is going to hold on to this Dragon Blade as long as he can. Now that sound barrier is going to be letting off Agilities with 2, 3 now. 4 Agilities, the Dragon Blade coming in big time for him and the rest of Immortals as Renegades gets shut down right there, and they're going to have to make it happen with just a little bit of time left. 20 seconds for Renegades. They do have some tools in the kit for ultimates, and none at the moment for Immortals, but they're coming up very, very shortly. So Renegades looking to move quickly right here as they come around the backside through the alley. They're going to have to get on the cart and find the kills right now. With just 5 seconds, it will be overtime unless they get the next point. And Jesus with a crucial miss on a hook there could have taken out Athan from the fight. Whole hog used, but completely destroyed off of the whole hog. And now it is 2 kills for Immortals. It's a 5v4 fight in favor of them, and Mangachu goes down. In the end, Grim Reality using that Tack Visor got Sherlocki before he was finished off, so Renegades may be getting shut down here, and Immortals could be taking the series of finally beating Renegades. They stay undefeated in the Winter Premiere. Immortals making me eat my words again. Another team to do it. They take out Renegades, man. That was some good stuff.
Well, they took them out in style there, too. We have not seen anybody do what Immortals just did to Renegades. Renegades had allowed 6 total points up until this point, and they just got scored on 6 times in 1 game. Immortals looking on fire.
Yeah, they looked very calm, cool, collected, and just had a better match, plain and simple, than Renegades did. I don't know. I'm sure the change-ups factor into that a little bit for Renegades, of course, playing with someone new. But overall, Immortals, regardless of the changes, that Renegades made, Immortals were just playing better today.
Yeah, Immortals playing better than they have been in the past, and playing better than Renegades today, obviously. That's 2-0 sweep. 2 undefeated teams entered. 1 had to leave. It's going to be Immortals.
It will be Immortals that comes out on top, and I thought if I looked at today's schedule and said there's going to be one of these is going to be a 2-0, this is not the one I thought was going to be going in 2 games very quickly. Big part of this for them was their ability to hold in overtime. Oh my goodness, Agilities and Nami making huge plays there in the streets.
That's the thing. They had both of those guys able to stall that cart for so long on their offense to allow Immortals the chance to even go through the last phase of the point. And, I mean, the stalls were incredible. I thought at some point Renegades, I'm like, they have to shut them down. Like, you figure it's bound to happen, but they made it happen and bought time for the rest of their respawns to get back to the cart. And they made it happen on offense. But Renegades, still a good showing from them so far. No longer undefeated, but Immortals the team to beat now.
Certainly a lot more highlight clips filing away into the Agilities folder.
Yeah.
I mean, pulling in tons of hooks on Roadhog as usual. I mean, basically, all you have to say there is Agilities played Roadhog, and the rest kind of fills itself out. And then Genji paying out quite well, especially on Route 66.
Yeah, the Genji plays were pretty big. The Dragon Blades, which came up huge for him time and time again. He had good patience, too, to wait for sound barriers to die off a little bit before he used it to make sure he was getting maximum value out of the Dragon Blade and he wasn't just getting negated on all the damage.
And Juvenile shattered Sherlocky, keeping him on the ground so Sherlocky couldn't get his Transcendence out in the middle of the Dragon Blade, which set up the entire thing for Agility to just go nuts, and everybody knows that's the first target there. I mean, one of the better ways to shut down a Dragon Blade in general, unless there's a biotic thrown onto it, is Transcendence. You can either follow your team around or follow Genji around and probably produce a little bit of salt. They tend to take that a little bit personally, from what I can tell.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So that concludes match number one of the day. We'll take a look at the schedule. What else we have in store? It will be Liquid and Complexity that we'll be seeing next. Got some good ones coming up here, as Citizen 7 and Team Liquid both have 2 matches today.
Yeah, that'll be a lot of fun to watch, especially because Complexity also has a bit of a change-up on their roster today from what we're being told, so that'll be very interesting. Another reunited player has made their way onto the field for some of these NA teams that we'll be seeing that. We'll talk about it more in a little bit, but I'm excited to see these changes play out. 4 teams in total today amongst this list that you see here have made changes to the roster in some way from what we saw last week. So it'll be some interesting gameplay for sure.
It's interesting that these teams have the same record. They're Immortals and Renegades. They have the same 8-2 record, but Renegades has actually played an entire extra match. So they've had their doubleheader already today. And so the interesting thing for this here is Kongarna, Liquid, Complexity, and FaZe all tied up at 1-2. That middle of the pack is still wide open. And Citizen 7, if they had a great showing today, they'd be easily right back up in there with everybody.
Yep. That's the thing. It's still very close. I mean, if someone is able to go off this week, I mean, we have 3 more days, today, tomorrow, and the next day of matches to decide who goes into the top 6. So, that middle of the pack is still very open for a lot of these teams. They just have to perform over these next 3 days.
Yeah, and the people who might be writing off Citizen 7, you got to keep in mind, the only teams they've played is Immortals, Renegades, and Luminosity, the top 3 teams. So they've still got the gauntlet of the middle bracket, or the middle kind of group to run through, which we're going to get into one of those matches right away. Liquid versus Complexity, these 2 guys right here in the middle of the pack, both looking to pull ahead, just trying to stay out of that bottom 2, stay in the top 6 so they can make it through to the next stage.
Yeah, this will be an interesting one to watch. Complexity is a team that is been pretty solid for the most part online. They've had some close matches here in the group stages, and now with the changes that they've made, I'm curious to see what they're able to do against Team Liquid, how the changes factor into their matches today.
Yeah, so those changes, I don't think we've touched on them yet. It's, from what I hear, it's going to be Winghaven from Reunited is going to be playing in place of JKW for Complexity today. Yeah. That is certainly going to be a pretty big change. I think Winghaven is certainly up to the task. He's been a pretty great Reinhardt every time I've watched him play.
Yeah.
And one thing worth noting here, the last time that Liquid and Complexity played in the Winter Premiere was day 3, and that score was 2-1 in favor of Complexity. So perhaps, I wouldn't say the same result. With Winghaven on the team, if he's able to synergize really well right off the bat, it wouldn't surprise me at all to see a 2-0 on this.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised either to see it. We'll see, because these guys also played on day 2 of the qualifiers, and Complexity won that 2-0. So there's a lot of questions surrounding this match, I think, just with the changes that Complexity has made. So we'll have to see how Winghaven performs with this new roster.
Now let's talk about Complexity's roster here. Torque is maybe my favorite player of the Overwatch Winter Premiere right now, with the amount of different things he can play. What is Complexity bringing to the table here as far as just lineup?
Well, of course, you have Torque, who often likes to run the Sombra. Complexity is a team that very much so loves that strategy, so that's something to keep your eye on for today. But there will be it will be Winghaven playing in for JKW from what we've been told. It shows JKW up there, but Winghaven, of course, is a player he was a former player for Reunited. Of course, that team ended up just, kind of scattering a bit after the whole situation with the org. So he will be trying his hand with Complexity today, and I am very excited to see that indeed. But of course, you also have Harblu, who's a great player himself on whether it be Roadhog or Zarya, what have you. The guy can play a variety of heroes and play them quite well.
Torque, Sombra, I'm very interested to see if they're going to keep running it. If it keeps working out for Complexity, there's a possibility, at least in my mind, that some of it becomes a little bit formulaic and predictable. A lot of teams perhaps not experimenting with Sombra so much and having kind of a disagreement in it. So Torque was able to get a lot of distance out of it, a lot of payout for his Sombra play in the past, and I still think he's amazing at it and he can make it work. It's whether the rest of Complexity can really work around whatever changes Torque might have to make there, if it's a different entry path or something like that, if that really affects them. Harblu, I like him a lot when he's been playing Zarya so far in the Winter Premiere, and occasionally he really pops off with Roadhog. Other times, a little, maybe not so much. Nicholas, in particular, I love to see him play Mei.
Yeah.
And I'm curious why Complexity has kind of gotten away from that. We talked about it last time we saw them play, as whether perhaps they feel other teams have figured it out, perhaps they feel like it just has a general shelf life and teams should be figuring it out. Perhaps they're just not comfortable with it anymore, but last time there was just so much utility coming out of Nicholas's Mei, I struggled to see why you would drop it.
For sure. So let's talk about Liquid now, what they are bringing to the table and what they need to do against Complexity, especially with this Sombra situation that they always bring up.
I mean, one of the things you can always do against Sombra is your positioning. Position yourself properly, but with this Liquid roster brings to the table quite a lot. You have Mezer on tank, who is one of the stars really for Liquid. He's a brilliant Reinhardt player and a guy you need to keep your eye on if you're watching Liquid. He's massively impactful for them. Of course, you also have Rafa, as well as AZK and Dahang Minstrel. Dahang, quite a good support in his own right there, and one of the backbones of the team alongside of Mezer. So you do have guys like Rafa, who's one of my favorites to watch, I think, on this Liquid roster because of how well that he can play D.Va, not only with his self-destructs, but just his ability to initiate for Liquid, separate the other team, and start the fight off for Liquid.
Yeah, I think really ID and AZK, to answer your question, Caleb, they're going to have to keep their head on a swivel. They're just going to need to look at all the predictable points, or perhaps not necessarily points that are predictable because they've seen Torque go there in the past, but just because it makes sense. Maybe play a little bit of Sombra here and there to kind of figure out the mind space of how that character works. If we're playing a map like Hollywood, which is going to be our starting map, there's that back pocket right by the gate that eventually opens up where Torque, we've seen him go throughout MLG, and most recently when he tried it against Immortals, Agility's made him pay for it borderline instantaneously. So there's a couple other positions that he could use to really generate that EMP quickly. It might take a little bit more time off their overall push, but I mean, really, we're just spitballing here. I think that there's a number of angles to still run it, but at the same time, I don't necessarily think that running Sombra is necessary. I think the shock value of it in the beginning was certainly valuable, and against maybe a Symmetra with a shield generator up, that's when it really starts paying off. But in the current meta as it is, it's really great at shutting down D.Va and taking down a lot of the shields in the area, but I don't think it's necessary. We see a lot of teams run without it.
Not necessary, but I think it can still be very effective, though, at the same time.
So, map number 1 will be Hollywood. This is something that we've seen with Complexity a few times, and they've weird things have happened sometimes when Complexity plays Hollywood. Hopefully that doesn't happen this time around, but I got to get you guys' predictions here. Complexity, Liquid, who you got winning, who you got taking the match?
In this, I'm gonna say Complexity. I have faith in some of the change-ups. I like Winghaven as a player in general.
Yeah.
Very, very good. Brian Hart played great for Reunited, so I would take Complexity in this one, at least on Hollywood.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with there. Complexity on Hollywood really depends on what the other maps might be, but I think Complexity, if they rise to the level of performance we've seen out of them in the past, perhaps maybe not so much last week, but certainly in the qualifiers and certain points throughout MLG, I think Complexity can 2-0 this.
I think they can as well, but Liquid, I'm sure, has other ideas about that. They're not going to let themselves get 2-0'd, or at least they don't want to. So here we go. It will be Complexity on the offense first. You see him there. Winghaven has made his way onto the server, playing for JKW today, as they've made some change-ups, trying some different things, and Complexity has struggled a little bit in their online play so far through the Winter Premiere in these group stages, at least recently. Just struggling a little bit, so see maybe if this is a change that brings some good fortune for them.
Yeah, we see Complexity is going to be on offense first. Now, to clarify a little bit what I was talking about when I was saying, you know, perhaps Sombra isn't necessary. I mean, I think that's fairly obvious in a general sense, but I meant for Complexity in particular. They've practiced a lot with her, but I don't think it's necessary for her. I think they can flex into some of the more standard metas and do just fine. They've got a lot of weapons in their roster here, and it looks like there's a decent chance they may do just that. Actually, Torque locking into Winston? Is that real?
This is not something you...
I'm gonna go kind of like almost like a 4-tank half dive situation.
Yeah.
I mean, I still love Winston, especially on this point right now.
Oh yeah, and look at this. Torque is going to initiate straight away, and they are really... Oh no, Mezzer getting himself completely separated. Not a good charge. That could be bad news for them, as they are all over him. At the moment, though, Dehang is able to keep him alive. You need to convert on that kill right there of Mezzer, as he was, I mean, low-hanging fruit, to be honest. Winghaven quickly taken care of there by AZK and company, but I mean, he was completely separated.
Look at Mezzer, 77% on his Earth Shatter already. Dehang, 76%, AZK, 84%. Team Liquid generating a lot of ultimates very quickly here, and Complexity already falling a little bit behind that. Shake, close to 40% behind Dehang in that situation. Just that push, they really should have been able to pick off Mezzer for it, and not getting him really shed a bad light on that strategy in general here. Torque switching back to Tracer, which I think, after not getting the return from Winston right off the bat, is important.
Oh, and there's going to be a pulse bomb. Couldn't quite connect. AZK couldn't take down Shake, but he's going to come right back around and see maybe what he can do, though. Shake is giving him a run for his money. Liquid was able to get a couple of kills. Joe Meister and Winghaven both taken out of the fight. Now Torque is going to come in. He's trying to suicide because he needs to reset with the rest of his team. And there we go. Complexity so far having some trouble on the offense, and it will be a reset. There is some ultimates up for Liquid at the moment as well. They're going to have about 4 going into this next fight.
Yeah, Liquid with 4, Complexity with 1, although Winghaven is probably going to get that Earth Shatter in the middle of this fight. And Hardblue, he can get Graviton if he stays alive.
Definitely needs to make sure he stays alive here. That Graviton could be the game changer here, or at least the fight changer, but here comes an Earth Shatter into the self-destruct. Rafa was only able to get 1 with it, but it doesn't matter. That kill onto Winghaven is huge, and Nicholas sleeping in the back here wants to try and get himself out so he doesn't get staggered. He will make his way out of it, and Hardblue still not yet up on that Graviton. Complexity needs to make something happen soon, though. 1 minute and 30 to work with.
They've almost got 6 ultimates in the bank. Liquid with 3, and perhaps 4 if Dehang can generate the last 20% he needs with a good biotic.
Here we go. Hardblue just about to have it. There is, oh my goodness, Winghaven put to sleep. He had the nano boost on himself, unable to do anything with it. Self-destruct flying onto the point. 1 player down aside. Liquid using that sound barrier. Complexity had used theirs as well. Hardblue in the back here is just dishing out damage on Zarya. And finally, Complexity started to cement themselves on the point, but just as I say that, Nicholas and Joe Meister were both taken down, so that will give Liquid a chance to reinitiate onto this point, and they might be able to prevent Complexity from capping. 45 seconds left for them. Winghaven needs to get out of there, but the Pulse Bomb is able to find the kill very, very easily. And now Complexity is definitely in some trouble. 30 seconds remaining, and they have only one tick on the point.
They
no ultimates.
Every ultimate they had in that fight. Liquid, they've got a self-destruct on their side. It's going to be fairly ultimate-less fight here, but Liquid's been coming out on top time after time after time in that situation, and I think they're going to do it again.
Oh, they got to make it happen. Shake does have that. He's going to have the nano boost. There's a self-destruct out. 1-for-1 trade as ID and Winghaven are down, and now there is going to be a nano boost out as Shake sends it on forward. Getting demeched was Nicholas, I believe, or no, it's going to be Rafa. Ending up going down to Hang and Rafa. Here we go. Complexity are finding the kills at the moment. Nicholas has self-destruct to send off onto the point. There was an Earthshatter. Winghaven Joe Meister caught in it, but did not go down in the end. They have a lot of bodies on the point, and there's not much around for Liquid, so I think Complexity should be able to finish this one off. In the end, there is no one else around from Liquid, so in the dying seconds, Complexity makes the cap happen, but they're going to have 2 minutes and 20 seconds to get through this Streets phase. Winghaven soon up on the Earthshatter, and Complexity are getting their ults back into the game, but struggling for that first point push, to say the least.
It's getting close to 4 on the side of Complexity. Liquid with 3 if Minstrel can generate the last 18% he needs, which should happen with close to an amp it up pretty much. AZK looking for a Pulse Bomb opportunity. Perhaps going to hold on to it. Now he's got no reason to hold on to it for as long as the ID is so low on his Graviton, so probably going to let that one loose relatively soon here.
Oh, throwing that Pulse Bomb off was AZK. The self-destructive Nicholas picks up 3, and he will clean up on a Mezzer as well. So much damage was laid onto him, and a good push from Complexity right there. Winghaven was able to hold on to the Earthshatter as well, so Complexity finally finding their rhythm a little bit here, thanks to a big self-destruct from Nicholas. And now they still have a lot of ults to work with too. They didn't need much to make that fight happen.
No, right ult, right time. Complexity now looking pretty to take the second point. They've got an Earthshatter and a Nano they can combine in there. Torque, he's got his own Pulse Bomb. AZK not able to make that last one really pay out for Team Liquid. And Liquid, Mezzer's going to have another Earthshatter on his side. He's going to be looking to posture and get into the right angle to shut down most of Complexity here.
Winghaven taking that Earthshatter on in. There's a sound barrier, and he gets the nano boost. So tanky here as Winghaven comes in. ID, it finally gets taken out as Nicholas cleans up on that. So 2 players down for Liquid. There was a self-destruct coming through, but it didn't do anything other than zone the Complexity players for a moment, and they have bodies all over the place. There is Rafa on the cart, but he's taken care of quite easily, and Nicholas is just putting himself forward, making sure that holds off any respawners. And this should be a capped point for Complexity, as Liquid are still finding their forward spawns, and I think they actually might be able to catch a couple out here. AZK was lucky enough to get the back spawn for him, as there are a couple Liquid players caught forward though, and Nicholas is going to make him pay for it. That was Mezzer who got taken down. And now they still have some guys up. Complexity playing very aggressive to try and get some opening picks for the next fight, or just buy themselves a little more time. But with 1:30 left on the clock, Complexity trying to finish off this map.
They got 5 ultimates online, ready to jam it home here on Team Liquid. Liquid with a nano boost and a Graviton. The Graviton's really going to have to land in the right spot. Complexity firing off their own.
This Graviton self-destructs all over the place. AZK went down very early in the fight, giving them that early advantage, and now Minstrel should get taken out by Torque here. He was giving them the jukes for a little while, but Complexity are really finding their rhythm after the first point. They've just been rolling through the Streets phase, and now they have a good opportunity to cap this point off. They have an Earthshatter and Nano Boost, just about to have the sound barrier as well from Joe Meister, so they have a lot of ultimates to make this one happen. Pulse Bomb from AZK out. Shield is able to protect the Reinhardt though, make sure that he doesn't go down. Winghaven kept healthy. Here comes an Earthshatter. Mezzer's left on the ground. He was coming up on his Earthshatter too. That is a crucial kill for Complexity to find there. Getting all sorts of them on this point. There's only 2 guys up for Liquid. Make that 0. as Complexity finishes it off with 28 seconds left in the bank. And even though they struggled on the first point there, David, they really found their game into the later stages of the map.
It seems like Nicholas' self-destruct not only dampened the spirits of Liquid, but really picked Complexity up, and they're able to get ahead in the economy, keep it ahead from that point forward. The whole team really starting to kind of synergize the way that we've seen them do it in the past, and Liquid falling a little bit apart under the pressure, but I'm going to see Liquid's attempted offense soon here. If they can get a faster first cap, that's going to make the biggest difference. Right now, they're definitely looking for as much of a time gap as they can create, but for Complexity, the streets phase, I feel like, is they're going to really be able to bring it to Liquid there if Liquid doesn't roll in with a lot of momentum.
Yeah, it's going to be key for Complexity, I think, too, to at least cement themselves a pretty solid first point defense. I mean, of course, they'd love to do a full hold. I don't think that'll happen, but even just to take off a nice chunk of time in the first phase and limit Liquid in the streets, but we'll see as they get set up. Pretty standard for Complexity. And they have Torque on the Soldier, who will just be sitting up top inside of the cafe alongside his good friend Shake. Just as they both sit on the high ground there. And as far as what Liquid brings to the table on the offense, AZK looking as though he wants to stay on Tracer, and he was doing pretty good for Liquid off the start, especially that first point between the pulse bombs and just cleaning up on kills. He was a menace to Complexity, but wasn't as effective throughout the streets and the final point, but Complexity seeming to not even really get a good chance to fight throughout, I mean, the streets or the last point. Complexity was just rolling through. But here we go. As that biotic grenade off the start is going to give a little chunk of
10%.
10%.
So
Hey, every little bit counts.
You'd think there'd be a defense matrix or a shield up or something. It's happened so many times.
Yeah, apparently no one's caught on yet, or they don't care.
A lot of teams do it. It's not just Complexity.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's a common trend these days. Now Liquid starting to work in as they are going to both Reinhardts charging straight into each other out of the gate. ID is quite charged up off the bat here, just dealing damage, but Mezzer the first to fall as Complexity has the one-player advantage, and there's not really much Liquid can do here with their Reinhardt down. Rafa will fall as well, so it's definitely reset time for them. And just get all of their players back to take another fight in just a moment, but already there will be nano boost coming up probably in the middle of this next fight.
Yeah, probably on both sides as well. Bigger question to me is whether ID or Harblu is going to get their Graviton out quicker. Winghaven's certainly ahead of Mezzer, but Mezzer just making up a lot of it right there.
Oh, Torque getting slept actually on top in the cafe there, and here we go. Mezzer gets the nano boost, gets put to sleep himself, and has a biotic on him, so he's pretty easy pickings. Finally, Torque is able to secure the kill, but Liquid started things off, and they got a couple kills for themselves, and they have 3 now in total. Complexity is not going to have too much around on this point to really keep themselves in it, and I think Liquid is going to be able to take it right here as they just plowed through Complexity. They didn't have a chance. And I think one of the big things was Torque getting slept off the beginning of that fight, and he couldn't even dish out any damage. Liquid, very good start to their offense coming out here.
Yeah, and Liquid also able to find a pick on, or an opening on Winghaven pretty early. Going into the rest of the fight, Complexity down a Reinhardt is pretty much a losing proposition. Liquid starting to move into the streets phase here. They are, let's call it 5 ultimates online. Meanwhile, Complexity, they've got 5 of their own, just a few percentage points for Torque and Nicholas. Somebody's going to want to take control of the aggression here very quickly.
Graviton comes out from Complexity, but there's not a whole lot of follow-up. And Torque, in the end, does take down Mezzer. Here we go, Torque with the tack visor finds 2 for the Complexity side, and he wants a little bit more as he gets aggressive to hang. Gets finished off by Winghaven, and ID narrowly escaping back to spawn there. So the ultimates Complexity using worked out. I think 3 in total for them, the Graviton, Sound Barrier, and tack visor.
Yeah, it's 3 for 1, though, in that situation. That's a strategic win for Liquid. They're already 2 minutes up on the first point. They've got plenty of time in order to push through the streets phase. If they can keep the ultimate economy in their favor after bleeding that much, it's going to be a walk straight into point 2.
I think so many ults up for Liquid right now. Pulse Bomb from AZK. Doesn't get anything, really, but he is harassing the hell out of these supports in the backline. Shake is really taking a lot of damage, and now Liquid with the big opening as they get 3 kills, and easy peasy for them. They used about 5 of their ultimates to do so, or 4 of them, but they still made it happen, and they will move that card on forward. Complexity having to go for the reset. Winghaven and Shake will have their ultimates for the next fight, though.
So far, Shake defending himself successfully from AZK. At least twice that I saw grabbing, just a little quick biotic and then hitting those sleep darts is a pretty intimidating situation for AZK. AZK not going down to his credit. Earth Shatter landing on Joe Meister in the back line.
Oh, but there will be no cleanup from Mezer as Ana was there just shoving a biotic onto him and finished off quite quickly with some nice coordinated focus fire from the rest of the Complexity players. But Liquid are finding kills. It doesn't matter. Winghaven was taken down. He's had a tough time staying alive. AZK is just going to town here, cleaning up players left and right. He might even be able to find Joe Meister at that. Does have Nicholas to back his Lucio up, but AZK has done a good job thus far harassing the backline and getting the kills. And now Complexity looking to re-engage here. Winghaven put to sleep, though. This guy is having a tough time in this match so far. Liquid are just all over Complexity here. There's a Graviton out from Hardblue, and the only kill they were able to get with it was Minstrel. That's it. Absolutely nothing. You're probably better off just saving it for the next fight, and Liquid are cruising at the moment, 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Has a really strange set of angles to engage from. Winghaven is going to go down again to Team Liquid. Liquid, Mezer, on that second point there, he got an Earth Shatter. He picked up 2 out of return for it. Both Shake and Joe Meister going down. He had just enough follow-up there to get those 2, which really opened up the push for Liquid all the way in. Liquid right now, they got 4 ultimates online. Complexity with none. However, Nicholas' self-destruct might be enough if he's able to find the right angle at the right time, but it might not be. ID throwing down a Graviton. Doesn't look like a whole lot of returns going to come out of it. Joe Meister just getting away.
And not a whole lot off of that, but they end up cleaning up. I'm not even sure how Winghaven continues to go down here, but it seems like every time I look at the kill feed, he's continuing to die, and he has an Earth Shatter. He was very crucial to this next fight. Mezer gets a big Earth Shatter himself, and he should be able to clean up a lot of these players. Hardblue went down. Earth Shatter comes out from Winghaven. I'm not sure if he finds a whole lot with that. Nicholas did get a self-destruct off. Complexity hanging on here as Winghaven takes down Mezer. Pulse bomb out from AZK. Finishes off Winghaven, so they are going at it. Liquid looking to finish off their offense right here, right now. Shake is so hurt in the back. AZK really wants to clean that kill. Shake gets his biotic grenade off just in time as they are going at it. Finally takes him down. It took a while, but he did kill Shake. It doesn't matter. Complexity has players around on the point to hold.
I felt so bad for AZK. I've lived that life. You keep barely killing him, then a bubble lands, and you just want to throw your whole computer, not just your monitor, like your entire desk out the window. Team Liquid,
oh my.
You got a sound barrier on their side and a nano boost to try and push it home with 1 minute and 45 seconds left. Complexity with nothing on their side. Torque, however, getting pretty close to primal rage.
ID is going to get the nano boost as he is now on Reaper. He should be able to tear through these guys. 2 for ID. Looking for more. ID with 4 on this fight. That should be just about it for Complexity as Liquid steamrolling through them. A big nano boost from Reaper on ID. He was able to shred everybody in his sights, though. Complexity does get one back out on the cart in time. Torque using that primal rage, able to stall it out a bit longer. Shake goes down to ID as he is forward, just waiting for these respawns. But between Winghaven and Torque, they're able to stall for a while. I don't think Complexity is going to be able to hold it in the end. Really just trying to nail down some time and stall for as long as possible. And Liquid finally finishing it there with 1 minute and 1 left in the time bank. And it was good from Complexity to at least be able to stall for a while, but we will see both sides go on the offense and defense again to decide who takes this map. And this was huge for Liquid. ID getting that nano boost. Doesn't even need the Death Blossom. He'll just go through and tear people to shreds. Had an Earth Shatter to help him out, but he did some work there to help Liquid take that point.
Well, Reaper play still alive here on the Winter
Alive and
Premiere.
well. Maybe not well, but it can be brought out and be pretty effective from time to time.
When it works, it works.
Hey, that's right, man.
It works big. When it doesn't, well,
it doesn't. But, I mean, ID made it work there, and that's what counts for Liquid. That's for sure.
So a 32-second advantage for Team Liquid. Really thought they were going to be able to convert with more after the early parts of the push that we were able to see, and how much of an ultimate advantage. Some of them wasted at some pretty critical times from what I was able to tell. But so far, Liquid overall stronger than Complexity. Complexity was certainly scrapping to even get their push completed, scrapping to keep Liquid from pushing it in even faster time. So right now, I'd say Complexity is the one who's trying to punch from the ropes, and Liquid should feel relatively comfortable. All they have to do is basically what they did last time, and they'll be able to win this.
They have a minute to make something happen. Complexity, you want to take a fight very quick here if you can, because well, you don't have a whole lot of time. And if it fails, you want to give yourself a second shot at a push if possible, but here we go.
Just rip off the Band-Aid.
That's right, just go for it, boys. Just go for it, and they're starting to posture, work their way in. A big hook from Harblu off the start. I don't even know how that connected, but that is going to open this point up for Complexity to make things happen. Oh no, Winghaven goes down to AZK though. That is not good news for Complexity. I mean, they trade 1 for 1, so they are very much still in this fight, but with 20 seconds left, they're trying to just wait as long as possible to get their Reinhardt back before they go in. 15 seconds though, it's gotta happen quick.
Rafa just getting back into his mech. Thought that was going to be a self-destruct, but nope. Dahang pretty close to a nano boost here as Complexity starting to pour it on. They've got 3 seconds left, and it's going to go into overtime.
Oh no, Harblu gets a biotic grenade on himself. Not the best of positioning, separated himself from his team. It was a good idea in theory, but here we go. The fight to keep Complexity in it as AZK and Mezzer are able to take down Winghaven, and Shake It is all Liquid on this first point on the defense. Complexity getting shut down, and it will be Liquid who will have an opportunity to take this map against Complexity. 1:32 for them to cap the first point. Very, very doable. If they're able to do so, it will be a 1-0 map lead for Liquid, as they've looked very good so far here. Let's see.
Coming out, they've got it 1:32. I'm a little bit distracted by this replay.
Yeah, look at me.
There it is. That's the shatter I thought that they were going to capture in this. Right there to clean it all up. So 1:32, that's effectively 3 offenses compared to 2 that Complexity really would have been able to have. Complexity really looked like they were going to be able to take that home with an early pick on Dahang, but not able to pay out.
Yeah, that was such a good hook that came through from Harb, and just couldn't. I mean, losing Winghaven right after that was huge, and we're unable to get the first point. And Liquid with a very good opportunity here. So far, they have ID on the Mei. They're going to keep AZK on that Tracer, it seems anyway.
He's been doing work on it.
Oh yeah, he's been very effective.
Long.
Yeah, he's been very, very effective for Liquid. So
ID on Mei, huh? We'll see if that stays.
Something wacky.
It's a pretty constrained area. I mean, you can divide a point in half and get a lot out of that, or in some cases boost yourself onto the second floor. And I can theorycraft about it quite a bit. Let's see if Team Liquid is able to make it work for their side and exactly what their plan to use it is here on the first point. 1:15 seconds, 15 seconds already out, looking for the ice wall. Winghaven's going to be exposed.
They are going to have that ice wall down. Weren't able to convert off of anything. A minute left for Liquid. AZK's wrapped his way around in the alley, seeing maybe if he can harass a couple of people in the back line. Torque is just sitting on top of Cafe on the balcony, getting the damage down onto the barrier. ID looking to wall some players off, though. They do have Winghaven possibly ready for the pickings here, as ID's trying to get the freeze. Couldn't quite find it. Still no players down in this fight. Torque is quite hurt at the moment. Shake is going to fall for Complexity, and that is not the time you want to lose an Ana in a fight. They've traded 2 for 2, though. It is a 4v4, and there will be a nano boost put on to Minstrel, actually, on the side of Liquid, the boostio. But Liquid have found themselves kills, and they're all over this point. Someone from Complexity's got to get back, where Liquid will be taking it. Harblu trying to put himself onto it, not going to make it there in time. AZK with the pulse bomb is going to do a lot of damage, but he does get healed up in time. Winghaven, he's on the point, trying to stall for as long as possible. Sound barrier out from Liquid, giving themselves a little bit of extra gusto here, and it seems as though it is all Liquid. They have plowed through Complexity, taken all those kills, and that will be map number 1 going to Team Liquid.
Team Liquid able to take it here. cleanly in the
Very
end
clean.
over Complexity, and the first point was kind of the big difference maker here. That's where they had their hold on the first defense. The streets phase went very quickly for both teams, but that first point was the difference maker on this map.
Yeah, the first point was definitely the biggest thing. Complexity had a really tough time getting through on their offense, and I mean, eventually the streets in the last point much cleaner for them, but still, first point was a struggle, and I'm surprised not to see any Sombra at all for Complexity. I don't know if they just, with Winghaven, they're not as comfortable running the strategy, or they just wanted to try and get away from that. They thought maybe Liquid had some answers to it, but surprising, to say the least, to not see any Sombra at all from Complexity.
I don't know if Sombra would have solved any of the problems I was seeing on that for Complexity. It's just fight after fight after fight. Liquid was able to isolate, find Winghaven, take him down very, very early. Part of the reason Complexity he was able to mount almost a successful defense there was that Winghaven was kept alive twice, 3 times, maybe even 4 times longer than he had been in previous fights, and it ended up being a very costly trade for Liquid. Well, a little bit less costly than I would have thought, but Liquid able to keep it together, and they're putting probably some of the best games we've seen them play here in the Winter Premiere together. I'm very curious what Complexity is going to pick for their second map. We've heard Gibraltar a number of times from them, so that wouldn't be surprising.
That's what I would think.
Might be. We'll take another look at Liquid's final hold there as they're able to take map number 1 over Complexity. Well done.
Time and time again, AZK was so effective in this map, able to harass these supports in the back, and even in that situation, if he weren't to get a kill on the Shake, he's still preventing Shake from healing all of the players, and he just did such a good job of harassing and Shake and you know, both supports really. And that alone is very effective.
And Shake was doing a great job repelling AZK almost every fight except for that last one. And that's not Shake's fault. There's way too much going on, and he's caught in an absolutely awful corner, getting tag teamed as well. And AZK just wiped him up that time, and I just kind of sat back. I was like, it doesn't have to work every time. It just has to work at the right time. And AZK getting that conversion basically sealed the deal if it wasn't already converted completely for Liquid.
So map number 2 will be King's Row rather than Gibraltar, but still sticking with the payload situation here. And that's what Complexity wants to take map number 2 too. And how do you feel about? We talked about it a little bit. How do you feel about Winghaven right now? Because he's this new player on the roster. How is he fitting in? What is he bringing?
Right now, I see him dying a lot. That's a big thing. He seems to be going down quite a bit. Now, I'm not saying that's directly Winghaven's fault. There's, you know, you need a team around you, and that's, you know, that could be a few different reasons as to why he's going down. Maybe not enough protection, or just maybe not synergizing enough to keep him alive up, you know, all the time. That's
if your Reinhardt operates at a different pace from the rest of your team, perhaps playing a little bit too aggressively for how your team plays, but not objectively, or too slowly, then certainly a lot of problems can appear from that kind of scenario. With Winghaven in particular, I really want to go back and look at those matches or those fights in kind of a slower motion, and really look at all the little details of what he's seeing, what Liquid's seeing, and exactly why he's being caught out at the time. Because in full speed here while we're casting, it's hard to catch some of those little details, but I'm definitely curious as to what is causing Winghaven so much trouble, or rather Complexity so much trouble. It's a team game. It's hard to say it's just one of them. Maybe somebody is blocking out Shake fairly effectively, which is causing Winghaven problems. Perhaps it's Dahang. I don't know. We'll just keep an eye on it going into these next matches, because that's going to be one of the more definitive answers. If Complexity isn't able to kind of keep their Reinhardt more alive, then it's certainly just going to be another map for Liquid. But Liquid starting out here on offense on King's Row, Complexity on defense. Looks like Complexity is going to run your standard 4-tank setup. Harblue back on Roadhog, Torque playing Zarya this time around. And here comes Liquid. They're going to be running Soldier 76 and Tracer.
Yeah, the double DPS for Liquid, the 2-2-2 composition, and Liquid is going to come out of the theater and just put themselves up onto this high ground to start things off. Harblue, who is up on the high ground over there, is actually going to wrap back around and try and help his teammate, though Nicholas may end up getting caught in for that, and he will get demexed. It could be a very early pick for Liquid, as I think his original intent was to go and try and help Harblue, but ends up getting demexed for it. And still, Team Liquid in control of the high ground, though. Mezer's going to drop first. That could be an opportunity if Complexity decides to go in and focus him, though. The rest of the Liquid players coming to support the Reinhardt. Nicholas is going to be the first to fall on the side of Complexity. They trade 1-for-1, though. Both Divas are taken out of the fight, so it is a 5v5. And now maybe time for Complexity. Yes, indeed. Between Harblu and Joe Meister, they find themselves a couple. And Liquid now is going to have to regroup. Winghaven is going to join in that kill feed. But in the end, it was kind of a scattered fight from both teams, but Complexity able to hang on.
Liquid had a ton of high ground. I really would have thought Soldier 76 would get a few more picks out of that scenario, but really the whole fight just kind of going wrong for Liquid fairly early. Like you said, staggered and a little bit all over the place, although the firing angles could have come together and they found the right ones at the right time. Complexity, they've got 3 ultimates on their side, working on 4 and 5. Liquid, they've really only got a, well, it's actually a nano visor, and Mezzer, he's online with his Earth Shatter. We've seen what Mezzer can do with an Earth Shatter. That alone could clear this point out, but certainly in combination with ID and Dehang, Liquid does stand a very good chance of taking this out.
Winghaven getting put to sleep, though, as he has the Earth Shatter at the ready, too. There will be a Graviton onto the players of Liquid, and this could be time for... Actually, never mind. Liquid gets all of the kills, despite them being all caught inside of the Graviton. Harblu, it comes back with a couple of his own. I don't think it'll be enough, though, as... Actually, no, they are converting. Harblu is just doing so much work on the Roadhog, but Liquid has much more of a presence on this point. Harblu tried his best. There was an attempt, but there was not enough players from Complexity to help the poor man out, so Liquid getting through that first point, pretty good time.
They got 4 minutes left on the clock. Rafo's got a self-destruct. Minstrel working on a sound barrier. Complexity has their own sound barrier and an Earth Shatter. Want to play very forward on this. ID changing to Pharah over Soldier 76 for the Streets face.
We've seen Liquid do at MLG and even some of the events here in the Winter Premiere, some of their matches really make Pharah effective in some scenarios. But here comes a self-destruct. It'll be flying over top of the buildings. Rafa is able to get Harblu, and that will be ID just in the middle of it all, though. He's got a Biotic on himself, needs to be careful. Winghaven gets taken down, and Liquid are just going to be cruising. Nicholas has switched himself over to Fire, and AZK is just crushing on Tracer at the moment. Nicholas should be finished off quite quickly here, and it is just all Liquid at the moment, man. I don't even know what's going on with Complexity. Liquid has just got such a coordinated offense going between all of them. Good focus fire, and AZK is a monster at the moment.
If Liquid is able to convert this map too, it's going to be huge for them when it comes to the round-robin scoring. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. 2 minutes, let's call it 45 seconds left on the clock for Team Liquid. They've got a nano boost and a sound barrier moving in here to the second point, or completing the second point. Complexity with the sound barrier and nano boost of their own. And it's going to come out from Complexity on the first side, but that nano onto Nicholas, or onto ID, connecting with Nicholas. He's going to take it down, but Harblu's going to pull him out of there and make him sit down.
That's a 1-for-1 trade. At least they got the trade on it, but Liquid gets the cap. In the end, AZK is trying to hunt down Shake, and Shake is doing a good job of still defending himself, and they were able to convert the kill onto AZK in the end. Man, Shake has got some pretty good defensive skills against Tracers, I'll say that. Certainly much better than mine, but...
Shake's a phenomenal support, man.
Yeah.
I've said it in the past. I absolutely still believe it. Complexity, a whole hog and nano boost on their side. They're getting very close to a few more. Liquid, they've got 4. They just threw out a self-destruct. It's not going to convert into anything, though.
4 ultimates for Liquid, though, on this fight. There will be a nano boost used, but Nicholas is getting bodied by ID at the moment, who narrowly is missing some nasty air shots, but that is ID is just dishing out so much damage in this fight. He has a rocket barrage ready to roll here. He could.
Oh, that's not.
He went for it.
That's not the position.
No, not the time for it at all. If he could have delayed right above it for a little bit longer, it would have worked. Joe Meister with 3 kills on this point, though. Lucio finding the frags this time around. Complexity is going to be able to hold on here. And Joe Meister, hello. Don't often see Lucios do that, I'll tell you what.
Oh, who woke him up?
Yeah, someone's getting a stern talking to later for not getting a harder stagger.
Team foul. Complexity, 3 ultimates on their side. Shake 40% away from a nano boost. Liquid burned everything, and they are scraping by at the moment. 2 minutes and 25 seconds to generate, maybe bleed some of these ultimates out of Complexity, but it is going to be a tough scenario for Liquid. Complexity can absolutely hold with 2 minutes and 15 in that ult economy.
Yeah, they have definitely a good chunk of ults to work with. Hard Blue using the whole hog to push these guys back, buying a little bit of time. And they still have 3 ultimates up, and Joe Meister soon to have Sound Barrier, so and Liquid really has nothing at the moment. Here comes a Rocket Barrage. He's got the bubble on him and the Nano Boost. 2 for Nicholas, and he will just concussion himself to safety. Complexity with the hold there.
Nicholas getting slept. Doesn't matter, had a boosted barrage.
Yep.
I'm good with it.
Yeah. He's got that bubble. It's a good job from Torque, able to give him a bubble too off the start of the barrage to make sure he got at least a lot of value off the initial phase of the barrage. It's good coordination with the bubble. So here we go. Liquid trying to work back in. AZK has attack visor. At the moment, that's all Liquid has. Soon to come up on some other ults. Winghaven's very hurt, though. He needs to be careful. Using the Earth Shatter to get a lot of players on the ground. In fact, in Complexity are still getting the kills as the attack visor was used from AZK, but to no avail. And Nicholas still doing work on Pharah. Gets a couple kills for himself, and the rest of Complexity chiming in for kills, and Liquid halted once again. 55 seconds on the clock for them.
Cult economy starting to tip back into Liquid's favor, perhaps not as much as they would have needed in this amount of time. ID switching to Reaper. Let's see if Liquid can make that payout. They do have a Nano Boost for Dehang.
Oh, now the Graviton from Complexity. Is the follow-up there? Yes, indeed it is. Complexity managing their ultimate so well right now. And they are really stopping Liquid in their tracks.
So much return for every single one of them so far, for the most part. Liquid with 3 ultimates on their side. Like I said before, they've got the Nano Boost for ID probably here in this final fight, and Mezzer with an Earth Shatter. Liquid might just be able to keep this alive into the 3rd point.
They do have the ults to do so. Let's see what Nicholas maybe can do with this barrage. He's getting the damage out, eventually put to sleep, and now Earth Shattered. 1-for-1 trade as Hard Blue got taken out by ID, and now ID getting the Nano Boost. We saw him do it on King's Row. Just blowing through people. This time there's not many around for him to kill.
Waited it out, using the range against him.
Yeah, and he couldn't get anything with it. A good job from Complexity to position themselves, but it is overtime, so Complexity looking to take another fight right here. Still really no ultimates. Actually, they're just coming up on a couple right now. Heart Blue goes down, though. He had a whole hog to work with now. ID using the Death Blossom to take out Joe Meister, and things are not looking good for Complexity as Liquid are finding the kills. The Graviton was placed on top of the cart, and there we go. Liquid are able to finally get it in overtime, but they got all 3 points.
That went back and forth so many times. It looked incredibly likely that Liquid was going to cap it all the way, and then it looked like very unlikely that they were going to cap it, and somehow sneaking in there at the end. Even though Complexity put up a very valiant defense there on the 3rd point.
That was a very, very solid defense. As you were saying, they found a lot of value with those ults. I mean, whether it be Graviton or what have you, they were making it happen. So that was a good defense from Complexity for sure.
Oh,
so,
there we go. Hard Blue looked like he was disconnected for a second.
I know.
Coming back just in time. We would have paused it either way, but okay, now it's going to be Complexity's turn on offense. Again, Liquid capped it all the way. They don't have any time left, but that was a very strong performance in general. I mean, aside from a little bit of the delay and mismanagement of their ultimate economy going into the 3rd point there, they really put up a great first point, a great street phase, and obviously finished it out. But Complexity's 3rd point defense was really the story of that last round to me. Let's see here. Looks like they might actually break out Sombra again.
Well, they're showing it.
Maybe they're just teasing us.
I mean, this is a good
fall
map.
for this every time.
I believe this one, though.
I think everybody falls for this every time.
Yeah, and we're not the only
Unless it's Mickey. If Mickey's doing it, nobody believes Mickey anymore, man. You overplayed your hand.
Yeah, we caught on now. The gig is up, but I mean, Torque, I would suspect this Sombra pick to stick, though, because this is a map they really like to run it on. And they have the health pack to do so. Inside of the theater, you have that big pack. They can build it so quick, like 20, 30 seconds, man, and that thing is up.
Yeah, and Liquid is fairly unlikely to counter-hack it like FaZe did.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's a huge concern, and they will be running it Complexity here. Torque back on Sombra, but will Liquid give them the space we've seen before that kind of spreading out and minimizing the impact of that EMP can really pay out, especially if you're keeping your supports out of it primarily. Ana, she can just get so much healing out there to counteract it, but Torque already at 53%.
He's getting some good damage off there to build up some of the ult charge, and now they just need really the tanks to take some damage, pick up a couple of those health packs inside theater, and they got it. But they're already working back in as Torque is...
I don't think I've seen it take this long for Torque so far in the Winter Premiere at all, at least in the group stage. Almost a minute to get this one. A lot of times we're usually
you see him up in 30 seconds.
Looking on in awe at 30 seconds, yeah.
Here we go, EMP out from Torque, and they are able to rinse Mezzer right there. Big hook from Hard Blue to take down Dahang. They did convert a kill onto Shake. Liquid did, but still, Complexity are all over this point. AZK, Minstrel, all going down to Nicholas. And Complexity with a good EMP push right there to take this first point. And that was well done. Took a little bit longer to get that EMP up. Still very quick, though, nonetheless.
Whatever, man. It still was crushing. Paid out with Mezzer and Dahang back-to-back. If you got to pick two people, Reinhardt and Ana are certainly up there in the list, especially when one of them is Mezzer.
Yeah. Really,
any questions there about EMP? Certainly answered. It had a huge effect. Torque can definitely play it in ways that people don't expect, so I think we can put that whole question line to rest as they move here to the streets phase. Maybe open another one if they're going to run it all the way through the streets. But we've seen them do it in the past, and it worked. Why stop now? Right now, Winghaven, Earthshatter, Nicholas with the self-destruct. If they compare those together, that's going to be big.
There's going to be a wall down self-destruct. Winghaven's caught in at the moment. He has a bubble, though, and a self-destruct in the back. Shake and Joe Meister, the supports of Complexity, picking up some frags here for the boys in red. And right now it is going to be, it's going to be a lot of kills, actually, for Complexity. Dahang, Minstrel, Rafa, all down, and they make the offense pushes work right now. And they didn't even use EMP right there. They didn't have it, and they're soon coming up on it. And whatever ults Liquid had, they used in that fight, and they have pretty much nothing now.
The economy is certainly in Complexity's favor moving through the streets phase. A little bit of a similarity from last offense that we've seen. 3 ultimates now for the side of Complexity as Torque looking for another EMP and he's going to let it loose.
EMP is going to go out. Mezzer destroyed yet again as Nicholas and company focus him down. Dahang is going to be caught inside the alley, and all they need to do is just hunt him down. There it is. Hard Blue getting the final blow onto him, and Minstrel on the card is quite hurt at the moment. So it is all Complexity on this fight. They're blowing through Liquid, as they should be able to easily cap this second point, secure it, and their offense is rolling full steam ahead. They will have a lot of time to work on in this last point, 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Rafa changing over to Zarya there. Complexity not getting the return out of 3 ultimates that I necessarily say that they should, or at least I should say that it costs them too much to get that second point there, but they do have an Earthshatter for Winghaven. Hard Blue is working on a Graviton and Torque, already nearing another EMP.
This is crazy. Winghaven going in for the Earthshatter. There is a Blizzard down on the Complexity players, but Winghaven taking out Mezzer. There is a Pulse Bomb from AZK that will convert onto 2. Both supports out from Complexity, and AZK even gets the cleanup onto Winghaven. So AZK able to help Liquid hold on right there, getting 3 very big kills. And they will be able to hold on for now, but those ults are coming online for Complexity.
Shake recovering his ultimate fairly quickly as well for the situation that they're in right now. 3 minutes and just over 30 seconds for Complexity as they push into this final point. They are looking very, very good to crush Liquid's time. 3 ultimates, almost 4 on their side, and the Hard Blues, Graviton's going to come out, landing right in the middle of them. Winghaven picking up 2.
It's going to be the EMP Graviton combo. Winghaven with 2, and the rest of Complexity combining to get all these kills. Shake and Nicholas doing work for the boys there, and now Liquid are in a bit of trouble. A few ults coming up for them, but still.
Shake still holding on to a Tranquility. That can completely negate Mezer's Earth Shatter as long as the Biotic doesn't land in the right place. So as long as Shay can stay out of that, he might be able to save this final push. But Eric's going to come out a little bit early, probably.
Yeah, there is going to be an Earth Shatter. It's still like only Nicholas really got caught inside of that, though. Does get charged all the way across. He'll be able to get himself out alive at least. There is going to be a hack down onto Mezer as well, so he should be able to clean up on that kill. He is so hurt. Liquid, though, got a lot of kills in the process. 3-4 guys down for Complexity, so they're holding on. Torque is almost up on another EMP, though.
Mezer's Earth Shatter only on D.Va. Tranquility coming out for Complexity wasn't the biggest loss in that situation. I mean, either way, the Earth Shatter was still down. Shake actually switching over to Ana in the meantime for this final point. Torque starting to look for another EMP already.
He's got it just about up, 90, 93 and counting on the percentage. Joe Meister with a Sound Barrier, Winghaven with Earth Shatter. This could be the finishing fight for Complexity, but Minstrel has got himself a little Sound Barrier, EMP out. A lot of guys are going to get caught in it too. Mezer taken down by Winghaven. That was a good EMP. The Sound Barrier coming out in just the nick of time for Liquid, but still they are down a lot of players. ID was only able to get Joe Meister as he actually made the switch to Junkrat. Complexity getting the kills though, and they will finish off the payload. A minute and 39 left in that time bank, so they will have an opportunity to take first point. That's all they need to do, and they will tie the series up at 1-1.
Minute and 40 to take the first point. Certainly doable, especially if they played like they did last time around, but it's also completely possible for Liquid to hold. We've seen Liquid on some pretty good defenses so far. I don't know if that third point was really reflecting of how well they can do on defense. But Torque, man, just back-to-back-to-back huge EMPs.
Yeah, the EMP was coming in massively for Complexity right there. He did a good job of building them pretty quickly throughout the entirety of the game and helped Complexity to getting that payload in pretty decent time. So Complexity, a minute and 39 left on that time bank. We'll see if they run Sombra again, because they could get a couple of fights with an EMP if they build it quick enough.
A lot of people like to debate Sombra back and forth. I mean, I was even saying that Complexity doesn't necessarily need to run it, but it certainly works well when they do so far today.
It has worked very, very well for them on the offense there. But so far, they're not showing the Sombra. They have... they're not showing it yet, so I don't think they will either.
Change things up.
Yeah, they're just going to go for the quad tank. Go with something with Old Reliable and see if that one works out. They should take a fight somewhat quickly if they can, because they could get 2 solid fights out of this. But
in this scenario, though, with a minute and 40 or so, I really would agree with bringing Sombra again. The EMP so quick, so early is huge. And he might be able to even get 2 with how Torque plays. But Complexity taking the high ground, they're going to pull a little bit of a reversal on Liquid, as Liquid now on the low ground trying to defend away from Complexity. AZK doing a little bit of dancing here on Tracer, trying to keep his harass alive and also look for the right angles.
ID is on May as well. The charge in from both Reinhardts. Actually, Mezer taken out right off the start of this fight. The opening picks going away of Complexity. Could they send this to a third and final map? It's looking good so far, but they need to continue what they started off with here, and they are getting it all, really. They've cemented themselves on the point, though. Minstrel there is doing a good job of stalling as long as he can to prevent some of the cap to happen, but there's no one really left around from Liquid. It's just AZK trying to stall as long as he possibly can, and now Respawn's coming in from Liquid. They're just trickling, though, and they're never going to be able to hold this point. Continuing to do that, it is Complexity all over it, and with 17 seconds left, they will send this to a third and final map, continuing their trend of playing quite well on King's Row, that's for sure.
We will go to game 3 very, very quickly here as Complexity bounces back. It was that first point once again here that was the difference maker between these two teams.
Yeah, it's surprising they didn't decide to run Sombra again during their final pushes, but whatever. It worked for them. They got the opening picks, taking out Mezer, and then from there it just snowballed for Complexity. But it was good to see them bring out the Sombra again, something they're known for doing. Worked very well on their offense. Depending on what our third and final map is, I'd love to see them keep that going into the next map, because it seemed to work quite well for them, and Liquid didn't really have that good of an answer to it.
Well, it'd be interesting to see if they are able to find an answer. Like you said, if they could find an answer to the Sombra. One thing that we saw them doing that we hadn't been seeing teams doing is switching to Reaper on ID, especially on the offense. That was one thing we saw out of Liquid quite a bit that was very effective on both map 1 and map 2.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, if you have a nano boost, yeah, the Reaper doesn't even need to have Death Blossom. Like, if you just give that to ID and he's in a good position, he can destroy the tanks that are out there. And we've seen teams do that, like Envious switching to a Reaper when they have nano boost sometimes, just to get some good effectiveness out of the nano boost. So it's a good strategy from Liquid. It paid off a few times for them to really shred through those tanks, and I think we'll see a little bit more of that out of Liquid as well.
It's not a bad way to get a Death Blossom.
Yeah, I mean, I build up quite a lot just from shredding through guys like that. So it works. I would suspect to see more of it.
We'll take another look at Hardblue as he's able to secure the win here for Complexity. They tie it up at a game apiece, and we go to game 3.
Yeah, Hardblue continuing to do what he does best on Roadhog. Able to get the nice right click there, which started off, like I said, getting that pick onto Mezzer. And then from there, it was just snowballing, really. Mezzer is one of the backbones of Liquid, and he got himself out of position just a bit on that last fight, and Complexity punished him for it. And they were able to get the cap, and as you said, we're going to map number 3.
And map number 3 will be Nepal, which by my notes does not look like Complexity has played. So Liquid going to throw a new one at them. Obviously, they've played it before, but they have not played it here at the Overwatch Winter Premiere. So, you know, thoughts about this one. We've seen one map go one direction, another map go the other direction. Who's taking map number 3? Who's taking the match?
It's good. It's a good pick for Liquid for sure. I mean, this is Nepal's a team or a map that they've beaten teams like NRG on for whatever that's worth, and then. You know, I think it's a pretty strong map for Liquid, so I mean, I like the pick in general. I'm not sure if it's Complexity's favorite map to play, so I like the pick for Liquid. I think they have a good opportunity to take this match right here, and I'm a bit afraid for Winghaven and their protection of Winghaven, Complexity's protection of Winghaven on a control point map, because they've been struggling on payload. I don't know if they're really going to be able to do any better on control.
What do you?
I'm actually going to interrupt you.
Go for it.
Real quick. I'm going to let you finish. But first, I got to say that I actually believe that Complexity has the favor on Nepal in particular. When you're in, say, for example, Sanctum, it's kind of a Hog Blue heaven there on the side. He can get maximum impact from there. Torque being allowed to play Tracer on a number of these maps. Nicholas breaking out May for Village in particular, or Village as well. I just see this playing far more into the strengths of Complexity than Liquid overall, but Liquid, I don't know if I would necessarily say that they have a map that is one of their preferred or a map that they're necessarily bad at. They're just sort of, they are who they are, and they play relatively the same no matter what lineup or no matter what map that they're playing at the time. But today, they're certainly playing better than they've played over the past week. But right now, especially after that last map, I think Complexity is going to be able to put this together and convert it into a 2-1.
I think on that same note, AZK, though, I mean, you mentioned Tracer play. AZK is also doing quite well on Tracer at the moment. There's some good maps that he can go off on. But, I mean, Nepal actually is a map. I think I misspoke earlier. I mean, Complexity has had some pretty good success on Nepal as well. So I think they could take this very much so as well. But Liquid, I think we'll end up taking this one. You said Complexity 2-1. Yes, you think you thought they were going to take that one. I'll counter it and just say Liquid because, well, why not? But I do think that they can take this one. I think they're playing pretty well. It's either way. I think it's going to be a close game regardless. As we saw, it was pretty tight. Kings Row for the most part, but here we go. Nepal for the third and final map. It is a best-of-5 in this control point series. Not a best-of-3, so here we go. AZK, as you would expect, is going to be sticking on Tracer. He's been doing very, very well on that today, and Torque will be playing Tracer for Complexity. So we'll see a little Tracer action on both sides. And it will be Nicholas on May as well. ID not electing to play May on this point, which is actually a very good point to play May on. Mezzer's getting pressured quite hard by Torque out of the gate here, and Shake is the first to fall in the fight. Liquid with that opening pick. A good wall from Nicholas, though, to keep the Reinhardt in. Mezzer is taken care of by Winghaven and company, and now Liquid starting to file onto the point. as there are kills going back and forth, but Liquid are cementing themselves on it in the end between AZK and ID. They're able to blow through Complexity, and Liquid strikes first here as they get the point.
Well, it may turn out that you are right. I thought he was going to get a little bit more impact out of Nicholas's May there on that first engage, but I mean, either way, the economy is looking pretty great for Complexity. They've got an Earth Shatter already. Oh, looks like I saw that 6 backwards. I thought Nicholas was very, very close to a Blizzard. He isn't, but a Pulse Bomb coming out of AZK is not going to convert into anything.
Won't find anything off that. A good wall from Nicholas that time. Complexity actually got the point back, and there's going to be a big Biotic Grenade, a huge Earth Shatter out from Winghaven as he finds 3. There we go. Something for the Complexity fans to cheer about as Winghaven converting off of a big Earth Shatter, and Torque is there to clean up on the rest. Complexity with a quick conversion on the point, and they will at least tie the percentage and some of Liquid, and taking good high ground control here as well for the next fight.
Yeah, now they do have that Blizzard almost online, along with a Sound Barrier and Nano Boost working its way up right now. ID, however, he's working on a Graviton, but Mezer's going to find himself isolated. He's going to go down very early in this fight. Team Liquid's just going to have to back off and cut their losses.
Yeah, they certainly should just back themselves up, though. ID and Rafa are still in. They use the Graviton here. There's going to be a self-destruct right in the middle of them. What will it find? Nothing. That wall or the barrier from Winghaven was up just in time to keep his team alive, but AZK is here on the point. He is causing havoc amongst the Complexity ranks. Mezer and Rafa joining them, and in the end, despite losing Mezer off the start of the fight, Liquid are able to come back out, convert on the kills. I almost thought it was going to be a mistake for them to use the Graviton and go in and initiate on a fight, but it worked for them.
The self-destruct not working out as well. I mean, generally trying a self-destruct and really relying on it like that against a Zarya, a Mei, and a Reinhardt. There's just so many different things that can make that fail for you. But either way, Team Liquid able to put it together in the press, no matter what. Complexity has a Pulse Bomb on their side, and they are taking a little bit of angle here on Liquid as Torque finds 2.
The Graviton into the Pulse Bomb. Good combination from Complexity. They will flip-flop the point yet again and take it right back, ripping it out of the hands of Liquid. And we're only going to see Liquid with probably one more good fight left in them for this point at least. They do have some ultimates on the line, though. Earth Shatter and Pulse Bomb, and soon a Nano Boost.
And a self-destruct. ID's Graviton being pretty far down is the more concerning part of their economy right now. However, Complexity has nothing immediately online, pretty close to a Nano Boost on their side. They're going to have to win this very far down on ultimates, but they can come back for another assault. But here we go. Mezer actually getting isolated pretty early. May landing the Ice Wall. That Earth Shatter not paying out at all.
Got Hard Blue down in it, but I don't know if there's much to follow up. Rafa does take him down. Complexity with 2 kills right here, though. There is going to be a Nano Boost out as Winghaven is swinging away. Liquid are finding themselves a little bit in this fight, but Nicholas with a wall down to separate some of these players. Rafa is doing work here. So far, Graviton is going to come out, but there's not a whole lot of follow-up there, and Rafa is still between him and Minstrel. Look at these guys. They are just all over the point. They hold it in just enough time. They will flip-flop it, get it back.
That did not look likely to be outside the middle of that fight, I should say.
Yeah.
With Mezer going down to a Nano Boosted Winghaven very, very early, but Complexity, they've got roughly enough time for 2 offenses if they get them over with quickly. And the ultimate economies aren't too far apart.
Liquid is going to use the Nano Boost on to Mezer, and there is an Earth Shatter used from Winghaven. Will they be able to clean up? He only got to hang with it. But Mezer going down shortly after that. They've been trading back and forth. Liquid have the advantage in players, though. Rafa is just crushing bodies on the point. I mean, he's cleaning up, he's initiating the fights, he's doing it all.
He's got a self-destruct that can buy a boatload of time here in the gate. He's probably going to fire it off somewhere right in the middle of all this and really slow down Complexity. Or perhaps hold on to it a little bit more. There it goes, trying to fire it out the side. That might be a tricky situation. Not going to get it land, but AZK finds 2 in the meantime.
AZK might just seal the deal for Liquid on our first point here. Rafa, 2 for himself, both of the supports. It is just Winghaven that is in at the moment. Liquid, despite going down off the bat, come back into the fight, into the map, and they will take the first stage here. The 1-0 lead I mean, Rafa, especially in the later parts of the map, was just, I mean, all over the cleanup. All over these guys, dishing out a hell of a lot of damage, and really kept Liquid on that point for a long time. He was a big part of it, at least, for sure. 3 kills, as you can see on that replay, and we will be going to Sanctum now, and so far Complexity showing Torque still staying on that Tracer, pretty much the same setup, except Nicholas now on the D.Va.
It's a little bit concerning for me. If it goes into the Shield War phase, Liquid will certainly win with Soldier 76 going up against a Tracer to add on to that. But if Torque can find the right angles and get around and harass, he can certainly make up the difference there and kind of nullify some of the effects. But right now, both teams meeting here on the high ground. And it looks like right now an early charge actually coming out of Mezzer. Mezzer's going to fall.
Ooh, Mezzer going down to Hardblue. That is a big opening pick for Complexity, and Liquid is content to just back up after losing Mezzer like that. They know it's going to be nearly impossible to win that fight, and ID actually goes down as they were trying to retreat. But a first point will go over to Complexity to get us kicked off on this one. Liquid still running that 76, which is very good on this Sanctum stage. But just reposturing as Liquid's starting to work back in. A charge right away from Mezzer is going to take somebody into the wall. Winghaven charges back in, and they trade both Reinhardts out. So Mezzer and Winghaven both taken out of this fight, but here is Liquid. Rafa with 2, AZK to take down Shake, and that should definitely be their point in return as Joe Meister is taken out late, and they are all over it at the moment. Torque is trying to just delay, give them a couple extra percentage points as Liquid gets the point back.
Complexity is going to be coming in with 3 ultimates on their side and 3 not far behind. Liquid has 2 online, 2 in the mix, and 2 not far away after that. Right now, Complexity certainly ahead in the economy, but they don't have it. AZK going to break out a nano boost. Nano boost attack visor is not going to get a return on it. He actually picks up Torque alone, and right now trying to find another pick, but no dice.
He did so much damage to those guys in the back. That'll allow the rest of Liquid to come in and clean up on some of this damage. In fact, Mezzer and AZK both cleaning up right there, despite not really getting many kills except for one with that visor. And he made it pay off a little bit. They will continue to tick up on percentage.
Not enough for 2 ultimates, though.
Yeah,
However, to hang already back to 70, AZK up to 40 already. When you're generating them that fast, why not?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that is so quick to generate the ultimate. Winghaven gets a nano boost. Shut down by Mezzer, though, off of the Earth Shatter. And Minstrel cleans up on Winghaven. And Liquid are looking very solid on Sanctum at the moment. Complexity need to go in with ultimates soon here and make something happen. They will have a slight edge in it, especially with Hardblue coming up on that Graviton soon. But it is just about 70% for Liquid and counting, so not too many chances left for Complexity.
Yeah, but it's going to be 4 ultimates on the side of Complexity. Hardblue very close to a Graviton. Pair that with a bomb combo or an Earth Shatter. Complexity should be able to take it back this time. Whether they can hold it all the way, that's a different question.
See if they get value out of it. Winghaven completely shut down, though, and he had an Earth Shatter. That is not what you want to happen here against the Graviton. In a self-destruct into the back, Complexity are finding kills. Finally, 4 for them. And it will be Shake in the back, just keeping the team supported. They should be able to convert on this cap. Oh no, Hardblue's going to get booped off. Liquid are keeping themselves in this one. Minstrel is doing work at the moment as he takes down Shake. Now Winghaven really needs to keep this alive for Complexity. Mezzer comes back into the fight looking for the charge into the corner. Should be taken care of quite quickly. Indeed he is by Nicholas. You do have one back on the point. ID is in there, trying to keep it alive. He will use the Graviton, and there is some cleanup to be found by AZK, but Complexity has bodies on the point. AZK still over on that pillar side to high ground, doing a lot of damage and finding kills nonetheless, but now Hardblue gets that nano boost just to make sure
they already capped it back, though.
Yeah, they did cap it.
I don't
understand.
Sure why. I don't understand that one at all. I will say that was a great choice of an Earth Shatter from Winghaven. It was a very sketchy situation, but they were in overtime. They absolutely had to cap it. He was able to pick off a Lucio and guarantee a pick on D.Va before the rest of Liquid was able to come back. So it's a hard call to make sometimes, and Winghaven chose the right decision that time around. Here, another Earth Shatter coming out of Mezzer.
is only going to be able to get Nicholas up in that, but will demech him and find the kill. That's 2 opening picks for Liquid right now, and they might be able to do some work with that one. Counter Earth Shatter coming out, though, and that is going to give the opportunity to Complexity to continue to hang on to this point. There's a lot of time down for Liquid onto it, but I think Complexity has the number advantage here, and they should be able to keep control of this point, as it's only Rafa who will just go for the reset. So Complexity keeping themselves alive, and it'll be one more fight for Liquid.
Liquid's holding on to a nano boost on their side. Complexity has their own nano boost. There's a number of ultimates being generated from either side that aren't too far away. In particular, there's sound barriers. But other than that, there's nothing special going on here in the ultimate economy. You're just going to have to win this fight straight out. Liquid and Complexity both right on the ropes here. They want to take this match. They're going to have to take this map right now.
AZK, no tac visor, but will get the nano boost. Wing Haven down. It's a 1-for-1 trade right here. Shake should get finished up by AZK. No, never mind. Torque coming in to save their the Ana, and now there's going to be an Earth Shatter and a self-destruct down. Torque with 2. I think Complexity's going to be able to hang on here, as there's only 1 guy left onto the point. That was Minstrel Dehang desperately trying to get back in, but he should be taken care of quite quickly. And that should be just about it. Indeed it is. Complexity with a good comeback on that round. They tie it up right there at 1-1. I thought that was all Liquid, but well done by Complexity.
Well, in the first stage, it looked like it might be all Complexity. In the second stage, it looked like it might be all Liquid. These teams are neck and neck. The scores reflect that as they move on here into the stage 3 of Nepal. Whoever wins these, whoever puts together 3 first is going to take the entire set.
Still a lot of game left.
Definitely.
So, definitely a lot of
games. 3 left.
Yeah.
He has 3 stages.
Yep. So we still got a little bit to go. But we are tied at 1-1, so it's anybody's game. AZK and Torque still rocking the Tracers. Both teams will not give it up. The same compositions across the board from these guys. So here we go. And Liquid is going to be rushing off to the left side first. Complexity electing to just go straight to the point for the time being, and a Torque looking to maybe wrap around here, as AZK is currently doing to the Complexity side, as he's getting on to Shake at the moment, getting very, very low, and I think he already used that biotic grenade. He can't quite find the shots, though. Shake is low-hanging fruit here. AZK can't convert, finally able to do so, and that is a good opening pick for Liquid to work with, as they are finding all sorts of them at the moment. Hard Blue in the back. AZK looking to find that one. Bubble coming up just in time, but oh yeah, he's going to be a late kill as Rafa comes to the rescue. Liquid able to get the point first.
Nice press to see stagger Hard Blue there by even a little bit more time. Team Liquid already with a nano boost, an Earth Shatter, and a Pulse Bomb going to happen in this next fight. Complexity, definitely a Pulse Bomb of their own. Other than that, they're pretty far away from everything. Hard Blue looking for a Graviton very early. He's going to have to generate 30%. He is ahead of ID by just about 10%. But it's going to be important for Complexity to get that out very quickly.
Rafa nano boost. Hasn't been able to do all that much with it so far, other than cause a bit of a disturbance. Earth Shatter on the side of Liquid will put some bodies on the ground. Joe Meister amongst them. He will go down as Mezer finds 2 in this fight. A good Earth Shatter and a good cleanup overall from the Liquid side to get a team wipe and hang on to the point 50% and counting, though Complexity is going to have a lot of ults to come back into this fight with.
I think it's extremely important for Liquid to take this stage. It's obviously important for both, but I think it's more important for Liquid. Those other stages, I would generally say those are the ones that Complexity should be taking from Liquid, and this one should be Liquid's map out of all of it. But right now, Liquid putting it together, they can get this lead to 2, and then they only have to take 1 of those other maps. But right now, that Pulse Bomb, Torque, can he make it work? Does find ID.
And there was a whole lot of damage being dealt to the rest of those Liquid players, so they should find the cleanup pretty easily. Minstrel is going to delay as long as he can on top of the point, though, and he is still alive up there, I believe. Now finally getting taken down.
It's a familiar scenario. Like, wait, why are we capping? And you look up, and Lucio
there's a Lucio.
On the freaking ceiling upside down.
Yeah, they're sneaky little buggers, though, those Lucios. But, man, that Graviton off the start of the fight from Hard Blue was centimeters away from being eaten by D.Va. A very, very risky Graviton that he threw out while the defense matrix was up.
5 ultimates for Liquid, 4 for Complexity. Liquid probably looking like they should be able to take this point back right now and the map.
ID throwing down a Graviton of his own. I don't know if there's a cleanup, a self-destruct out. Rafa gets Joe Meister. AZK hunting down Nicholas, and the nano boost is given to ID. Well, he doesn't do too much with it himself, but it will be Winghaven, the last one alive for Complexity. Actually, Hardblue is a straggler in the back there, but he should be pretty easy pickings, potentially, for these guys. He does have Lucio to help him out. Joe Meister to the rescue, but no. It is Rafa there to make it happen, and now they really need to get back in Complexity, as it is overtime. Liquid with 99% on this point. That was a darn shame to lose Hardblue so late in the fight. Joe Meister and Winghaven are down. I can't imagine a world where Complexity is able to take this one. It is Torque just trying to stall as long as humanly possible, but Mezzer giving the greetings, and that will be Liquid taking that stage, putting themselves up 2-1 in our third and final map right here. Complexity just couldn't get it together. Liquid looking very strong there, so we'll see what stage we get next, but one more and Liquid will be taking it. Get a quick one, the Earth Shatter coming out from Mezzer. In the end, they're helping them to secure that point in the dying seconds. And gave Liquid the 2-1 lead. Mezzer with the greetings. And that is now back to Sanctum. It is. So this is where Complexity got their one win. It was a very tight map.
See, now this is the one that I would have expected to be closer, but still probably a little bit in the advantage of Complexity. And meanwhile, Village would have been the one I would have thought would have been Complexity hands down, but it actually kind of switched the other way around, so we'll see.
Breaking expectations.
If Liquid can make Sanctum work for them this time around and close out the whole series.
Complexity has better positioning, slightly better positioning at the moment. Torque is really getting into harass, and oh man, Liquid's got themselves backed up into a corner just a bit. But despite that, ID is just getting anybody that tries to come into this corner. He's like, this is my corner, nobody's coming in. And he defends it quite well. The rest of Liquid are there to help him out, and that should definitely be Liquid taking the point first there. As they get themselves off to a good start. Shake already having that nano boost to hang is just about to come up on it as well. And Hardblue did a really, he must have done tremendous amounts of damage because he already has a Graviton.
As Rafa getting back into the mech there to hang with a nano boost. And that Hardblue just fired off the Graviton.
That's good. I like to see that used quickly because he knows how fast he built that ultimate, and they use the nano boost as well. Mezzer comes through. Liquid are making it work. And AZK with 3 for himself as he uses the tack visor. That is, despite having the Graviton, Complexity really had nothing to go along with it and to find kills with. And Liquid holds on, much thanks to a big tack visor from AZK, but now the ultimate economy is favoring Liquid here slightly, I'd imagine. It's, oh, Pulse Bomb stuck right to AZK, and it kills Minstrel as well. 2 kills off the Pulse Bomb for Torque, and that should allow Complexity a pretty big opening to come back and finally get themselves cap on this point. ID is on it. He's melting Nicholas, but the rest of Complexity to the rescue, and ID is in trouble. Taken down, but still a good first hold for Liquid, putting 62% on the board.
Yeah, they're about 2 possessions or 2 fights away if they're able to take that back into their possession away from capping out this stage. Complexity, however, getting their first points on the board. What I guess we call it stage 4.
Yeah, it is. We'll see if Complexity can get back in, because if they don't, Liquid is going to take it. Here comes the Graviton out from the side of Liquid. Is there follow-up? Yes, 2 kills for them. It is Nicholas over on the side. He does have a self-destruct if he needs it, but it seems as though Liquid should be able to get this point back. Complexity doing a good job of just holding on to ultimates for now, at least, to give them one more shot. They might get 2 if they don't convert on their first push. But they will have some ultimates to work with to try and regain control at this point.
Probably. I'm not sure. They probably needed to let that one loose. It's kind of a debatable situation right now. Liquid with an Earth Shatter, a Nano Boost, a Sound Barrier, Complexity. Not, well, hold that thought. Here comes a Graviton.
Oh, and there's going to be a self-destruct down. Torque gets us started as he kills Dehang. So it's a 6v5 fight for Complexity, and Hardblue gets ID, so 6v4 it is now. And Complexity are looking really good. Hardblue with 3-4 for himself. Look at Hardblue go. as he helps Complexity get back onto the point. They didn't have to use a whole lot on that one either. I think they used 3 ults in total. Maybe that was the Graviton, Self-Destruct, and Earthshatter came out from Winghaven, so they still have a few to defend with as well. Both support ults among them.
We've got a Nano Visor, a Sound Barrier for Complexity, Liquid. They have their own Nano Visor and Sound Barrier. And here we go, Torque breaking out the attack, and here comes the Nano. He's going to be looking for Mezzer. That could be a nice pick to open all this up.
And now that D.Va is down, at least out of the mech, he had pretty much free reign to deal damage. He does get back into it, Rafa, and they are going to be duking it out for the point. They can't let Liquid regain control of this one or they are in trouble and will probably lose the series. So here we go, Winghaven on the point. He doesn't really have a whole lot of company with him to help him out, and it's going to be Complexity down 2 players. Winghaven, Nicholas were both down, and I think this might be all Liquid on the retake. They are here and they have some ults. It is just a couple left on the point for Complexity, but that may just seal the deal. Someone needs to get back and touch the point, and there are players on it. Nicholas is going to have to hold on for dear life right here to keep Complexity in this match. He does get demeched. Winghaven is back. There is going to be a self-destruct for Rafa, though. He has the opportunity to use that. Winghaven using Earthshatter, but there's no one there to convert on the kills. Hardblue desperately trying to get back onto the point, but there's just not enough players around for Complexity, and Team Liquid will take it. In the end, 2-1.
Day of maybe upsets so far? I'm sorry, am I stealing your line?
No, not at all. I think that the match went for quite a bit longer than I thought it would go there, as we see 2 maps will go to overtime, a Nepal that goes to round 4. These teams very, very evenly matched as they came into this. It really did feel like it could go either way down to the wire.
Yeah, it was a very, very even match overall in the end. Just Liquid edging them out just barely, slightly better on Nepal in the end there, but overall, fun match to watch. I mean, you can't deny that. So.
Sure, we'll take another look at Liquid as they make that final push on Nepal and are able to secure the win here over Complexity.
Please
very close one.
There it is. You see Messer, he was all the way over there on the high ground, and he starts his charge from the high ground, goes all the way across the point into the back line and catches Hardblue. Hardblue's chasing after somebody or getting away at that point, has no idea it's coming. You know, one of those charges that you can't even hear him start it? You're just like, where did he even come from? Yeah. Like he went through a Lucio, amp it up in the meantime, and just comes out at Mach 5.
Yeah, if I was Hardblue, I would have been incredibly salty in that scenario, to be honest. Like, I didn't even do anything wrong.
I tried not to burst out laughing as soon as I saw it, because from the angle I could see it was just comical on its own. And just thinking about Hardblue and how he must feel in that situation, because like I said, and I think all of us have lived it at least once.
Oh, yeah.
You don't even see that coming. I mean, you got a lot of people in between, but the worst part is you barely hear it coming. You hear it just in enough time to realize you're about to get charged into a wall.
Like, well,
and that had to be like a meter away from the charge just ending on its own. So that's pretty frustrating.
Poor Hardblue.
And I want us to rewind back to point number 1, where we were on Village and we saw Rafa making amazing plays on D.Va. We started with kind of an interesting Graviton surge to D.Va bomb, and then him stalling on the point by himself for forever, giving them that first point.
So much work done by Rafa throughout that entire series, particularly on the Village stage.
Yeah.
But I mean, throughout the entirety, all 3 maps, Rafa was making big plays for Liquid, and we said it at the start of the match when we were going over rosters. I mean, he's one of the biggest players for Liquid alongside of Mezzer, but again, Rafa showing he's one of the best divas, I think, at the moment. He seems like he is always just finding kills. Numerous times throughout the Village phase, he was getting like 3, 4 Ks. Of course, you have some of the other team doing damage, but Rafa a big part of that.
For sure. And then on the other side, we were talking about Winghaven all match long, and the way that he was playing. So, like, I felt like he kind of came into his own here at map number 3. We saw some excellent Earth Shatters from him. He made a big, Liquid had gotten the point at the very beginning of the map, and then it was his Earth Shatter that set up the counter pick. I felt like he was playing much better in this one, kind of like really cohesioning with the team, if I can make a verb there.
I'm going to give a flat ruling on that. You cannot make a verb out of that.
Not a word.
Collusioning? Yeah. You know what I mean, right?
Collusioning.
Collusioning? That's a different
Just
thing.
keep going with it, Bush.
Sure, why not?
All right, so, man, what was your question again? You're throwing me off.
Winghaven. Fitting into Complexity's lineup.
A little more
you feel?
overtime.
Yeah, so that Earth Shatter you were talking about in particular, that was huge. That possibly was what allowed them to even take that point at all, because the rest of Liquid was going to be showing up thereafter. I'm not necessarily sure I'm willing to say that Winghaven was an improvement over JKW at all. I'm not completely willing to say that JKW would have done better. I think some of that is he's going head-to-head with Mezzer, who we've talked about as a pretty great Reinhardt overall. I've talked to a few pros, and they say that Nami and Mezzer in the Winter Premiere are two Reinhardts that are very tough for them to go against. So perhaps that's exposing a little bit of it, plus the synergizing, and I think he might still be in Spain, so maybe a little bit of ping issues.
Sure.
I mean, I could guess about what exactly was going wrong there all day, but I wouldn't necessarily say that he really started putting it together near the end. But again, I don't know if it's entirely his fault or not. I do intend to go back and look at that tonight and really see how I feel about what was going wrong there for Complexity.
I think as the match went on, he started to find his groove a little bit more in all Complexity. We're playing a little bit better around him as time went on. Because at first, I mean, when we were on Hollywood, it was just, I mean, it seemed like every time I looked at the kill feed, it was Winghaven down and hadn't really gotten a kill in any instance. You know, like you said, whether it was better than JKW, I don't think we can say that yet. But, you know, between ping and just him trying to gel with the team in general, this is one of the first times he's really played with Complexity. So it'll take time either way if they want to keep Winghaven in this lineup. It's tough either way. He's put into a tough spot. But it got a little bit better as time went on. We'll have to see throughout the week if they keep Winghaven here, how he does and how he starts to gel with Complexity.
We will see that as Complexity moves forward. But before that, Rafa, we were talking about him a second ago, and we've got him on the line here, one of our favorite Diva players. Rafa, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling pretty good. Definitely needed a good couple of wins here after our rough start into this stage of the tournament. And winning our last two matches really sets us up to potentially make it towards the playoff section, which is what our goal is. And we're looking to hopefully repeat that tonight when we play Citizen 7. So
awesome. So take me through your team's mentality coming up against Complexity. What were you guys thinking? What were you having to do? What were the keys to victory for you guys?
I think preparation for this match specifically was really difficult because of the looming potential for the PTR patch to hit today. So nobody really knew whether we should be practicing on PTR or playing on live. And then we're hearing, okay, well, they are going to release it today, so we should definitely be practicing on PTR. Then that doesn't happen. So, then we have to revert to different strategies. But thankfully, we prepared really well. We came up with multiple defenses to try to shut out what they do. We were kind of successful on King's Row a little bit, but still, if you execute the Sombra correctly, it's very, very difficult to stop. It's very snowbally if you utilize her ult correctly, because it's practically a free kill on the enemy Rhine and then whatever tank was next to him. So you may not even need to use any other ults for the fight. You just Sombra ult, you kill them, and then you just walk behind your Rhine and you easily win. And then everybody else is building ults, and it's really hard to stop.
Sure, yeah, the Complexity very, very good at doing that. But moving forward, you got the win here. Citizen 7's coming up later today. How are you guys feeling about them? What are your thoughts about that matchup with Citizen 7?
We know that they've struggled as well, in the beginning. So we're hoping that they don't turn it around like we have. We're just going to go into it really focused. We have a decent game plan set. And, yeah, I'm just hoping that we all play really well. I'm really happy with how well we communicated today and played with each other so far. Really listening well to comms, so if that keeps up, then things are looking up.
Fantastic. And before I let you go, you got any shout-outs to your fans or viewers or friends?
Nothing special. I just really appreciate everybody that follows us, Team Liquid, and all of our sponsors. I know I'm not wearing the shirt right now, but big shout-outs to them all. Yeah, nothing special. Thanks for running this tournament.
Absolutely.
Really appreciate being a part of it.
Thank you for playing. It's good to see you guys. Thanks so much for calling.
Yeah, man.
Talk to you later. Alrighty. That is Rafa, who called in from their win from Liquid. It's great to hear from him. Cool guy.
Yeah, he's good. He's super chill. It's a lot of fun to actually listen to some of his insight there.
I think we're just chuckling about him. You making it sound like he just called in.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, hi. How's it going? Yeah. Let's talk about that last game.
That's what the producers in the back like, hey, Rafa's on the phone, guys. You should, okay, I'll talk to him. Sure, why not?
Like, oh man. But yeah, he's a cool guy. He's fun to talk to. It's good to get some of that insight about what they were trying to do against complexity there, and hopefully we get to talk to some of the other players throughout the day today and kind of get more of these insights. But,
sure, absolutely. Yeah. So with that, we'll take a look at the standings as they stand after 2 matches of day number 4. It's Immortals up there on the top, but Team Liquid moving up to the top 4 to join Luminosity at 2-2.
Yeah, Liquid tying things up in their scoreline, 2-2. A good win over Complexity right there. And we'll see what they can do against Citizen 7 later today, see if maybe they can make that 3-2. I suspect they should have a fairly easy time against Citizen 7 as they have not been playing the best right now, but who knows, with the change-ups that Citizen 7 has made, could get themselves back into the form we saw them in qualifiers. Who knows? It won't be till a little bit later, but you know, I'm excited to see what they can do.
It's Overwatch, man. Anything can happen.
Hey,
earlier today, I wouldn't have said that Liquid would beat Complexity, and then very quickly there, it looked like a very different Liquid and kind of a different Complexity, depending on which frame of reference you're talking about. But C7, they got a chance. There's still some people on their roster they can beat.
Yeah.
So, with that win, Liquid wraps up match number 2 of the day. Match number 3 will get us into the Citizen 7 gauntlet as they have got their backs up against the wall and have to get the win here. Kangana is going to be the first team they're going up against.
Yeah, it'll be a tough one. A good test for Citizen 7, though. I think they have a good potential to take down Kangana, as they haven't been playing quite as well as we saw them play in some of the qualifiers, but they are not playing bad by any means. So I think it'll be a good test overall for Citizen 7 and maybe a bit of a precursor for what we might see in the C7 Liquid match later today as well. But I'm excited to see what Citizen 7 gets into, or how they play with now bringing Aligned back into their lineup.
So will Citizen 7 get the win that they so desperately need? We will find out after the break. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be an exciting one. I can't wait to see it. We'll see you in a few. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Overwatch Winter Premiere, where we just got to see Team Liquid do a thriller against Complexity, taking the win, and we will see them again later today. I'm Caleb Simmons, and David Williams and Anthony Miserandino are here with me, and we will be taking you through the action for the rest of the day and the rest of the season, because that's our job. So, Kungarna versus Citizen 7 will be match number 3, and this is a big day for Citizen 7, guys. They really have their backs up against the walls. They need to get these wins.
Yeah, we were expecting a little bit more out of Citizen 7 coming into this group stage. Of course, they got the call a little bit later that they were going to be playing in the groups, and they're still trying to find their rhythm. We saw them do some great things throughout the qualifiers, beating some pretty big teams, but have been struggling a little bit so far. Today, they have made some change-ups to the roster, switching out Lina for Aligned, who they played with in the qualifiers, so maybe that's the ticket to get them back on track and play to some of that previous form that we saw them at.
Well, and one thing to note is Lina has not been cut. Lina has just been moved off of the starting lineup. He's still one of their official subs. So if Aligned it doesn't show up in the way that they want him to, Lina might be back later. So we'll see Alina and Aligned. I just realized just how similar those two names are.
yeah, very
that'll
similar.
be confusing, but it'll be interesting to see. So let's talk about Citizen 7 and what they are bringing to the table here. They have to get this win. These are the players they're going to be doing it with. What are you seeing?
All right, you have Sippa, who can play a very wide variety of heroes, and we've seen him do that quite well. Pretty much all those heroes can be played to a very high level. Proteges, who is one of the backbones of the team as well. And now Aligned coming back in, as we said, played with Citizen 7 during the qualifiers, where they had a lot of success. So we'll see if that really is the ticket for them, and just another kind of one of those showcases of Sippa being able to play pretty much anything, whether it be Genji. We've seen him play Pharah, 76 Mei, Roadhog. I mean, him and Pibamitsu can switch off between Roadhog if needed. There's a lot of diversity within their lineup where they can switch to different things, and you always like to have that in an Overwatch team.
They do have a number of the pieces that they need in order to kind of build themselves into a competitive team for this particular tournament. Obviously, they're competitive. They beat a number of teams coming in through the qualifiers, but so far throughout the group stage, like you said, kind of short notice for them. They've had a week to maybe work out some of those kinks, perhaps it's school issues with some of them having to rush back from home and whatnot, but just in general, this is a team that's going to take a little bit more time, I think, given last week. I don't know if they're necessarily going to be able to put all of that together by the end of this week in order to make it all the way through, but anything can happen in this game in particular. I don't know if they're going to be able to beat Kungarna today. That's a tall order based on how Kungarna's been playing. They very likely can shut down Sippa or Saipei, and then from there, the rest of C7 should fall in relatively short order. They do depend pretty heavily on his play from what I can tell.
And I have been informed it is Saipei. So we'll stick with
Saipei.
that one. Another name we like to mispronounce around here is Kungarna. They will be the rival team playing up here. And they've been a team we've been talking about a lot. There's been a lot of buzz around these guys. The team has not been picked up by an org. What is this team bringing to the table?
Wait. I gotta hold the phone on this. Is it Kungarna or Kungarna then?
According to the great internet and the pronunciation guides from the official language, I think it's I'm not going to take
Swedish,
a guess.
I believe,
Swedish? Okay. It was pronounced Kungarna. That was what I've been told.
So you're sourcing the internet
I'm
here.
sourcing.
I'm going to source a source close to the team itself, and you know how the English language works. And I'm going to continue to call it Kungarna.
Well, either way, we'll save the debate for another time. But,
let's go through the roster.
Yeah, I guess that's a thing we do here. Connor J. Speaking of roster and Kungarna / Kungana, it is Connor J. who's one of the big parts of this team. I mean, the guy is a monster on Roadhog, what have you. He honestly one of the best Roadhogs out there in North America right now. I would go as far to say, because he can really do some brilliant things on that hero. You also have Michael, who's been playing a lot more Tracer. Recently, last week in the first week of this Phase 1 group stage, he was playing a lot more Tracer and kind of the some of the DPS role rather than Diva, which he was playing during the qualifiers. And Baby Bay has made more of a switch to things like Zarya rather than him playing hit scan all the time like he was in qualifiers. So they're changing things up a little bit, trying some different setups, and it's worked fairly well for them so far.
So, right as we're getting into this Hollywood map, which will be map number 1, predictions, guys, map count. How do you think this one's going? Who's taking the win?
I'm gonna have to say 2-0 for Kungana in this. I gotta say 2-0 for them. I still feel good about them, so you know, I don't know.
You say you wanted to hold the pronunciation war until later, but right now you keep finding yourself in the middle of it.
Both parties.
You gotta.
He is holding the war. He's just taking
pick your
both
loyalties,
sides.
man.
Yeah.
Who's in the same camera shot as you? I thought I had that in the bag, but I gotta agree. Kungarna 2-0.
Alrighty.
All right. Well, let's see it. Hollywood it is. Map number 1. We haven't seen these guys play yet in the Winter Premiere, from my understanding, but we'll take a look in, as it will be Kungarna on the offense first. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Well,
oh man, I like how you kind of pronounce both at the same time. It's like Kungarna. Nobody noticed, right?
Yeah, no, not at all. Why'd you have to point it out? I sold them on it, and you pointed it out. But they will be on the offense first, and it will be Citizen 7 on the defense side. Pei will be, so far, showing Symmetra. They may be going toward Symmetra on this one. It seems as though they're still trying to figure that one out fully. Dogman will be on the Ana, and well, we're not even going to talk about what they're doing on offense yet.
We did see just for a moment a Sombra, and I do want to talk about it because we have seen Kungarna run.
Yeah.
Fairly recently, and it worked. If I remember correctly, it was them, wasn't it?
I think. I can't remember fully, and I know we've seen Luminosity do it, and I believe we did see Kungarna do it once, but they decide not to go for it this time. Michael is actually going to be trying out a little bit of Widow. Potentially, no, it goes back to Tracer.
Never mind. If they did play a Sombra, I had a point to make about how it's probably going to be very effective against a Torbjorn and Symmetra. But if it's off the table, then, well,
yeah, it's
off
not
the table.
going. Yeah, they're not going for it. And as you alluded to, Citizen 7 is doing the Torb Symmetra. So that is going to be... we'll see how that pays off. Some teams have made it work. Some still struggle to make it happen. Connor J pretty low on health to get us kicked off here. Charging straight in his remix into the back. And it took down the turret, and Connor J just pressing forward and is able to get a one-shot straight into the enemy Reinhardt and the Proteges. And now a line getting cleaned up in the back is Michael charging through on that Tracer. Finds 2 for himself. Kungarna coming through with steam on the first point, and it looks like they were going to take it, but we had a little bit of a pause here, unfortunately, so...
I like the sound of the point.
Yeah,
it's not going
still
up.
Hear it very nice hum in the background. But either way, I mean, it is Kungarna. They're taking the point as we speak. So I don't know what they're pausing for, but you know, these guys.
You can pause the game, but you can't pause his play-by-play. He just wants to keep going.
I'm like full steam ahead.
They're still on the point. No progress either side right now, but
still going.
Any moment now, we will see.
I play-by-play
maybe
everything.
something move.
Yeah. Well, sadly, you know, when I get into go mode, it's just the brain doesn't stop.
It is play-by-play is kind of like a different. It's like it feels like the RAM part of your brain. You know, like the hard drive is like just a stream of consciousness, everything moving on top. You know,
you're getting way too technical.
Philosophical.
These are parts of a computer. You know.
Yeah.
So,
really?
Yeah.
You don't say. No. Well, either way.
I just thought it was a bunch of magnets inside, like doing whatever magnets do.
Magnets.
No.
Yeah, that'll kill your computer.
Oh.
Yeah, don't do that. And apparently there are some ping issues on the server here, and so they're just figuring some things out. We'll get back in ever so quickly. Any thoughts about these teams that you saw? Just the little like first 10 seconds you saw on the point there.
I was just gonna squeeze in real quick and just say I'm glad it's not the patch update.
Yes,
that would be a much different
that would be
scenario.
If that happens,
what have we seen so far? Well, we're seeing the game start again. Looks like.
Hey-o. But
there's a cap.
hey,
Some
just
dead bodies on the ground.
as I expected. But They tried the Torb Symmetra, didn't work at all. Pretty sure they've tried either Symmetra or Torb Symmetra in the past, at least last week, Citizen 7, and it really never seemed to work. But Saipei has switched over to the Genji, and he will, we've seen him, of course, in the highlight reels, do some pretty wacky stuff on Genji. But Michael is pressed up very far at the moment, just trying to harass these guys in the back line. Very low health. Oh, finished off by Saipei. Going a little bit too far.
75 HP. Nano boosted Remix trying to fly here in the middle of the Streets phase. Saipei gonna get taken down.
Oh, Remix with the nano boost. Just crushing everybody on the side of Citizen 7. That'll be a wipe for them. Connor J adding on to his collection of kills there as he finds Aligned after getting a couple initially in the fight. And Kungarna is just going full steam ahead.
Kungarna's got 3 ultimates on the line already. If they can press that advantage quickly, which it looks like they can expand that even further.
Oh, Baby Bay tossing down that Graviton, pulse bomb the combo with it, and Connor J on the whole hawk. 4 for Connor J. Add that one to the highlight reel of Kungarna, and that will be a cap on this second point as they have been cruising through 5 minutes and 20 seconds to get to last. Citizen 7 has yet to be able to hold them out, and their guys on the forward spawns of Citizen 7 are being punished badly by the rest of Kungarna as they play aggressively forward, just as you should when you get that second point, and try and get some of those forward spawners. But ultimate's up.
Yeah, now 5 for the side of Citizen 7 as the economy is back in their favor. Nothing else is in their favor right now besides that. Kungarna holding on to a sound barrier, an earth shatter, a nano boost moments away as well. 4 people on the cart as all of Kungarna is balled up around here, getting ready to push onto Citizen 7, but Saipei getting taken down mid-Dragon Blade.
Oh man, that is bad news, and Ajax had used the sound barrier well-timed to make sure that they negated anything that would have come out. Graviton self-destruct out. Connor J still crushing on Roadhog. That's a few for him in that fight. The guy cannot be stopped on the Hog. And now Michael pressing forward back on his Diva as he often plays. Playing very aggressive, making sure to try and clean up here, but Kungarna has themselves in a very good position. Baby Bay soon to be up on a Graviton Surge, should get it in the middle of this fight, 94% and counting. Sound barrier out from Citizen 7. Michael and Remix both with kills right here, and they will continue to plow through. Remix making it happen, 4 kills for him, make that a 5th. Just Baby Bay actually getting that one, but still Kungarna, I mean, these guys in full flow at the moment. Citizen 7 really never had a good stop on that card throughout the entire match.
Nope, and that's reflected by 3 minutes and 50 seconds left in the time bank for Kungarna. Unless Citizen 7 really turns it on from what we just saw, that time bank might not even be relevant. As I wouldn't expect C7. A full hold or getting stopped somewhere, before the final point.
Yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me whatsoever based off of those last results. We'll see now what Kungarna chooses to use for defense. They break out a Symmetra of their own or what. And Citizen 7, expect to see Saipei on Genji again, but I mean, eventually Kungarna shut him down the entire fight, so I don't know if that's the answer.
Yeah, something else to note on Citizen 7, it looks like they have actually changed it up. When they were running on the defense, generally Dogman would play Lucio, but he was playing the Ana on their defensive side. Previously, during the qualifiers, Aligned would be playing the Ana. So they have switched it back to what they normally would do now, Citizen 7, as they head over to offense. And if you take a look at what Kungarna is doing on the defense so far, I'm really curious as to whether or not they're sticking with this defensive comp. Because Connor J currently is on the Lucio. I think he was just boosting, maybe.
But that's not, I mean, as perplexing as that is, why you would ever take Connor J off of Roadhog. Yeah, Michael was on Sombra as well. There's a number of things that were very suspicious there.
Yeah, it's like there's no way that you keep this composition. It's like taking Connor J off of Roadhog is...
they were Lucio and Sombra, both quick, so they were able to run back.
Here we go. So Ajax will be on the Symmetra. Blam on the solo heal of Ana.
The line taking about half health right out of the gate there.
And getting some charge down for Ajax. Saipei will be on the Genji. Getting hooked in right out of the gate is Kayun. And now that it's time to charge in. You have that one pick advantage. Remix wants to try and go for a little bit more. Saipei on the side just dishing out damage. Already building up his ultimate a bit, but in the end, taken out by Remix. So Citizen 7, time to back off, regroup. And Blam already about to have that nano boost.
That's very early, but they've pretty much had it on easy street so far. Kungarna not really under pressure, getting an early pick on Kayun. And it all pretty much just working itself out after that. Citizen 7 going to now try and backdoor through the alley, but Kungarna's already seen him coming. Shield War in full swing.
There will be a nano boost out on the side of Kungarna. It will go up onto Remix as he's trying to do some work. Connor J and Remix both. As we've seen the kill feed for most of this map, be Connor J and Remix. Mainly Connor J, it seems, as he takes down the line. Guy is a freaking monster on Roadhog, I'll tell you what. And now Saipei does have the Dragon Blade locked and loaded, ready to go. A line just about to come out on the nano boost, so maybe a Dragon Blade opportunity for C7, but the Earth Shatter from Remix as he was off to the side should allow Kungarna to just get all over them here. 3 players down for Citizen 7. Not a chance in the world they're going to take that one. So got to regroup again. 2 minutes, 10 seconds left. Nano Blade is up.
Teleporter online.
No, but
Teleporter?
Telly. Not even going for the shield gen. They want the Telly.
I'm confused by that.
Well, uh-oh.
Oh, but here we go.
Uh-oh. This is, maybe Bay, did that actually get reflected? Wow, Saipei able to reflect that Graviton, I believe, and that allows them to get a couple as he pops off his Dragon Blade. He got 2 kills on top of it. Can they convert on the rest? So that's a question, because Kungarna has that teleporter up, and they'll be able to get themselves back in the fight very quickly. And Citizen 7 really needs to be able to take that down if they want to have a chance here. As they're still posturing around on this point. They have Nano Boost. Kayun, though, getting hooked in by Connor J. What else is new? And he'll get taken out. Citizen 7, they got to go for the regroup. Saipei switching over to Pharah.
Citizen 7, 5 ultimates on their side for what was probably going to be one of 2 final assaults unless they really turn it on. They get going quickly here. Kungarna with a Nano Boost, a Whole Hog, an Earth Shatter. Down on pretty much everything else. They do have a teleporter up, though, so unless this is a very definitive fight, Kungarna will be back in short order.
Oh, Earth Shatter out from Remix. There is going to be a Graviton, but there was no follow-up. Protege's going for the Earth Shatter. People Mitsu sent in that self-destruct. Is going to get 2, but they need to find that teleporter that's in the back, or those 2 kills will be for naught as Blam being pressured by Saipei inside of the cafe at the moment, finally being taken down. There can't be too many charges left on that teleporter. They are getting some back into the fight, but the pressure inside of cafe should keep most of them out. And finally, Citizen 7 mounting the offense. They are able to cap on the point with just 20 seconds left. They'll get a little bit more, 250 to get through that streets phase.
Well, I think at this point we can say the teleporter is definitively a waste. Didn't come back to a return defense there, so not fulfilling the job that it was placed down to be. Citizen 7, they have another barrage for Saipei. Saipei so far making so much more progress as far than he was on Genji.
Yeah, he's really adding pressure onto these guys. Oh, he's getting pressured quite a bit himself by Blam as he was just taking shots. And now Kungarna getting a bit more aggressive here. Playing up towards the payload. Citizen 7 will have to back up, wait for Saipei, who already has a barrage at the ready. And the line will have the nano boost, so maybe a bit of an opportunity there. Citizen 7 very close to a lot of ultimates. And the nano boost will be given off. There is going to be the rocket barrage as well. Saipei starts it off by getting Connor J. And it'll be a 1-player advantage for Citizen 7 as they duke it out on the cart here. Blam in the back is just keeping Michael supported at the moment, really stalling that cart and actually getting a good biotic off onto the players in the back. And that allows Kungarna to be able to hold on to that payload right there and hold on to the point. Good support from Blam all the way in the back. and he has the Nano Boost ready. Citizen 7's got to regroup.
Even the Nano boosted Saipei's Pharah getting shut down, really only picking up one, even with a Barrage with a Nano boost up, so he's switching back to Genji. I don't even really know how I feel about that right now, but 3 up for Citizen 7 as they let loose a Graviton.
Oh, and Kayun's got a lot of charge. There it is, the self-destruct in the back off the Graviton. The Wombo combo out from Citizen 7. Pibamitsu gets a few off the back of that. And finally, that's the kind of combinations we like to see out of Citizen 7. Right there, Kayun comes in, and the self-destruct right on top of all of them. No shield around. And just blowing up right in their face.
Charging Reinhardt right out of the Graviton.
A big part of it. Protege's just coming straight through, taking Remix out of it, and allow that self-destruct to get many kills. And now a self-destruct coming out from Kangana to try and initiate onto this fight as a Remix getting put to sleep though. Now Connor J, who's quite low on health, gets hunted down by Saipei and company, and it's a 1-for-1 trade here, but Citizen 7 losing 3 in total as Michael is going to town alongside of Remix. And they are able to hold on right there, though Kayun and Pibamitsu come back with a couple of their own in the end. It is Kagana all over that point. Kayun and Pibamitsu finished off. It is actually no one around from Citizen 7. I didn't realize it was down to such low time left, and Citizen 7 really needed to win that fight, and I don't think they'll be able to get anyone back to the cart in time. He does get there just in the nick of time, Saipei, and he does get one off of the Nano Blade, taking down Blam. He still can make this happen. There is an Earth Shatter out. Remix getting put to the ground, and he is very low on health. Here comes the Graviton Surge. A lot of Citizen 7 players caught inside of that one. Connor J using that whole hog, and now a Graviton put onto the Kangana players. Citizen 7 are still in this fight, and I think they may come out on top of it, though. Saipei, Dogman both finished off. It is a fight to the death right here. Citizen 7 has the longer walk back, so they really need to convert on a lot of kills. Here comes a self-destruct. Landing in, not going to do anything though, as Baby Bay has such high charge, and they shut down Citizen 7 right there. No one was around to touch the payload, and that will be Kangana taking map number 1 here on Hollywood.
Citizen 7 putting up a fight there at the end, putting up a fight definitely on their offensive side, but just not quite able to put together the sort of team plays that we saw Kangana doing, and Kangana takes map number 1.
Yeah, Kangana just looking obviously better all around right there. The Torb Symmetra defense not really working for Citizen 7. We saw them try similar things a couple times last week. Didn't work then either. We know it can work. We've seen teams make it work, but it's not just in the playbook for Citizen 7 here, it seems, in terms of effectiveness. But Kangana taking the first map. Citizen 7, I don't know. It was kind of what I was expecting, at least, on Hollywood.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot to say about it. It is what it is. Kangana's a much more rehearsed, complete team when it comes to their roster. Citizen 7, a few kinks to work out, and they're coming up against a number of well-practiced teams very, very quickly here. So it's a hard situation for them, but I would say Saipei's Genji is still on point. They're not getting the return out of it that they would want. I mean, I think there's just too much else that needs to happen for him to be able to really carry the team as much as he can. I mean, he can do so much, but at some point, the full team cohesion of a well-practiced team is going to win out, and that just seems to continuously happen to Citizen 7. Kayun, though, putting together a pretty great performance along with Proteges compared to some of the kind of synergy we've seen out of him in the past. They're certainly improving.
Yeah.
Certainly, Citizen 7 looking decent in that match, actually making it competitive there at the end, like looking like it was maybe going to possibly go into some sort of overtime situation. But Connor J just showed up all day everywhere on this map, gets a 4K in our replay here as he carries Kangana to the win.
Connor J is just a frag movie pretty much every match that you see. This guy is always making plays happen for Kangana. I mean, there's 4 right there. You've seen him many of other times just... I mean, numerous hooks in the middle of fights, 3, 4 kills. I mean, the guy is literally a walking frag movie. He's a lot of fun to watch, really. And like I was saying, one of the best Roadhogs, I think, currently in North America. It's you know, not too many other guys that are putting up that kind of performance consistently like he is.
Now, Connor J and I remixed to the 2 players who were mostly in the kill feed we saw a lot of. But one special moment we saw there was Saipei successfully reflecting a Graviton Surge just when it looked like they weren't going to be able to hold on there. Just turns around, boop, right there.
That was great. Baby Bay playing very sneakily. right there off to the side looking for the cheeky graviton, but Saipei going for the quick reflect. He's on his toes, that guy. He's ready to reflect it. You don't see it too often these days, but it's good. It's, you know, prevented potentially their whole team getting destroyed for sure.
Well, we saw him doing things like that at the very, very end when it looked like no one was going to be able to get back in time. It was Saipei who was able to get back to the payload and keep that dream alive just for a second for Citizen 7. Didn't end up really making that much of a difference, but still, great play.
I mean, I wouldn't discount the Earth Shatter that Proteges brought in there in the middle of that as well. I mean, Saipei certainly kept the card alive and got a pick to start it all out and bought enough time, but Proteges coming in with the Earth Shatter is probably one of the only reasons Saipei was able to get as much out of it as he was at the end, but in the end, it still wasn't enough for Citizen 7. They weren't able to cap that point.
Now, map number 2 will be Nepal, and if Kangana puts it away here, it's all said and done for Citizen 7. If Citizen 7 can pull off the win here, this will be a big, big deal. They really, really need this stuff. And y'all both picked Kangana at the beginning of this. What is the hope for Citizen 7 here?
I mean, for Citizen 7, they got to do something about Connor J, because that guy is just wreaking havoc on their team, and I don't know if you can do anything about him. That's the thing. Is Kangana plays really well around him, and you don't often see him go down. It's just the guy continuously is massacring Citizen 7, and already Saipei is showing a Reaper. So, you know, maybe he wants to try and do something against Connor J, but Connor J is showing Mei so far. So now we'll see once these guys actually get out of the gate, but it will be Sanctum to start things off.
I don't trust any of these picks. Just a bunch of no-good swindlers in this tournament, sir.
Just trying to bamboozle us all the time.
Glad you took the opportunity for the bamboozle. I was really trying to set it up.
Yeah, I saw it there for the taking. Low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, I mean, Citizen 7 picks Nepal all the time. I think there's a ton of footage on it. I think Kangana is probably a better team anyways, and with that much to plan off of, it's going to be real difficult for Citizen 7. Already losing Saipei right here in the beginning of this fight.
Oh, Remix with the charge. They put the wall down. It is going to be Connor J hitting those right clicks to finish off Proteges, and it's already looking good for Kangana. Not only can Connor J play that Roadhog, but doing some Mei play here as well. So Connor J does get taken out by Saipei, who's continuing to stay on Reaper. Citizen 7 looking to re-engage right here, and they've actually gotten 2 kills for themselves. Proteges taken out by Ajax, but the fight continues on the point here. Saipei coming back in on Reaper. He's able to get a couple for himself. Remix and Blam both taken down, and he's hungry for a little bit more. This guy right here is Baby Bay is there for the taking. And Citizen 7 with a good re-engage to get the point back in their favor, not allowing Kangana to really get too much time down on it.
Now the economy's in their favor as well. Kayun very close to a Graviton, Pibamitsu with a self-destruct. If they pair those together aggressively, they can hold off Kangana and match their score, probably even climb. There's also Saipei with a Death Blossom. They can follow that up. Protege is getting fairly close to an Earth Shatter. And Kangana, well, now with Kangana being able to come in from the side, it is going to equalize a little bit as that choke point is now gone. And a Nano Boost and an Earth Shatter for their side. It looks like they're actually starting to dictate the pace.
There's going to be a Graviton down and a self-destruct. Wall goes up. Will it get anything? No, it will not. Proteges, though, in the back is able to swing away and take down Remix. So 2 kills in favor of Citizen 7 here. Kangana's going to have to back up, and Saipei has really been doing some damage on the Reaper as well, and he's got a Death Blossom locked and loaded. Aligned will have the Nano Boost as well, so maybe a little bit of Beyblade action to come for Citizen 7, but doing a good job here on Nepal thus far.
In case you all haven't noticed, Connor J did in fact lock in Mei. He's also got a Blizzard online. I wouldn't be surprised to see him change back to Roadhog after he gets that out, but who knows? Maybe he's just stretching his legs. Michael not far away from a self-destruct Remix. Earth Shatter, Ajax, Sound Barrier. Ajax very close to going down, but he's going to be able to stay alive out of that.
He does get that Sound Barrier off, aligned with a pretty good Biotic Grenade, though he is not. He's kind of off to the side by himself. Does use that Nano Boost onto Pibamitsu as he goes forward on Diva, laying in damage, but Kangana are finding the kills here. Remix, Michael, Connor J amongst the players to get him. Honestly, a huge team effort here as all sorts of Kangana players are getting the kills. Citizen 7, though, have gotten themselves up to 93% just as Kangana flip-flops the point here. And Saipei still hanging on to that Death Blossom. He just needs to find the opportunity for it. Can be tough to get off with Diva on the field as well.
Yeah, and Kungarna, Death Blossom also with May. She can put it up an Ice Wall in the right position, really shut it all down.
Yeah, it can be very
Three
tough.
ultimates, almost 4 for Kungarna here as Citizen 7 comes back to try and retake this point.
Saipei completely shut down right there by Kungarna as he goes in for the Death Blossom. There will be a Blizzard used by Kungarna. Citizen 7 have managed to come back with kills of their own. That Blizzard isn't going to do anything. There's nobody around to get the kills off the back of it, and this might be Citizen 7 able to shut this one down as Michael does come back, just trying to delay for his team to get to the point, but he's doing a good job of it so far. Still alive somehow. You gotta get that kill. Saipei finally finishes him off. Here comes the Graviton, sending off Earth Shatters as well. Kungarna are able to get a couple kills as Remix. Earth Shatter paying off for him right there. Ajax gets taken down by a line, and that's support more, but Baby Bay gets Kayun. Kungarna with a good opportunity to retake the point here in these dying seconds. They need to win this fight. Pibamitsu with the nano boost, and Baby Bay able to take care of him inside of the mech. Kills Pibamitsu, but dies in the end. So it's a rush back to the point on both sides. Kungarna very narrowly able to get the point back, but oh, they're going to have to hang on for a little while here. Connor J making the switch to Tracer to get back to the point quickly. And Citizen 7 looking to re-engage pretty swiftly as they start to go in a charge right away from Protojays to initiate onto the point for them. A few guys over inside of the drop down. Connor J Pulse Bomb won't connect. Kayun finished off on damage there though as Michael comes in. Michael gets 2 for himself. Kungarna may be able to hold on. This should be, probably will be the last fight. They're up to 90%. Kungarna might be able to hang on as we are at 0-0, but it is all Kungarna on this point. Citizen 7 unable to do it. They might have one person that might be able to touch the point. No, will not make it there in time. As you had Kayun trying to wrap around on the side. Kungarna, though, making a good comeback in that round, and they go up 1-0 here on Nepal.
Yeah, we're moving into the next stage. Don't imagine the results will be all that much different. I think we saw a lot of the mechanics between these two teams playing out in that last match. Kungarna, really, as soon as they just kind of felt like shaping up and retaking it, it looks like it was theirs. Citizen 7 with a very strong opening, but other than that, mostly Kungarna's battle, a little bit of back and forth. Here we go, coming out for the second stage. It's going to be Village. Kungarna perhaps running Connor J on May again.
Yeah.
This is a map we've talked about in the past where May can be very, very effective on the point, in particular cutting things in half, walling off people. But both sides are going to be running it. Saipei is going to be running his own. Perhaps we're going to see a little bit more double wall Thunderdome on the point.
Yeah, you gotta love it. It'll make things interesting for sure. And, oh, good wall right out of the gate. They're going to wall in Protojays. That was excellent from Connor J. Keeping that Reinhardt inside already. The one-pick advantage. There's no way Citizen 7 are going to be able to come back in this one. I can't imagine unless they have a miracle. No, it is. It's just all Remix. Who, honestly, I got to say, man, Remix has been having himself a hell of a game so far. I don't know if we've seen him do quite this good in some of the other matches. And, oh, what a stagger from Kungarna right now.
Remix and Blam are two guys that we don't really talk about all that often. We don't necessarily see their angles that much, but I mean they're both play pretty well. Blam in particular, every once in a while I catch something out of the corner of the screen that really impresses me. Remix, I mean, he's a Reinhardt. I think the needle swings both ways for every Reinhardt, right?
Yeah, that he is definitely playing well today for himself, though. Remix there. A wall goes down by Saipei. Connor J looking for his opportunity here, potentially, as Remix is in there, swinging. There's a good biotic that lands on a few of the Citizen 7 players. Remix with a nice Earth Shatter will catch a couple bodies, and that Connor J finishes Pibamitsu. Saipei down, all thanks to Michael's cleanup as well. Connor J getting another one as Protojays goes down, and it is Dogman left, and the Soul Man left from Citizen 7 on the point, easily taken care of by the rest of the Kungarna players. So a good first hold for them, and they still have a lot of ults online.
Yeah, Kungarna working on a Pulse Bomb and a Sound Barrier, but they already have a Graviton, a Blizzard, a Nano Boost. Citizen 7, they don't have anything, well, it's aligned is just about to take up. with the nano boost there, but they have a number coming up as well. As long as Kungarna dictates the pace of the fight, they're going to buy a whole lot more time.
There's going to be Graviton out, and there it is. Kungarna coming through to make sure they clean up. As now Pipamitsu, the only player from Citizen 7, able to find a kill in the middle of that fight, and now it is going to be one last attempt, really, for Citizen 7 to make something happen. And Pipamitsu goes down very late. That's not what you want to see, though. They were able to at least trade out the kill, take down Michael. Align got that one. Here comes a Blizzard out from Saipei as Baby Bay actually doing a good job of boosting himself out of the Blizzard itself. Kungarna using the sound barrier, and that was good patience from Ajax waiting to use that. But though there is going to be a Graviton down, getting a lot of players inside of it. A whole chorus of ultimates used from Citizen 7 to make sure that they retake this point. Earthshatter among them. They've gotten themselves quite a number of kills. Citizen 7, they will finally get onto the point. But they have a long road ahead of them here, David.
And they burned a lot to take it.
Yeah.
They only have a self-destruct left, though a nano boost not far away here. Kungarna, they have an Earthshatter of their own, a Pulse Bomb, moments from being used, being online, I should say.
Yeah, Kungarna's coming up on quite a few at the moment. There will be a self-destruct coming on in. Remix.
That was very close.
Anybody, it was close. Nice Earthshatter from Remix. That was going to put a lot of guys down on the ground. And charging Reinhardt into the wall as well. He'll get his own nano boost, making great plays here as Remix, swinging away with the hammer. That should seal the deal for Kungarna right here, as Connor J is also in there to help him out. But Remix really going off on that point, giving the hey, hello, what's up? And Kungarna now going up 2-0 on Nepal. And Remix continuing to have himself a game here. As you can see, this is where it all started, shielding off that and getting a big Earthshatter. Help take down Dogman, and then charging Proteges into the wall. Gets the nano boost just in time from Blam to stay alive as he was getting low on health, and it was just all cleanup from there.
How the tables turned. Started out with his own nano boost halfway through. It's on their opponent. It's not something you want to see in the middle of a Reinhardt battle.
No, it's like, well, crap.
Press F to pay respects at that point because you're going down.
Yeah, now Kungarna with the opportunity to seal the deal on this match. As Citizen 7 desperately trying to get themselves back in it here. But if Kungarna is able to take this stage, it will be all over. Connor J back on that Roadhog, and that is not what you want to see if you're a Citizen 7 fan or player. Pipamitsu is going to be rocking the Roadhog as well, but I think Connor J is going to win that battle 9 times out of 10. They have cemented good position on this point here, Kungarna as well, though Citizen 7 working their way back in slowly. But Kungarna are getting the kills, so that doesn't really matter. If you're on the side of Citizen 7, 3 players down for them, and Pipamitsu is about to make it 4 in total as Kungarna strikes first here and takes the point. Saipei's on Genji now as well, and he has a Dragon Blade up.
I got a Nano Blade.
Nano Blade.
On the table for Citizen 7, Kungarna. The whole hog, a self-destruct, Nano of their own. Perhaps that wasn't a self-destruct. Looked like that was just a mech from
Maybe
Michael.
getting back into the mech.
That's a bamboozle on its own.
Yeah, bamboozle, I'll tell you. Oh, Saipei's narrowly hanging on. He does have that Dragon Blade going in for the Nano Blade. Gets Ajax. Kungarna, though, have killed so many of the Citizen 7 players. Even if, I mean, there's not enough that Saipei can do to get them back into the fight because there's no one else around except for him. And Kungarna hangs on despite the Nano Blade coming out. Connor J, they're going to be able to maybe get a stagger onto Kayun as well. They got the hook, couldn't quite convert, but still 50% just about and counting. Kungarna Citizen 7 really needs to get one out. Here comes Baby Bay with a tack visor in the back. Graviton Surge from Citizen 7. Big Earthshatter from Remix. Is the cleanup there from Kungarna, though? That's the question. I don't think there is. Citizen 7 are able to finally get some of the kills that they so desperately need, though. A line goes down. Connor J should be pretty easy pickings for him, though, as Pipamitsu takes care of him, and Ajax will go ahead and reset alongside Michael. Citizen 7 getting themselves on the board here.
Citizen 7 now with control of the point and 3 ultimates online. Working on 4. Kungarna has their own sound barrier and a whole hog. Kungarna about a possession, let's go maybe 2 away from taking this stage and potentially closing out the series. Citizen 7, they're going to have to hold for 3 games in a row if they want to keep it alive.
Oh, Dogman getting hooked. It's not the best positioning for Dogman right there. Connor J able to get the hook and just finish off the kill. He had sound barrier too, which is really, really bad news for Citizen 7. They needed that to hold on to the point, and that could, well, almost seal the deal. Aligned is being pressured by Michael at the moment. Did get a good biotic off to keep himself alive, but he needs to go and get the rest of that team on healed up. They are holding for now. Citizen 7, but Kungarna's getting themselves into the point here as Remix joins the fight and takes down Dogman yet again. He did get a sound barrier off this time to keep Citizen 7 in the fight, and Michael getting put to sleep and should get finished off very shortly. So Citizen 7, they are staying in it. They've managed to match Kungarna's time, actually now surpass it on the point, but still have to hold for a bit longer, and they have Graviton up as well as a self-destruct, so maybe a little Big Bang combo in the books for Citizen 7 on the next fight.
And Kungarna has a nano visor in their own book. Right now, Blam and Baby Bay definitely looking forward, and here it comes.
Oh, attack visor off to the side from Baby Bay. Will be able to put down quite a bit of damage. Saipei being melted right there. Proteges as well by Baby Bay, who might go down himself. Dogman with good pressure to make sure that he gets taken care of. Kungarna has got a pretty steady player advantage on this fight, though, as Remix is on the point, really just swinging his hammer any which way he can. And Citizen 7 now, they are into overtime, so Kungarna definitely needs to win this fight if they want to stay in this map, and they should certainly be able to do so as they have got bodies on the point. Citizen 7 down 4 players, so they will regain control, and we should see just about one more fight to seal the deal on this particular map. If Kungarna is going to take the map, or if Citizen 7 can get themselves back in.
Citizen 7, they do have 3 ultimates, which they can pair together in order to get back in. They do have an Earth Shatter and a Nano Blade, and that will be enough for them to retake and take the stage if they're able to string them together in the right way.
Kaiun sends that Pulse Bomb off. Ultimates used on both sides. Blam going down to Pipamitsu. That's a very crucial pick, though. They trade out here. Remix with 2 for himself. Pipamitsu and Proteges both going down. Saipei using that Dragon Blade was able to get a couple, or even just some cleanup. Remix and Baby Bay are his victims. And they are duking it out on point here. Saipei still going to town on Genji, looking for Connor J, but he gets the better of him right there as you have a line switching over to Winston, just desperately trying to get back to the point. It's 99% apiece. Connor J wrapping around this backhand side. Dogman is really hurting. That should be an easy cleanup for Connor J, as now Aligned has made his way onto the point on Winston. Protege's finished off. Connor J is getting all the cleanup in the world to send Citizen 7 home right here and keep Kungarna in the match and actually take the match in the end. Connor J is still going off here, looking to take down Saipei as well. I don't think there's going to be enough Citizen 7 players around here. Connor J, can you believe it? This guy is a monster on Tracer. Can do it all, whether it be Roadhog, Tracer, and that seals the deal for Kungarna, taking this series 2-0.
2-0 handily. It was just, I mean, I felt like Connor J almost was just doing it by himself there at the end. That was absurd.
It's a fairly common thing from the perspective of a Tracer.
Sure.
For it to look like or feel like they're doing everything. I mean, in Connor J's case in that last one, it's probably fairly accurate as well. But, I mean, if you watch exclusively from the eyes of a Tracer, a lot of time it's going to look like that person's wiping the whole team. And there's a lot of other things that are at play. But Connor J going absolutely nuts there at the end, Roadhog or not. There was that last kill on Saipei. I'm not sure if Saipei just dashed directly into the sights or if Connor J is even more of a freak than I thought.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm sure we're going to catch it here on replay soon.
I mean, this is... He just did so much in this fight. As you were saying, there's a lot more at play. Of course, his team doing quite a solid amount of damage to a lot of these players. But the thing is, they have good communication and coordination. They're really calling out these players to focus down, and Connor J knows who's hurt. He knows who to focus down with the rest of his team. And in some of these cases, there's really only one player in sight. Yeah, that's...
What the...
Yeah, it's Connor J.
I mean, I
Yeah.
guess you know, he can keep kind of the location of where Saipei was in his mind when he rewinds, and if you're pretty good at piecing together that 3D puzzle, it's not as crazy as it looked. I guess I blinked because it just looked like Saipei barely stepped into the screen and immediately died. I was like, whoa, okay.
It's Connor J, man. The guy's nutty, and
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Yeah, and it's good coordination, like I was saying. Focus fire, Connor J able to clean up on all the damage, and you know, that's a solid win from Kangarna.
And it wasn't just on the Tracer, it wasn't just on the Roadhog, but it was also on the Mei. We saw, especially on Village, certain walls just easily isolating Proteges, giving them that first pick on the Rhine, instantly winning the shield battle. Like, Connor J is I don't want to say that like one player is carrying a team, because obviously it's a huge team game, but
Sure.
he is just lights out playing so well.
He's a big part of the Kangarna roster. We can, you know, say that much. As you said, there's a lot that goes into a team game, but man, Connor J is a massive, massive part of the success that they are having at the moment. The guy, you know, whether it be on Mei, Tracer, Roadhog, he's kind of got the package there.
Alrighty, well, let's take a look at the standings as they stand after 3 matches today. It's going to be Immortals still on top. They're not going to be moving anytime soon, but Kangarna does move up into that top 2, and it's interesting. We started out the day with 4 teams at 1 and 2, and now we've got 3 at 2 and 2. I sense a trend.
Yeah, there may be a little bit of one there, and it's so fun to watch the middle of this pack play out, because, as we were saying before, these guys are incredibly close across the board. So, you know, these next 2 days are going to be, you know, telling a lot about who we're going to see in the top 6.
Yeah, we're definitely over the halfway point right now in the group stage, but there's still 2 days left and a lot of double days for at least, 4 teams? Double days for 4 teams left, which is really going to get a lot of movement out of the bracket, and we'll certainly start covering exactly kind of cause and effect of what's going to happen there tomorrow, because starting that today is exceedingly complicated.
Yeah, no,
There's a lot of math.
There's so many different ways that things could pan out, but we've had 3 matches so far today. Match number 4 will be FaZe versus Luminosity, and we'll get to see here exactly what you got in store. Citizen 7, they will have one more chance today to try and get that win, but first, FaZe and Luminosity are going to face off.
FaZe and Luminosity, that'll be fun. You also have some change-ups on the FaZe roster as well coming into today. I'm very excited to see how those play out. You do have Too Easy, of course, as he tweeted the other day that he is no longer on the active roster of FaZe, so they are going to be making some change-ups coming in. It is a player by the name of Mikey A, or Mike, that will be taking his spot, at least for now. He'll be coming onto the roster, of course, very, very well known for his mechanical play in some other games. I know him. I've gotten to see this man play live at LAN events and other games, and he is a lot of fun to watch mechanically. He used to play for G2 Esports as well, so a good pickup for FaZe in the time that Too Easy's not here. I'm very interested to see how he fits into that roster.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that that's kind of almost been a trend here at the Overwatch Winter Premiere today. Of every match seems to have at least one new player that we have not seen before, and this time it's going to be on the side of FaZe. Like you said, Too Easy leaving FaZe here, and Mikey A coming in and taking that spot. So let's talk about FaZe. What is Mikey A bringing to this roster? How does he going to play? What is he going to do with this team?
Well, I have to see exactly how they want to utilize him fully, but since he is taking the place of Too Easy, I suspect to see him playing some sort of a DPS role, whether it be, on hit scan with Tracer, McCree, or the Roadhog. I would suspect something in that range for him to be playing. Of course, you also have him paired with guys like Shadowburn, who he's quite familiar with. They come from the same previous game. They're very familiar with each other. I'm sure some coordination there. Shadowburn known for some of his Genji play, amongst other things. So you have a lot of talent here on FaZe. And it's just a matter, can they execute? Now there's going to be question marks with Too Easy not being there, changing things up on pretty short notice. So, can they do it? Can they beat Luminosity? That'll be the question. But I'm excited to see Mikey play with this squad.
One thing I'm pointing out with the roster change, they're not actually getting any sort of advantage in kind of the ping problems that FaZe experiences a lot of the time, as Mikey is listed as from Wales.
Yep.
So unless he's for some reason in the United States right now, well, North America, anywhere, then ping isn't going to necessarily be solved. So just sort of straight up taking 2Easy's job is what it sounds like. And I don't know if I would necessarily point at 2Easy and say he was a gigantic weak point on the team, but perhaps Mikey A is just a flat-out upgrade, in which case what 2Easy was is kind of irrelevant, and it's just the fact that Mikey A is so good. But we'll see that hopefully today exactly why he was recruited.
So on the other side, we have Luminosity. Both these teams sitting right now at 1-2 and are looking to improve to 2-2 with this map, with this match here. So what does Luminosity need to do to get that win?
Well, Luminosity, you have to utilize some of these guys. Look for big performances out of guys like Ube, who came in for Crew. And Crew, of course, had been playing with them throughout qualifiers. But Ube has come in. You need to be able to utilize guys like him and Icefelt to their fullest potentials, I think, because they are some of the big playmakers for Luminosity. But you also have Hedan, who is really one of a big backbone for this team on the Ana. And Super Plock has had some big moments himself on Reinhardt as well, particularly last week. Really was playing well for Luminosity. So I think one of the biggest things, though, getting good value out of what Spree and Icefelt are doing out there on the field. And as long as you have Hedan playing like a beast, as he often does, I think you're in good shape if you're Luminosity.
So first map will be Route 66. That'll be where our first battle happens between these two teams. Predictions, guys. Thoughts? This is going 2-0, 2-1. Who's taking the win? Is it going to be Mikey A that makes the difference? How's this one playing out?
I think in terms of who's going to take Route 66, I would say Luminosity. We've seen good performances on Route 66 from them in the past. But FaZe also has some tools at which they can go into Route 66 and play with. So with everything considered, with Mikey coming on, Mikey A coming into the roster, Fact Fiction is now the captain, I still, with these change-ups, I think Luminosity to take Route 66, personally.
I definitely agree, Route 66. I'd go even further and say, in the spirit of the night, everybody who's made a gigantic substitution, or I guess if we consider C7 any real substitution at all, has lost and not put forward the kind of game that we've seen them put forward in the past. So if that holds true, 2-0 Luminosity.
2-0 Luminosity.
I'm thinking along those lines similarly. I don't know if I'll go for a straight 2-0. I could see FaZe picking one, but
this is a complicated, fast-paced game to be making roster changes.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They're doing it at a very crucial time in the tournament as well. You're making big changes, and both teams are not secure in a spot to move into the top 6 either, and making changes like this are a pretty big deal. But it is going to be Mike, also known as MGE Mike to some folks out there. Some people call him my twin. And he's a lot of fun to watch. Very mechanically skilled player, this man is. So keep an eye on him, as he's already showing the Roadhog on defense to start things off here for FaZe. Luminosity will be on offense here. We'll get into their offensive comp in a minute once they actually get onto it. But I suspect to see Ube going to play that Genji. That's something that we've seen Luminosity, they really like to do, is put him on Genji, and he's been pretty effective at it at times. And we might see a bit of a dive comp from them if Super Plock does stay on this Winston.
It's been a while in the Winter Premiere since we've seen kind of those full-out, super aggressive dive comps.
Yep.
Those were fun.
I know, we don't see them as much anymore.
I like the variability of it. If everything was dive comps, then it would lose its luster, just like anything does. Because we all take everything for granted.
Yep.
In our spoiled best period of time in human history. All right.
Well, here we go. Luminosity with a bit of a dive comp coming out here. Icefelt will be on Tracer, so definitely dive for them. And Shadowburn will be on Genji himself on the side of FaZe. Yeah, Mike on the Roadhog. Super Plock looking to jump in and get on in there. He will be pressuring Shadowburn a bit, and the rest of the squad. Super Plock, though, getting put to sleep, and a lot of damage put down onto him. He manages to stay alive just barely. Ube is the first to fall in this fight, as Luminosity are trying to find their ground, but they haven't been able to get any sort of kills yet. They're staying steady on the payload, but they lose Spree, so they're down a few players now. And it's probably time to just back up and regroup for a fight, and that's exactly what they're going to do. FaZe wrapping back up on top of the gas station here to get that high ground yet again.
Relatively even in the ultimate economy, probably a slight edge for the side of Luminosity, but that can all even out very, very quickly in the early stages of a team fight. Luminosity closing the distance. Winston going to go ahead and jump in.
Gets that bubble as he goes in. He's really putting pressure onto Raucus in the back line and some of the supports and squishies back there. There will be a sound barrier for FaZe Clan as they go in with it, and the nano boost is going to be used onto Super Plock as he also uses Primal Rage. Shadowburn now coming out with a Dragon Blade. Let's see him go to work with it as he is doing some damage, but really didn't get any kills. Super Plock was taking out Mikey, doing a bit of work here on Roadhog as he takes down 2 from Luminosity. Ube now with a Dragon Blade for himself. Couldn't secure all that much, did get 1. And he'll put a lot of pressure onto Mikey A as he gets taken down. So still Luminosity trying to finish off this payload. Fact Fiction is going to be on the card. The new team captain for FaZe now that 2easy's out of the mix. He's the team captain, and Super Plock is continuing to keep that pressure up onto the supports in the back, and even Shadowburn really laying out the damage between the jumps and the punches, being able to take out Shadowburn, and there it is, Luminosity finding all those kills, and they should be able to bring this payload on home and through the first checkpoint. And they will have 3 minutes to move to checkpoint number 2 as they even get the cleanup kill on to Mike there at the end.
FaZe burning a lot of ultimates for a failed defense. Luminosity already pretty close to Super Plukes. I believe we did get the word, it's Pluke.
It's Pluke. You're telling me I've said another name wrong.
Oh, man, he's telling us late. Do you see what happened with Renegades, and you're going to come at us now with this?
That's right.
You're asking for a lot. You're asking for a lot.
Super Pluke it is. Well, it's going to be a Graviton Surge and a whole dive on top of the guys inside of the Graviton. Ube getting Zoms right there as he got punched at the same time by Super Pluke, and Luminosity are continuing full steam ahead right here with this dive comp. And at the moment, putting up a good showing against FaZe, and now Mike has actually switched himself over to the Soldier 76. Get a little bit of hit scan in there, and Shadowburn still staying on that Genji, soon coming up on an ultimate, but Luminosity having a good offense here.
Luminosity still with a Nano Blade on their side, pushing into the second point. FaZe with nothing on the table immediately, but Forsaken Sound Barrier might happen just in time, but apparently not. Rock is going to go down. Mikey A going to go down to Ube right in a row.
Forsaken, though, using that Sound Barrier pretty darn late. I mean, I think he had just got it. I don't think he quite had it off the start of the Nano Blade, but I mean, at that point, they already lost 2 players. You might as well just hang on to that Sound Barrier. It's a little bit sloppy on the side of FaZe, but they are going to have to try and cement something here, as Luminosity's been cruising pretty well. 2 minutes and 45 seconds for them to get to the end of the map, and a Pulse Bomb at the ready, and Mineral soon to have a Sound Barrier, but Fact Fiction going to have an Earth Shatter in just a moment. Shadowburn does have the he does have the Dragon Blade up, and Mike has switched himself back to Roadhog now. So not sticking on Soldier, and Shadowburn just sitting in the back. There will be the Earth Shatter coming down from Fact Fiction, and that will allow FaZe to finally stop Luminosity, it seems, in their tracks. And just looking for a little bit of cleanup is Shadowburn. Getting a sleep, though, on to Forsaken. They want to try and protect him as best as possible. Should be able to do so. Shadowburn helping out his little Lucio there. But
I thought he reflected that sleep dart. I was a little confused when I saw Forsaken still laying on the ground. 3 ultimates for FaZe Clan. Do have a Nano Blade, a Graviton. That certainly pairs together. If you can get that Graviton on the ground. Luminosity with a Sound Barrier. Now perhaps that's what they need to deflect that here, but already coming out for Shadowburn.
Shadowburn turning Hedan into minced meat. He didn't find anything else along with that, but still, that's enough to win the fight for them. Zom's able to save the Graviton, which is good. I'm glad to see FaZe not use that in the process. Mike actually now showing Tracer. The man has switched through quite a few heroes so far here for FaZe, but this time on Tracer, and Luminosity about to come back in with some ultimates of their own.
Luminosity certainly ahead in the economy right now. They've got a lot of things to pair together and a minute left on the clock.
Spree was looking as though he was going to use Graviton. There it is as he puts it in. Now Ube is going to put that self-destruct out. Luminosity have gotten the kills. That's all they needed. The self-destruct itself didn't even really do anything. They got all the kills before that, but just an insurance policy taken out from Luminosity as they are cruising forward now. Earth Shatter and Pulse Bomb up for them at the moment, but we're going to see the Wombo combo potential for FaZe as Zoms and Mike both have their ultimates. And a lot more about to be up from FaZe coming into this next fight. Couldn't get anything. He's felt off of his Pulse Bomb, and here comes FaZe right back into them. The Pulse Bomb from Mikey A is able to take down Super Block, getting that initial pick. 6v5 for FaZe going into this fight. They use a sound barrier as well out from Forsaken, and that will be a clean fight one from FaZe, a full team wipe on the side of Luminosity, and there's only 8 seconds left for them. I don't think they're going to have anyone back to the cart in time to actually stop or get onto the payload. Tracer trying to get there in time. Shadowburn using that Dragon Blade, though, and shutting that down. So FaZe, in the end, are actually able to prevent Luminosity from capping the cart. Well done by them, having a bit of a tough time at the beginning, but
certainly a big part of that. The tracking throughout this final point was pretty amazing.
FaZe really came out on top of the ult economy right at the very end. They got a lot of key ultimates up online. I mean, you had Sound Barrier, you had Earth Shatter, you had the Graviton to even start everything off. And on top of that, I mean, you get a Nano Blade at the very end. I mean, that was just, it's a losing battle for Luminosity.
What is happening on Luminosity's side? I see 4 Anas.
Hello?
Man.
Hello?
I didn't know I wanted to see it until now, but I really want to see a nano-boosted Biotic land on somebody.
Please. That would be all sorts of fun. Man, but somehow the game broke and they have 3 Anas, so they will be switching back in the spirit of the good competition, I would suppose. And
certainly,
there we go.
Certainly would be in the rules, and if it wasn't, I'm positive the admin is going to lay down the law on that instantaneously.
That would be, honestly, that would be disgusting. 3 Anas, I would cry a little bit.
Well, they
on the other team.
They wipe for the most part, but that's a lot of nanos. Now, now if it was like 5 Anas and Shadowburn, that would be interesting. Just 1v6 Shadowburn. See how many nano blades it takes for him to win a fight.
The never-dying Genji. Here we go, switching sides. As Luminosity were unable to get the full cap there. And it will be FaZe Clan now moving to the offensive side. Mike staying on that Roadhog, and Shadowburn playing Genji still. As Ube is landing those right clicks on the Mei. As he has switched to that. No pure DPS for Luminosity going into this on the defensive side. That Mei will certainly pay dividends for them, or has the potential to. Defense looking to initiate here is FaZe. Luminosity just about to drop down. You already have Super Pluke in the middle of things. Down there on the bottom, and Spree just sitting up top on the Zarya. Just laying in the damage, and he's pretty much uncontested, though Luminosity did lose Hedan off the start of this defense, so that's a bit troublesome for Luminosity. Super Pluke and Hedan both down, Mineral falling as well. That is all FaZe Clan on this first fight. And Luminosity may be able to regroup themselves for one defending fight on this first point. They will have some ultimates to do so. Just about the perfect ultimates to defend first, so see if they can get back in time, and I think they will.
FaZe Clan, 4 ultimates on their side, Luminosity with 2. That's certainly going to be biased in FaZe Clan's favor as they are on offense, and the Nano Blade going to slice and dice up Luminosity here.
Spree and Mineral both taken down by that Nano Blade. Zombs getting Super Pluke, and they are coming out on top of the kill department. There's going to be a self-destruct coming through as well. Mike getting that hook, taking down Ube. Now FaZe comes back out to just crush any Luminosity player in sight. Between Mike and Fact Fiction, they breeze through that point. Shadowburn, of course, his Dragon Blade doing work as well. Now Ube switching over to Pharah, as FaZe doesn't really have a counter for it, unless Raucus just sits there and focuses him down. But
no, it's often been a weakness I've seen with FaZe. Sometimes Shadowburn will switch over to Pharah and just sort of, they don't necessarily get into an air duel, but just make sure that he has a greater effect on the other one, and that can work out sometimes. Graviton landing for FaZe Clan is Luminosity getting caught in it. Ube still not going down though.
Ube had that nano boost on him. It is a 2-for-2 trade here. So 4v4 on the fight, though FaZe not in the best in the health department. Not in a very good situation there, so they're really just going to have to back up. Shadowburn gets taken down at the end, so everyone going to get healed up. Raucus has a nano boost at the ready. They have sound barrier as well. But other than that, FaZe doesn't have all that much to work with. And Hedan just getting those. Oh, no, actually, Graviton. We'll hold that thought. Graviton coming out. There is going to be a good biotic that lands in it. Ube melted by Raucus right there, and the sound barrier from FaZe will come through as Icefelt is able to take down Mikey A now as they apply this pressure to Luminosity. There is no sustain for them right there. Just crushing Luminosity on the cart is FaZe Clan, and Shadowburn soon to be up on the Dragon Blade. And FaZe having a pretty solid offense here themselves. But there will be one more fight for this Streets FaZe point.
Nanoblade for FaZe. Looks like Luminosity might be mounting a defense, just trying to pull some more ultimates out of FaZe, slow their roll just a little bit. Super Fluke maybe going in by himself. It's gonna work.
Nanoblade for Shadowburn as he's doing what he normally does. There it is, Mineral, Super Fluke. there's a Rocket Barrage in the back from Ube, but Shadowburn doing a good job of shutting that down, though there is a self-destruct out from Icefelt. Is able to grab two, but still FaZe holding strong on this cart at the moment. Icefelt is still inside of that mech and able to at least stall for a while. There's a minute and 20 left on this clock for FaZe to get the next point. The Luminosity guys are filtering back into the point. Super Fluke is here. Shadowburn is going to back off, as well as the rest of the FaZe Clan members, and Luminosity are able to hold on right there, just barely. But they are able to, but FaZe looking to come back in quickly as they get a good Graviton off. Super Fluke gets the nano boost, and he Earth Shatters as well. Doesn't really find too much off it initially, but Luminosity are cleaning up on these kills. Ube with two, Fact Fiction and Forsaken among them. Mike goes down at the end. Luminosity doing a very good job holding on here. FaZe is in dire straits now. 45 seconds for them to make sure they get this next checkpoint.
Luminosity's last few exchanges working out for them. Earth Shatter seemed like it was a little bit misplaced, but it took down Plute and kept his shield down long enough for, or sorry, other way around. It took down Fact of Fiction, and it kept his shield down long enough for Luminosity to follow it up, take him out of the fight, which shortly there followed by Forsaken as well. And now FaZe Clan possibly in their final offense.
Oh, Mike needed to convert on that hook so badly, and he gets charged into the wall then by Super Fluke. That's bad news. Shadowburn using the Dragon Blade. He needs to come up big with this right now. Shut down by Spree. Now Luminosity using that sound barrier will give them some gusto. FaZe using it here as well as they continue to fight it out. FaZe absolutely needs to win this fight right here. Good pressure from Icefelt onto Hedan, but still, it will be FaZe actually getting the kills in the middle of this fight. They might just be able to hang on long enough to get this second point. Super Fluke comes back out. He's close to an Earth Shatter, but he gets melted quite quickly. FaZe in the dying seconds are able to finally cap this second point. They're only going to have a minute and 30 to try and at least get to the point that Luminosity got the cart to, which is pretty darn close to the end.
Yeah, but the economy is certainly in Luminosity's favor. Will it be in a minute and 15 seconds, though, is a better question. Right now, Luminosity, a Blizzard, a Nano Boost, an Earth Shatter, all in the mix. Mikey A changing over to McCree for FaZe Clan.
And we know Mike can play a pretty mean McCree as well. Here comes a Blizzard out for Luminosity. Ube sets that one down, and Spree starts it off. Takes down Shadowburn. Zoms is going to trade it. It's a 2-for-2 trade at that, as it is, well, it was Shadowburn going in a little bit, but shut down, and here we go. Just Luminosity holding on. That Blizzard is able to buy them a little bit more time, 40 seconds. And Icefeld actually gets killed a bit late. So if FaZe can regroup quickly, they'll be able to at least get some free ground on this payload as Luminosity tries to regroup. And it'll come down to essentially one last fight here for FaZe to try and take this map. Zombs has a Graviton at the ready, which he's going to use right now. Mike looking for positioning up top, and he may be able to get himself a high noon on top of that towards the end of this fight as he's just hanging out behind that Reinhardt shield. No kills here so far. Earthshatter out from Fact Fiction. He's able to get a couple. This might be the end. FaZe Clan are getting so many kills. It's a complete team wipe for FaZe. They should be able to bring the card on home and take map number 1 here against Luminosity. There it is. A beautiful Earthshatter at the end, and follow-up from the rest of FaZe will send them up 1-0 in this series.
Man, just when it looked like Luminosity had this one, they were holding very well. Icefeld stalls right before the second checkpoint, and then they switch it out to McCree, and it's all over.
Yep, Mike making the switch there, and really, Fact Fiction had a beautiful Earthshatter to help them seal the deal on that point. He got a lot of bodies, probably 4 or 5 in it, and the follow-up came through. Mike was dealing some good damage in the back as McCree just able to do work, and he's a fun player to watch, mechanically skilled. He can land those shots and really dish out damage, so maybe McCree is a pick. They might want to keep him on a little bit more, but it's also pretty effective on Roadhog. Close match either way, though.
Yeah, so far I can't decide if I feel like FaZe is playing up based on their past performances, or perhaps Luminosity is faltering a little bit. Certainly on the second point defense, I thought there was a few mistakes there that led to FaZe being let back into the game. And if that stop had happened, then we would be talking about Luminosity taking first map.
We'll be able to take another look at Mikey here on his play of Roadhog. This player came in, we didn't really know what to expect entirely, but he definitely showed up.
Yeah, he's a guy you do need to keep out for quite a bit. He's a talented DPS player. One of the more mechanically skilled guys I think you'll see out there. He's hasn't played for any huge teams really, just pretty much G2. He's still finding his footing in Overwatch, and maybe this is a really big opening for him. If he sticks with FaZe in the end, taking the spot at 2 easy, and it's good to see him in and making some impact for them so far in this match.
Now I'm excited to see how well he continues to play as this match progresses. Nepal will be map number 2. You guys think FaZe is putting this one away? I think you both predicted Luminosity, yes?
Yeah, we did in the beginning. I think he said 2-0. I was kind of more 2-1 on the fence at least about it. And Luminosity, this is definitely, I think, a map for them. Nepal is, I think it'll play into their favor. Though, with the change-ups that FaZe has made, if Mike is able to shut down, say, Icefeld, if he's playing Tracer on this map, if Mike is playing a good McCree there, that could totally shut them down. So I think it's a question mark.
We've seen the effect of Grim Realities breaking out McCree at the right time, and if FaZe has their own version of that right now, perhaps that does tip Nepal more into their favor than it was before. That's certainly one of the maps I would typically expect Luminosity to stay away from. It seems to be kind of a little bit of an equalizer for a team like FaZe, but Luminosity knows what they're doing. Perhaps they just have so much footage of FaZe on Nepal that's what they want to go to, or perhaps they just feel like they can beat them head-to-head in these kinds of situations. We're going to find out fairly soon. Obviously, Icefeld is a player to watch for Luminosity. Definitely pops off on control point. Ube, we've seen he can play. He's filling Crew's shoes just fine. He can play pretty much whatever they put him on.
Yeah, and another thing to keep an eye on, too. I mean, we talked about how Mike can play not only McCree, but, I mean, in terms of, we know some of these maps are really great for Tracer. We are going to have a little bit of a pause here. I think just waiting for everybody to get back in. But not only that, but you have Mike who can play, Tracer as well. He's, so he can counter whatever Icefeld's doing on Tracer and play his own Tracer. So there's options for FaZe here.
Well, this is something you brought up that we've seen Grim Reality switching off to Reaper. We've seen Agility switching off to Genji. Like this sort of like 2/3 of the way through the map switching to a different hero is. I feel like you condition the other team that we're playing this style, and then you switch to something completely different, and they don't know what to do with it, and it gives you just enough time to finish off the map. It seems to be a very effective strategy that many teams are employing.
I mean, a game when so many things are so fast, as much as you can pre-plan that's going to be an advantage for you, right? I mean, it's certainly important for supports. Lucio often is going to be wanting to look for who he might reflexively break out a sound barrier for, right? And you can kind of count down the list. It's like, well, Dragon Blade's already out, which pretty much just leaves the Graviton. I don't necessarily need to fire it the instant I hear it, depending on the situation I'm in, so maybe I'll give it a second. Or it could be the other way around. You're like, man, there's a Nano Blade floating around here. The instant I hear that Nano, especially the Dragon Blade, get popped, I'm pressing Q and trying to get sound barrier up ahead of time and just hope it works out. I mean, that certainly is also applicable to characters like, well, supports, mostly supports, Tranquility for Zenyatta, that kind of thing. But in general, it still matters for the rest of the team. You want to pre-plan exactly who you're trying to cancel out or who you're exchanging in some situations. So switching up a hero at a unexpected time can certainly throw your opponent off and completely scramble whatever plans they were making.
Absolutely. Can easily throw them off.
That's possibly not all teams.
No,
but most of the ones I've talked to have discussed a lot of those same mechanics, which ripple down throughout all skill rings, I think.
Well, here we go. We got everybody into the game. Mike is going to be on the Roadhog, and you have Ube on the Pharah. Icefeld still playing Tracer. Fact Fiction gets us started here. It is a 1-for-1 trade, though. A Shadowburn goes down, Raucus going down, all thanks to Icefeld, who gets 2 kills for himself. And Mineral taken down by Mike right there, which is a good pick on the support. And Fact Fiction gets finished off as they're trading a lot of kills back and forth, though Luminosity has cemented themselves, better positioning on top of the point, and they will take it first right here as both teams try and get their reinforcements back into the fight here. But Nano Boost is already going to be up for Hedan, and Raucus is quite far away from it. Fact Fiction's gotten Earth Shatter. Locked and loaded at the moment. A big charge from Super Pluke all the way into the back there, and he will just get melted. Here comes a Rocket Barrage out from Ube. He had the Nano Boost on it as well. Icefeld helping him on the damage, but Ube with 2 for himself, stayed alive in the process. FaZe getting rolled through right there, given the oops as well. So Luminosity holding on here for just about 40% and counting for them.
It's a very decisive capture from Luminosity. FaZe Clan working on a Nano Boost and a Graviton, looks like. Either one of those can be enough in the right circumstance, but exactly what they'll pair with, aside from just sort of your average Reinhardt. Not necessarily up yet, but here we go. Luminosity already attacking directly off the point into FaZe Clan on the side.
Mike did make the switch to McCree, and he does take down Hedan, and Shadowburn actually is on the 76 as well, so some kills coming through from FaZe, couple for Luminosity. It is about a 3-for-3 trade. Forsaken goes down a little bit late, and he had sound barrier too. And Fact Fiction just working his way back. FaZe really needs to regroup here, as they'll have one solid attempt at taking this point left. It's 80% for Luminosity. Both sides have ultimates to work with as well. So it's about who will get better value out of the ultimates. Ube getting Earth Shattered amongst some others, and there is going to be Graviton down. I have no idea. Zoms, though, gets 2 on the fight, and FaZe have gotten 3 for themselves right here. So I think this should be a 1 fight for them unless Luminosity can pull off some sort of a miracle. There we go. Zoms doing work on this point. And FaZe, in the nick of time, are able to get the capture on the point. And some ultimates invested from Luminosity that they didn't get a whole lot of value out of.
No, definitely not. FaZe Clan coming out on top of the economy now. They have 4 on their side that they can definitely string together for a number of holds. I don't know if it's the 4 or 5, in some cases 3 they might need in order to come back all the way here to cap this stage out. But Luminosity got a Nano Boost on their side and a Barrage, but Graviton already coming out from the FaZe Clan. No real kills coming out of it in the meantime.
Yeah, no real follow-up. Icefeld getting the Nano Boost. Shadowburn with Attack Visor, and make that a Nano Visor. Does take down Ube, who was floating around, though. A good Biotic Grenade is going to land on top of a lot of FaZe players here, and they could be in trouble for that. Though they're able to back themselves up nicely and regroup. Icefeld is just going to go for a, well, he's trying to go for a reset. Raucus getting himself a little bit of extra ult charge, though, by securing the kill. So FaZe are working back in slowly but surely. But all they're going to have really for this next fight is an Earth Shatter, and maybe a sound barrier a bit later in the fight, but Luminosity doesn't have that much either.
If FaZe can find an aggressive path on this and get around Super Blue's shield, that Earth Shatter will be enough. Oh, right there, that big sleep. That's it. It stepped up. Factor Fiction dropping the Earth Shatter.
Wow,
but
somehow
not connecting.
Didn't actually connect onto any of the players of Luminosity, which is just heartbreaking for FaZe. And Shadowburn getting put to sleep by, by Hedan as well. So there will be a sound barrier out from Forsaken, which is well done. Keep his team in the fight. Spree, though, getting... Oh, he's going to be getting that nano boost. He's trying to hunt down Mike, but he's doing a good job of getting the jukes off so far. And FaZe are still finding kills. 3 players are down for Luminosity. They're out of this fight between Zums and Mikey A. They are cleaning house, and FaZe might be able to take phase 1 of this map on Nepal, and it looks like they're easily able to, not easily, but they are able to do so. Shadowburn getting 2 kills at the end, working back on a reverse sweep. FaZe clan showing some good resiliency right there.
Yeah, that Factor Fiction Earth Shatter. Oh man, this is another one as well. Bluke was laying flat down on the ground, had been asleep. Somebody woke him up right as Factor Fiction was stepping up and dropping another Shatter. Shield got up and didn't let it through, but that was it right there. Either way, FaZe clan was able to take home the stage, so no sense crying over it. But
no.
Man, if that had converted, if that had reversed all the way around, that would have been a disaster.
I got like 5 guys inside of that at least. I mean, that would have been a huge, huge Earth Shatter, but either way, as you said, FaZe gets it, so, you know, no reason to fret.
Ube gonna run an indoor Pharah. We've seen that go all sorts of ways, but it's certainly helping the shield war portion right here.
Well, we'll see. See maybe if he can get some boops with it off the E. And he'll just sit in the back here, just spam rockets.
Yep.
Really, but FaZe will have Shadowburn on the 76 to counter against it, and actually some good rockets landing into the players. FaZe really dishing out the damage, and because of so much pressure off of these rockets, FaZe hasn't really been able to get good positioning themselves, and Luminosity just taking the point first here. Mike goes down, Forsaken goes down, and they're going to have to regroup. If it continues to really be a problem and Shadowburn isn't able to deal with it, they might have to put Mike back on the McCree to deal with Ube on Pharah.
Possibly. Ube is going to be using a lot of cover, though. We've seen every position he's used so far. He's had a pretty easy escape and just kind of an annoying place to poke from behind. Nano boost coming out onto Super Pluke. Let's see if he can find a target, but it looks like so far he's been way out of the fight. Ube firing off into Soldier 76, not able to pick up another one in the meantime. Zarya very far forward. Spree looks like he's going to sneak out, being escorted by Icefeld and Super Pluke, but it was definitely going to be a team operation to get him out of that mess.
Ube has this rocket barrage right, and he is just positioning himself waiting. Here we go, Graviton into the rocket barrage. Was only able to get 1, but dealt a lot of damage and helped secure 5 kills for FaZe, as Raucus might go down as a pretty late stagger here as well. And, well, there he goes. So Spree able to get that, and Ube just sitting there waiting for the opportunity. Good combination from Luminosity.
Old new Pharah, man, bringing back the boost, letting you hover in the air for quite a long time. That's a tricky spot. I'm surprised other members of FaZe didn't catch it from the side.
Yeah, that's the. I mean, no one had a chance against it, for sure. Now Graviton coming out from the FaZe side. And in fact, Fiction gets 2 here, so FaZe are able to finally get back into this phase of the map, so to speak, and they'll be able to convert right here. But Luminosity getting themselves up to 87%. In fact, Fiction will have an Earth Shatter locked and loaded. Mike has made the switch over to McCree now, and it seemed pretty effective for FaZe when he was on McCree. So, I mean, maybe keeping him on that is not a bad idea by any means. But Shadowburn has made a switch over to the D.Va now as well, which we'll see out of him quite a bit. But 3 ultimates online for Luminosity.
And basically, well, almost 4 for Luminosity. Factor Fiction still working on getting that Earth Shatter back up. He's going to go down.
A sound barrier through from Luminosity just in time. There were so many hurt players. Icefeld with 2 right here. And now that is going to be Luminosity. They have control of the point, and I don't think FaZe is going to have bodies around. I mean, Shadowburn does get the nano boost. He has a self-destruct at the ready, but he gets put to sleep. He may just be able to stall this one long enough, is going to use that. The self-destruct takes down Spree as well outside of his mech with the help of his self-destruct. And now FaZe coming back through. They're getting the kills. Shadowburn was able to stall just long enough to keep FaZe in this fight, and they retake the point. Luminosity with 99%. Well done by Shadowburn, saving FaZe on this map, but still, they're going to have to hold for quite a while.
Luminosity, an Earthshatter on their side, working on a self-destruct. FaZe Clan, another Earthshatter, sound barrier, pretty close to a Graviton. That's definitely enough in order to keep them alive here on the second point. But Luke's going to take a dive, getting bounced over by Shadowburn.
Well done by Shadowburn. That'll just delay Luminosity
enough time on its
longer.
own, yeah.
Yeah, it'll just delay it another, 10 seconds, 10, 15 seconds. So all the time, every second matters here for FaZe and trying to get back into this round. As Shadowburn soon to have another self-destruct. Fact Fiction with an Earthshatter, Forsaken with that sound barrier. A lot of ultimates coming up for FaZe right here. Just need to make sure they manage them well, but this may be the last fight. And Forsaken preemptively using that sound barrier. And now Icefelt coming through, gets Earthshattered himself. There will be a self-destruct down on the point. Won't get any kills. Still, no one has died yet. Zom's going down. He had the Graviton in his possession. Ube gets the hook onto him, sending him into the pit. Super Pluke, though, taken out by Fact Fiction. Is Fact Fiction actually coming up on another Earthshatter here very soon? Mike is over on Tracer, has a Pulse Bomb, lays it out there, won't connect. Ube with 3 for himself on the point. Luminosity might just be able to retake it in the nick of time, though. Mike is here, and he's got to try and stall as long as possible, but Ube is still going to town, and that might just shut it down. But Zom's laying out that Graviton, and he got a lot of bodies in it. Fact Fiction coming back just in time with the Earthshatter, but there isn't any FaZe members to help him with the follow-up. That's the only problem when they laid the Graviton there. So no players from FaZe can touch the point, and that will let them tie it right back up, Luminosity. A very close round on Sanctum.
We're going to push into the third stage. So far, things pretty neck and neck throughout both teams. Across, I'd even say all maps. 66 wasn't a huge swing in one direction or another, really. FaZe just breaking out for quite a while, but back and forth with these two teams fairly evenly matched. Not something I would have expected coming into today. FaZe just not performing as well as they are right now. I think at this point it's fairly comfortable to say that perhaps Mikey A in place of Too Easy was an upgrade, the right decision.
Yeah, I think it's still a little early, but I mean he's certainly playing well, Mike. That's for sure. And here we go on to Village. Ube still playing the Pharah, and Mike this time is going to be playing Tracer. Raucus going down early in the opening pick in Luminosity's favor, though FaZe Clan strikes back with a couple of their own. Icefelt and Spree, both get killed here, and actually FaZe are cementing themselves on this point beautifully, and Ube is the only one left alive for Luminosity, and he will get taken care of. FaZe will grab the point first here, despite losing Raucus right off the start. And they'll start to tick away on time, so.
Ube switching over from Pharah onto D.Va again. Ultimate economy relatively even for both sides, though Shadowburn is certainly ahead in his self-destruct. Luminosity going to try and storm the high ground again, coming in with a speed boost.
It is going to be the Tracer battle. Nice sleep from Hedan right there, getting the rewind, just trying to keep himself alive, really, as Mikey. And he's soon to have Pulse Bomb. Icefelt with a Pulse Bomb of his own, looking to set that down on Ryan, and he was able to do so. Zoms, though, getting the kill onto Super Pluke. Fact Fiction was kept alive despite that Pulse Bomb being laid down onto him. Mike cleans up Mineral, so FaZe are still looking very good here on the fight. And Luminosity is going to have to go back to the drawing board yet again for the fight. And look how many ultimates FaZe has right now, just so many.
We might as well refer to that as 6. 15% left for Zoms. By the time everybody else even thinks about letting loose all of their ultimates, he's going to have his as well. But the Graviton is certainly one of the more powerful of the bunch, and Luminosity trying to take it to FaZe right now to at least take some of this out of their economy, but that's going to be a tough battle.
And there is a Pulse Bomb out. Mike lands that right onto the back of a couple of players. And that is just a breeze of a fight for Luminosity. They didn't, or for FaZe.
For only two.
Only 2 ults. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. They didn't even have to invest much in that fight.
Now we're basically one possession away for FaZe, or rather one assault away for FaZe, with 4 ultimates left. Certainly not looking good for Luminosity. They need to find the right angle for Spree's Graviton if they're going to be able to take this back at all.
It's go time for Luminosity. They have quite a few ults to work with. Zom's using that Graviton. He knows Spree's on the outside. Sound barrier from Luminosity comes through at just the right time, though Super Pluke still goes down. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Now Luminosity starting to get the kills themselves. Forsaken and Fact Fiction both going down. Raucous as well. So Luminosity definitely looking to take this fight right here and get themselves back into the game a little bit, because FaZe is at 99%. Mike makes his way out, but it's going to have to be a reverse sweep for Luminosity if they want to take this stage on the village.
Luminosity has a nano boost. Now we're building a few points here. FaZe Clan with a pulse bomb and nano boost of their own. Even though FaZe Clan just lost a lot of that, they're not too far away in the ultimate economy. And they only have to take it back once.
Spree playing quite aggressively, getting speed boosted across the top, and we'll just start to try and work away at Shadowburn. And Super Pluke actually did go down. Now Spree's going to get that nano boost as he presses forward, got put to sleep, but quickly woken up after that. And Shadowburn is going to get a nano boost for himself as well. Has self-destruct at the ready if he needs it. They're still trading out, but here comes FaZe. They've gotten 3, 4 for themselves. Self-destruct goes down, didn't find any kills itself, but will zone them out. FaZe should be able to retake point here. Super Pluke has got a long walk back, and that should be just about it. He gets shut down completely by the Graviton, amongst other things, and FaZe will now take a 2-1 lead on Nepal. Yeah, Luminosity is just 1 round away from being sent home for the day, or being defeated today. FaZe looking pretty solid across the board, but
the way that kind of thing ripples out in round robin, and it's a problem when you go against a team that starts performing better in the last half than in the first half. You're getting behind in the overall schedule. This team that so many people have taken points away from is now putting up a fight and taking them away from you. That'll drag you down faster than anything else. Now, I'm obviously getting ahead of myself, but a little concerned for Luminosity here. They are what I would consider comfortably in third, but if they give up this match, it's going to cause some problems overall. They're not sitting as pretty as Immortals and Renegades, but even Renegades or Immortals losing to FaZe would certainly cause a lot of problems for them down the road. Some of them are hard to predict, but FaZe and Luminosity meeting here in the middle of Shrine.
Super Pluke starting, engaging this fight for Luminosity, gets the charge, and it's still just big poke war all over the point at the moment, is seeing who gets this opening pick. Zoms is the first to fall. So Ube gets us started here, and that's a big guy to take out of the fight for sure. Shadowburn goes down to Spree. Well, 2 guys down, 3 guys down for FaZe. Luminosity certainly should be able to grab the point first here. Icefelt will still be rocking Tracer, and Mike is going to be still on Tracer himself. But Luminosity strikes first, and they've managed to build their ultimates up quite a bit here, as a lot are about to come online. Oh, actually, all 6 are about to be up for Luminosity.
It's a good position to be in. Super Pluke driving straight in. Factor Fiction going to shut him down. Other way around. Hold that thought.
Oh
that
my
was
goodness!
huge.
Icefelt with all 6, actually all 5. Just about all 6 for Icefelt there. That was huge. Only Mike was the only one to escape out of that one. What a combination between Spree and Icefelt. Only 2 ults needed. They still have 4 in the bank.
Icefelt heard you comparing him to Mikey A, and he's like, I'm not going to let that happen, man. I got to stand out right now.
He certainly did stand out. I'll tell you what, Earth Shatter from Super Pluke should be able to secure kills on Raucous and company. That will happen indeed. Mineral the only to fall for Luminosity, and yet again, breezing through FaZe right there, as they're going to have to really reset and make something happen. As, oh man, Luminosity have been dominating, and they still have a nano boost to work with as well, but FaZe, now with the ult economy in their favor, should be able to take a fight right now. Now Super Fluke getting a charge to initiate, but he is quite low on health. Should get focused down pretty quickly, I'd imagine. No one going for it, though. The Graviton is actually going to land in there. Spree with three for himself. That could seal the deal for Luminosity. And they had the ults phase, but couldn't find any value with them, and Luminosity could send this to a fifth and final round on Nepal, and it seems as though that is going to be the case. No one from FaZe is home to touch the point. I mean, Fact Fiction trying to get back there in time. Good charge from Super Fluke. And that will prevent the FaZe players from getting back onto it. And that is going to be a fifth and final round of Nepal to decide if FaZe takes the win or if Luminosity can send it to a third map.
Let's see what stage they replay here, as that's going to make a very large difference. This is that bomb combo. Graviton with a pulse bomb right in the middle of it. Icefeld just absolutely mopping up FaZe Clan.
Sheesh. That was...
Back on a village.
Oh, back on the village it is. This is going to be a big decider here in the series. It's either FaZe takes it with their new roster member, at least for this tournament, or will Luminosity get that third and final map? All comes down to this. As both teams running pretty much the same comps they have been throughout most of Nepal. Both teams with the Tracers, Mike and Icefeld going at it to start it. And now charge comes through from Super Fluke, misses. Fact Fiction connects on his as he takes down Hedan, and it's big to get Nana out of the fight that early. 2 kills for FaZe to start us off, and unless Icefeld is able to go nuts right here, I think that will be a very secure win for FaZe. At least a first point take for them as Zom's cleaning up. Well, the remaining players from Luminosity, and yes, FaZe will get the point first right here, and not too much in terms of ultimates up yet.
First point, and enough ahead in the economy to point it out. Raucus already to a nano. Hedon, he's at about 18%, 59% for Spree generating his Graviton. Meanwhile, Zom's behind on his. Factor Fiction's getting pretty close to an Earth Shatter, but that Nano Boost already coming out.
Oh, there we go. Nano Boost is out. You'll see what they can do with it. Ube, 2 for himself. They are trading a bit back and forth. Luminosity does get the cap onto the point, but the kills are going the way of FaZe so far. Ube's still on it for Luminosity. Can he hold long enough? That's the question. As Spree is hanging on for dear life, manages to win the 1v1 with Mike. So Luminosity do hold right there. And they will just about even it up in percentage points as ultimates are starting to come up for both sides. And FaZe looking to reinitiate pretty quickly here as the Graviton self-destruct. What will it find? The self-destruct itself doesn't really get all that much, though Super Fluke does get 2 kills off of the back of the Graviton. Most of FaZe were not really inside of the Graviton itself, but regardless, it'll buy them a bit of extra time on the point. But we're soon to see a few ultimates for FaZe coming online here, so it might be enough for them to retake.
Luminosity almost double the capture points of FaZe Clan right now. FaZe Clan attempting to come back. They do have a pulse bomb and a sound barrier. Hold that thought. Super Fluke coming out with a nano boost. Oh, he's going to pick up Raucus with a nasty fire strike.
That's a big fire strike, and he'll get Fact or Fiction as well. And that is all Luminosity on the point at the moment. He has an Earth Shatter to work with as well. Luminosity 3 ults up. And FaZe now, they need to get something going on this next fight, because they pretty much have one good fight left in the tank, or will be Luminosity sending it to a third map as FaZe really wants to re-engage quickly here. Charging across was Super Fluke, and there will be a sound barrier used from both sides in this fight. There's a Graviton, there's Earth Shatters being used on both sides. Super Plot goes down, though, thanks to Raucus and company. They've traded 1 for 1 as Raucus goes down. Hedan will fall, and now it is just a trade fest back and forth, though FaZe, I think they may cement themselves on the point. They have the upper hand right here, as they had to use pretty much anything that they had to retake that point, but they do get it in the end as Luminosity sitting at 99%.
Keeping the dream alive either way, whether they've got an economy to back it up. It's a thought for another time when you're moments away from losing the game. Luminosity, nano boost, Graviton on their side, self-destruct, a pulse bomb lingering. They can take this back and cap it out with all the tools they have. No problem. FaZe Clan getting still pretty far away from the ultimates that they need to hold. So Luminosity, they just need to dictate the pace of the fight, rip them all out, and close it out.
Yeah, they have a lot of ults to work with. Here comes the Graviton Surge. There'll be a Pulse Bomb in that as well. 3-4 kills for Luminosity. That should seal the deal, certainly, for them. And I think we will be seeing a third and final map here as Luminosity is able to take Nepal. And that'll do it. It's a very, very close series, but in the end, Luminosity able to edge it out. A third map it is to decide this.
The first 2 rounds were 99% reverse sweeps. And then we had 2 rounds of just like utter domination on one side and then the other. And then it comes down to this third round where it's who can use their ults the best. Like we said that, you guys said that it was an even match, and like, holy cow, no kidding, right?
Yeah, it's very, very close between both of them. Luminosity, I mean, it could have gone either way. It was just one of those cases. A few mismanaged fights in terms of ultimates decided it, I think, in the end. And FaZe narrowly missing out, but third map will decide it. It's been a fun one so far, though.
It has, and as Luminosity is able to win, we'll take a look at Super Pluke on the final point with the Nano Roidhart play. Able to secure the win here.
That's the thing. Luminosity just had better ults. At the end, they had ults. I mean, really, FaZe had nothing to help themselves win the fight. Luminosity managed theirs just a little bit better throughout, and it allowed them to take the win in the end. But really, besides just that little mismanagement from FaZe, you know, it was close. It could have gone either way.
Yeah, Nepal going to Luminosity. Luminosity's the one that picked it, so a great selection on their
Yeah.
on their side. Would have expected control points to be a little bit more in FaZe's favor, but Luminosity was comfortable with it. Luminosity did well, certainly toe-in-toe, like you said. Oftentimes in these kind of very close situations, the team that wins is the team that made less mistakes. Not necessarily the team that made the greatest plays, but just who sucked less in this match overall. This isn't one of those. I think both teams were playing very, very well, so you have to be getting hypercritical to pick on some of the mistakes that really opened up any of those matches for either side.
Yeah, the ult synergy we saw time and time again on both sides. We saw that Ice Fell Pulse Bomb, and I think is by far the most kills we've seen out of a Pulse Bomb here at the Overwatch Winter Premiere. And then just, yeah, seeing stuff like the Roidhart there at the end where they're able to secure the win. The way that they're playing together as a team, and just like you said, that is what has them with the win here now. We will be moving on to Gibraltar for map number 3. It's what FaZe has picked. How do you feel about FaZe there? Mikey, how's he playing right now?
I still think Mike is playing pretty good, and I think Gibraltar is, at least historically, has been a pretty solid map for FaZe in general. So I think it's a good pick for them to take. Will they win it in the end? I still think Luminosity may be able to edge them out, but at this point, it's anybody's game. They've played so tight thus far. It's been such a close match that, I mean, you know, it sounds like a cop-out to say it, but seriously, it is anybody's game at this point. I think it's hard to take a definitive winner here.
Certainly a lot of terrain for Shadowburn to make use of playing Genji on Gibraltar.
Yep.
Overall, I think this current iteration of FaZe is kind of hard to judge against the last one. And their performance on Gibraltar in general, I find hard to judge. Sometimes fairly strong, put together, and definitive, and other times just sort of nothing really ever coming together as they get held. But so far today, FaZe doesn't look like they're really having any of that happen again to them. They're not really allowing those situations where they just seem to be kind of floating around rudderless, which is what I've seen from them occasionally, time to time, or perhaps not counterpicking or getting counterpicked and not changing. But so far, none of that is necessarily holding as true as it might have in the past. I'm real 50-50 on whether this is going to be Luminosity or FaZe Clan. I think last round, I would have given the bias to FaZe, as I mentioned before. This round, we'll just keep it even. I'll give the bias to Luminosity. It looks like they're getting a little bit momentum back. If they can keep that organized kind of play that I've seen from them so far, then I think they'll take it. But FaZe, as it stands right now, Mikey A on a high ground with McCree or Soldier 76 gives me more than a little bit pause for concern.
Yeah, I think...
Cause for concern.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, but, and that's
gives me also pause and cause for concern.
Gives you
putting
both.
them together.
A twofer. You know, you get them both. But
You take all the pauses. That way we won't have any in game.
Yeah, please.
So you
Please,
started
no
making
pauses.
up words, and I just can't help myself now.
Sure. Do it, man. Isn't it fun?
No.
Ah, come on. You know,
No, it's fun. I just can't agree with Caleb that much on desk, man.
Come on.
Yeah, it needs to be a little bit of back and forth.
You got to keep the hosts in their box. There's free lunch over
I
there.
just sit over here and talk in between games. You guys do all the talking.
Yeah, you just have to come up with a few things on desk, and it's all good. But here we go. I think we're headed into it. Gibraltar, it is third and final map. Excited to watch this one play out. These guys have been a very entertaining game for us, and it will be Luminosity to start us off. On the offensive side, FaZe will be your defending team. And in case anybody is just joining in with us to catch this third and final map, FaZe have swapped out 2Easy. He is no longer on the active roster of FaZe Clan. And Mikey A, or MGE Mike, as he is known to some, has swapped in for him to play kind of through what I'm guessing is a bit of a trial period of FaZe. And he's been playing pretty well so far for them. And this time he is playing on the Roadhog to get it kicked off. And Forsaken is just going to take a little bit of a chill, a little bit of a rest. He's had a grueling game so far off the start, and there's the old Tommy Cat. That's what I was told to call him, the old Tommy Cat. Here on Gibraltar.
I'm so confused why we're being encouraged to refer to.
Yeah, I know.
We're gonna have to throw this in the after-action meeting, guys. Why?
Yeah, I'll go along with it for now. Anyway.
Just start their own series of pranks on us. Honestly.
Well, Luminosity, as we said, on the offense. And standard setup quad tank for them coming out. And a quad tank for FaZe as well. Surprise, surprise. It's just working their way up the hill. FaZe are not actually leaning towards the server side, just pressuring as they come up the hill, and the shield battle commences, folks. Welcome to Quad Tank. Just looking for that hook opportunity. Mike not finding anything so far. Ube will be looking for one as well, and he is able to get Forsaken, and that's exactly what Luminosity needs to kick off this fight, though their positioning is not the best. They are on the lower ground. They still have the one pick to initiate with, so, I mean, if they just start to speed in and make things happen, Fact Fiction, though, will initiate himself. He'll get the nano boost going in for the Earth Shatter. He had an early Earth Shatter to work with. Ube gets hooked back in, but Mike had no bullets left in the chamber to do it, but FaZe are finding the kills nonetheless. And now the nano boost will be used on Spree, but he didn't get all that much. Forsaken goes down yet again by Icefelt. He's had a rough time off the start here, and there will be Gravitons on both sides. Zombs is the only one to land on top of it. There is a self-destruct, and I thought I could have gotten quite a few more, but FaZe are getting the kills. And that will be just about a near wipe for FaZe.
It's a confusing space-time situation there. There's two Gravitons right next to each other.
Yeah. And that self-destruct looked like it was, I mean, right smack dab in the middle of everything. I thought I was going to pick up at least 4. Shadowburn placed it quite well. I guess the shield cut it in half and didn't do anything, but...
You got 2 ultimates on the side of FaZe Clan, a whole hog and a nano boost. Luminosity with a self-destruct, an Earth Shatter, nano boost, and a whole hog not too far away as well. Sound barrier. A whole lot working in Luminosity's favor. Working through the server room, possibly going to take the high ground and flip the script on FaZe Clan. But no, they're going to walk right out of the server room and using, here comes the self-destruct flying out of the back line.
Oh, nobody getting caught in it. They escape narrowly. There's a big Earth Shatter from Fact Fiction to come through. That's going to secure 2 kills, but 2 straight back for Luminosity. The sound barrier from Mineral will come out. And maybe a little late. Forsaken is so close to his sound barrier, he may need to use this one. Fact Fiction goes down before he's able to get it off, though, and that's a missed opportunity. Will they be able to convert on any other frags? And, well, it's still just Luminosity keeping that cart moving forward. Forsaken caught inside of the Graviton Surge. That should definitely secure it for Luminosity. And they will get the first checkpoint here. 3 minutes and 10 seconds to move through the next phase of the point, and they will be able to kill a lot of stragglers coming out from FaZe. Sadly, ended up getting that forward spawn, and that will just delay things even further for FaZe to set up a defense, and Luminosity should be able to go through and get high ground advantage.
Yeah, Luminosity already rushing near the space shuttle, make sure they can take that area away from FaZe Clan. It's one of the pivotal parts of the second stage here. They can also defend the spawn as everybody comes back in. They're just going to get more and more distance out of that the earlier they take it. FaZe Clan's only real option is to push into the low ground, and that is not a good proposition for them. So Luminosity's definitely going to exploit that.
Ooh, Ube getting the hook on the Forsaken. This guy has had such a rough time off the start of Gibraltar. Shadowburn, though, with the self-destruct over the top, gets to Superpluke using his Earth Shatter to try and bring Luminosity back into the fight, and I think it is working, as that is 3 kills for them, and that is not good news if you're a FaZe Clan fan, as Luminosity has been rolling pretty well here ever since getting that first checkpoint. And it's just Raucus does land asleep, quickly woken up. FaZe guys are coming back out. There was an Earth Shatter from Fact Fiction, but it didn't really convert on all that much, and Luminosity are still the ones finding the kills despite nano boosts and all sorts of ultimates being used by FaZe, and you want to see more value out of that from FaZe, but they're not getting it, and Luminosity now converting on the second checkpoint. They have 3 minutes to work it all the way into last. They only one ultimate, at least at the moment, but Luminosity with the big one, that's a Graviton, a spree, and they're sneaking around.
So far, Luminosity staying organized. It's not an absolute sweep all the way through, but they're not really being held up all that much, and a Graviton landing in the backside of FaZe.
Oh, very sneaky from Spree, and a good biotic to land on the players on the inside of it. Fact Fiction was pulled out and taken down. Ube with 2 for himself. Zombs goes out of it. And that is just all Luminosity, man. There's nothing FaZe can do to cement themselves in this game. I mean, they're just cruising through Luminosity, but a good play from Spree to wrap around on the backside to get that Graviton off cleanly. And it's one last attempt for FaZe to try and get this one. Superpluke using that Earth Shatter, gets Mike down in the middle of it. 1-for-1 trade, good charge from Superpluke though, unfortunate for Raucus. There's a self-destruct in the back, but Luminosity have gotten at least 3 kills. The respawns are starting to come through from FaZe. There is going to be a sound barrier out from Forsaken, but I mean, there's really nobody there to take much advantage of it, and it is going to be now a nano boost out onto Superpluke. Icefelt is getting kills as well. It's not looking good for FaZe. And a self-destruct from Icefelt on top of it just to make sure they zone any stragglers off of the point. And Luminosity now are going to get the cap. 1:44 left in their time bank. Looking very, very solid.
Not a bad time for Gibraltar at all.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good. Forsaken was having a tough time, man.
Yeah, and that last charge by Superpluke, where he goes up the pipes. I mean, sometimes he'll get stuck on a crack or stairs, and other times he just flies up a set of pipes like it's a ramp. Poor Raucus, man. I let it in an awe there that wasn't so much for Superpluke making a great play, so much as just a sympathy pain for Raucus. I felt that right in my chest.
Yeah. I know how it is, man. If that was me, I would have been yelling at my monitor.
Yeah, you would. Even when you're in the office, half expect to see your monitor fly across the room.
I get a little angry sometimes, right? It's part of the game, but
Maid often vacuums up some extra sodium from in and around your desk, I think. That's how I can tell you've been playing competitive.
Oh yeah, you know. Everybody knows it's around here that see me play a video game. But it is now a change in sides. 1:44 for Luminosity as they head to the defense. And I think we're going to be seeing the same thing out of FaZe. At least that's what they're showing so far. Same thing from Luminosity.
FaZe running back-to-back 4 tanks would just be surprising to me.
Well, Icefelt might be on the Tracer. Or, yeah, Tracer. That's a 76. Not a Tracer. I'm just used to seeing him.
Sort of like an older male, chemically beefed up Tracer, and the sprint is a little bit slower, and he doesn't have a rewind, but makes up for that with the Geritol station. Just refreshes up a little bit, no problem.
Yeah, same thing.
Hit him with the arthritis meds and let him loose.
Well, he'll, regardless, be playing that 76. As I expect him to be right up top with Hedan. All the way in the back, as they often do. But Luminosity, pretty good opportunity. If they can get a defense going here, that's, you know, a big win over FaZe, who looked great off the start of the series. Not that they're looking bad now, but it's going to be FaZe looking to initiate. Mike missing the initial hook, and well, they do finally get Super Pluke right there. Pull him in, couldn't convert on the kill, though. As still just the poke war, the shield war, really, back and forth. And Super Pluke actually did get taken down by Mike. That should be good initiation for FaZe to come back in, but Mineral able to take down Mike, who Mineral's actually playing on the D.Va, a single support composition out from Luminosity on the defensive side. They do get a couple kills for each team. They're trading back and forth, but I think FaZe is getting just slightly the better end of the fight. But now there will be a nano boost out from Shadowburn. I would suspect that should secure the points for them indeed. It does. They do get that first checkpoint. 5 minutes for them to get to the next one. A lot of Luminosity players are caught out of position, so there's a possibility of getting some extra frags right here. And indeed, they're going to. 2 guys caught out. That'll give FaZe a little bit more free time on this payload.
Somewhat of a trend when we see the single healer things.
Yep.
It works fairly well for a little bit and then just incrementally loses almost by the amount of heals per second that they appear to be missing.
Yeah.
Interesting plan by Luminosity. I can see how it might work. It didn't work out this time around. Mineral back on Lucio. That Graviton landing for Luminosity. Pluke finding Factor Fiction in the meantime, but other than that, mostly just positional warfare at the moment. FaZe Clan, they have 3 ultimates on their side. Rock's going to go down. Zom's getting pulled in. Ube going to send him back to spawn. Now FaZe Clan, almost 5, almost 6 ultimates. Whether that last assault there gave him any distance whatsoever, it certainly brought a whole lot of power online. Luminosity, nano boost, Earth Shatter on their side.
Oh, what a hook from Mike. The bubble came through clutch from Spree, but man, what a way to initiate the fight for FaZe Clan. They have so many ults to work with. If they don't win this fight, that is very bad news. Rockets gets pulled in though, taken out by Ube. Icefell takes out Zombs. And somehow FaZe, I mean, they didn't really use a lot of ults, to be frank, but still, they had a good opportunity on the fight, but I couldn't convert on any of it. But they still have a lot of ults in the bank, for sure. 4 for them still to work with. And they'll be looking to use some of those and try and find the value, get themselves to this hangar phase.
Yeah, but Luminosity has a Graviton of their own in the high ground. Icefelt working on Attack Visor and Ube a whole hog. And the positional advantages along with the Graviton, they could get a hold out of this next one, but if FaZe sets the pace and engages first, it's going to be a different story.
Gonna do Mike comes in with that whole hog to get us kicked off. And still have a lot of Luminosity guys just down here on the payload at the moment, just waiting for FaZe to drop down. They're just about to do that. Fact Fiction will lead the charge, but he didn't really have anyone else with him. That's not the best coordination out of FaZe. He just jumped down by himself, and now Sound Barrier comes out from FaZe, and this is just a bit sloppy from the FaZe side. They do nothing with the ultimates that they had, and Luminosity getting a lot of value out of what they had. I mean, just a Graviton, really. But it all went downhill. Factor Fiction jumped down by himself. Nobody from FaZe followed up.
Luminosity, they're dropping the Graviton, and they get basically 4 ultimates out of that whole exchange. And yeah, I see what you're saying. FaZe just allowed Luminosity to get so much of a foothold back into this defense. Whatever momentum they did have is starting to stall out, but they can take that back at any moment if they can find the right picks at the right times. But that's a tall order given the situation. Luminosity burning a whole hog and a nano boost. Perhaps a questionable call on their end, but with 1 minute and 45 left on the clock for FaZe. Never mind, that Earth Shatter is going to be big.
Oh man, Fact Fiction used his own Earth Shatter and got absolutely 0 on it. Now Luminosity getting a big Earth Shatter themselves, as you were saying with Super Pluke. And that is just cleaning house of FaZe Clan, and they really need to get it going. I mean, they have ults coming back up online, but still, the coordination just seems a bit lacking from them through this hanger phase. And they've been having certainly a tough time, though.
But Luminosity just burned so much for that last one. They're back in a situation where the only thing they have is a Graviton. FaZe Clan, in the meantime, have 4 online. That's enough for them to get through the second stage and earn a little bit more time.
Spree's going to send that Graviton on in. The Biotic Grenade landed on top of Fact Fiction. Mike goes down. Fact Fiction as well. Luminosity have been playing quite a solid game themselves here. Really coordinated throughout the hanger phase, but FaZe finally getting something going here as they find a couple of kills for themselves. As Mineral goes down as well, they use a Graviton onto the remaining players of Luminosity, but there's really not a whole lot of follow-up to be had on the side of FaZe. And Zoms does get the nano boost, but he finds nothing with his Graviton or the nano boost. And FaZe will get a little bit of ground with the cart. They're starting to move it forward, but with 30 seconds left, they really need to bring it home soon. Here is now ultimates up are up from Luminosity, and Spree soon is going to have a Graviton. There is the self-destruct sent over top. There we go. That's exactly what FaZe needed. Shadowburn with 2, Forsaken taking down Icefelt, and now they might be able to bring home this second point. Shadowburn 3 in total, just in the nick of time. Might allow FaZe to get this second point just when they needed it. Shadowburn makes a play with the self-destruct, well placed. And they will have a shot.
The contest
is
back.
Oh, they are coming back in. Bigger shatter out from Super Pluke. Is there a follow-up there? There's a good Biotic that lands on top of it. Spree with the Graviton landing on top of the cart. Luminosity might just be able to hold this one off, as I don't think anyone from FaZe is going to be around. That's a full team wipe. And Luminosity are able to defend it in the final seconds. Getting there just in time with a Graviton from Spree, and they take this one against FaZe 2-1.
That's a huge win for Luminosity. Giving up points against FaZe right now would have been a disaster for them going into the round of 6. Absolutely.
Huge game there. It came down to the wire. It looked like FaZe finally had it figured out there at the end, and then Luminosity's like, no, we're not giving you the second point for free. We'll contest one last time, and they get the win.
They had the ults to do it. Spree came up big with that Graviton, man. And there was a Biotic that landed on top of the guys inside of the Graviton on the cart. Well placed, and it just shut them down.
A Tracer keeping it alive, also banking a lot of those ults from the fight they had previously, which was definitely going to be a nail-biter of a situation. They might not have made it back in time, but they judged it perfectly, came in. FaZe probably not ready for all of it, especially that big Graviton, and from there it just got mopped up entirely. I can't say it enough. That's huge for Luminosity.
Now we'll take another look at that final hold there as they're able to finally contest the very last point, getting the win, the close 3-game thriller.
You look at that. I mean, you had Icefelt in, able to stall it just a little bit. I mean, inches away, and then you get an Earth Shatter like that. Graviton comes in, that Biotic that lands on top of a few of the players, and then it is just clean up from there from Spree and Ube. Just well done by Luminosity.
And we've seen with many times when there's like a ditto quad tank sort of game, that what it really boils down to is ult usage, right? It's who is able to coordinate the best. And you talked about it on the second point, that there was at least one instance, multiple instances when FaZe had the ult economy advantage and just was not able to make it work for them.
Yeah, they had numerous times where it was in their favor, and they just, I don't know, they weren't really doing a whole lot with them. Some of the ultimates coming through, I think, poorly timed. There was a few times where we saw that. I mean, you saw the Graviton came out once when he was all by himself on the side of FaZe. He's just sitting there and Gravitoned a few people, and he's by himself. And the coordination was just lacking a little bit from FaZe throughout the hangar portion of the map. So
yeah,
I think if they can clean up some of that stuff, they would have been fine. But multiple times with ult economy advantage and not able to convert, that's just, you got to work on that. A
lot of teams struggling with the hangar phase of Gibraltar overall. Now, some of those teams have gotten it as the random first draw. And in case you guys are just tuning in or don't understand exactly how the map pool system works, there's a set number of pools. The first map is randomly drawn. All the teams are made aware of what that draw is going to be long in advance, so it's not even new to them on the day. And then after that, whoever loses that first match picks the second map, and so on and so forth. So many teams picking Gibraltar and then heavily struggling in the hangar phase oftentimes seeming a little bit lost. I don't think FaZe was entirely lost. I think they knew what they were doing. They were just not executing it as cohesively and as well as they could have or should have. But just in general, I mean, if you're in one of those situations where you're struggling with Gibraltar and the hangar phase in particular, perhaps people should stop picking it, because I'm just noticing a lot of people who select it and then struggle in the hangar phase. It's like, why would you? And more than that, to elaborate exactly what I'm talking about, they don't necessarily have a clear path for how to retake the shuttle.
Sure.
So they just put themselves in a situation where it's like, I guess you guys are banking on having so much momentum from the first point that you just take the second point. But you need to have a plan for that second point as well.
Well, when we saw that Luminosity actually looked quite good in the second stage. They sent 4 up top, left Lucio on the payload, kind of did this like 4-1 split push thing, and they pushed through that second point quite rapidly. I would be interested, that's what I was trying to say, to hear one of the players' perspectives on that. Mineral is on the line, and I would love to get his thoughts. Mineral, how you feeling? How was that? Just that was so hard on our end because it took so long. How you feeling, man?
Yeah, that was a stressful one.
Yeah, for real. I bet you guys really had your hands full there with FaZe. Do you have any keys to victory? What was the thing that kind of put you over the edge here?
Well, I think just kind of getting out composure. I think we were kind of rattled in the first map. We really weren't playing our game. It felt like a map we should have, even though we played really bad the entire map, we should have still won it. We should have fell at second, I think, but we lost the 6v4 there somehow because I think we didn't pressure on or something. And then Nepal, we were still kind of rattled. Our focus fire wasn't really on point, but we managed to clutch it out. And then third map, I think we were a lot more solid. The comps were a lot more calm, and we managed to close it out. So, yeah, I think as long as we don't beat ourselves, we can be a pretty good team.
Absolutely. Not beating yourselves is a very, very important thing. You guys absolutely came into your own there in map number 3. Now, looking forward in your schedule, is there any team that's really garnering a lot of respect from you guys? Is there anyone that you're looking out for as you move forward in this group stage?
It's hard to say. I mean, on this patch, it's still like a lot of fights can still feel kind of random. It's still very snowballing when you're playing with a lot of tanks. It's harder to make plays. It's more ult reliant. So I think all of the teams, I think we have Complexity and Liquid left. And you saw the game today. They were super close. So it's kind of hard to say. I think they're both quite even. So, again, I know that if we play our game, we're comfortable against anyone. So we just kind of focus on ourselves, and then we don't really care about who we play against.
All right, man. Well, hey, any shout-outs you got for any fans or any viewers? Anything you'd like to say to anybody before I let you go?
Thanks for everyone for watching the games. Obviously, Luminosity for supporting us, all our sponsors, all that good jazz.
All right, man.
Nothing else. Thanks.
Cool. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks.
Absolutely. That is Mineral, the sport player there for Luminosity, as they take the win over FaZe. It's been a nice, exciting day. That one. I had no idea where that one was going.
Hey, man, it was such a close match, and probably one of the closest ones we've had today, and certainly a lot of fun to watch. Hopefully our last match of today will be just as close. I don't know if it will be, but
we'll see.
That was a lot of fun. It was good to see FaZe. I mean, it seemed as though Mikey A worked in pretty well with the team. He filled the spot of Too Easy pretty well, and I'm excited to see how they do the rest of the way with him alongside them.
So we'll take a look at the standings after these 4 matches. Luminosity improving there to 3-2. They're keeping into that top 4, which right now, not as important as just staying out of the bottom 2, but still, it's got to feel really good for them.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, they're giving themselves a little bit more leadway. I mean, they could be knocked down. There's still a couple days left of play for them. So, as we've kind of been saying all day, it's very up in the air at this point. I mean, there's still some matches left.
Only 2 get trimmed going into the round of 6.
Right.
And those scores will carry over and continue to be modified. So it's not impossible for anybody to really come back. It certainly gets tougher and tougher and tougher. Got to point out, all the teams that made subs so far today have lost.
They still have,
even though FaZe was probably a good sub and did pretty well, very well. Still lost.
For sure. So it'll be all about Citizen 7 when we come back. We'll take a look at the schedule, show you that they are going to be playing Team Liquid. They really, if they needed that win earlier in the day, they need it so much more now. It is coming down to the wire here for Citizen 7 as they're looking for that first win.
I mean, if they don't win here, I'd have to imagine they're pretty much kaput for the rest of the group stage. I mean, I'm sure in some wacky scenario they could make it in, but it'd be very, very tough.
They would need a lot of help from a lot of different teams if they were to possibly pull it out. So, do or die for Citizen 7. When we come back from the break, we'll take a little short one here. Don't go anywhere. The Overwatch Winter Premiere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Overwatch Winter Premiere, where we have already had 4 matches today, and we've got 1 more in store for you. I'm Caleb Simmons, and joining me on this desk is David Williams and Anthony Miserandino. We've got Citizen 7 here, who needs this win desperately. It's all, can they do it? Guys, we've seen them play so many times now, and they've come so close so many times. Is this the one?
As much as I would like it to be for Citizen 7, I still do not think this is the match that they're going to take it in. Liquid seemingly playing pretty well, taking down Complexity earlier today. You know, these guys have played in the past as well throughout the Winter Premiere, and Citizen 7 not having much luck there either.
Nope.
So it's going to be tough for them. I suspect Liquid to take this one.
And we didn't talk all that much about him at the end of the match, but Aligned, the new player for Citizen 7. Any thoughts, any observations you guys had about his play in their match up against Kangarna?
New old player, I should say.
Right,
He played
okay.
with them throughout qualifiers and came back. Nothing stand out to me so far.
No.
I'm gonna keep an eye on it in the match going forward.
I think overall Citizen 7 playing at least a little bit better, maybe with him in the lineup. I mean, that is who they had a pretty decent run with at times throughout the qualifiers. I think they might be a little more comfortable. He seems to stay alive a little bit more than Lina did at times. I think Lina would get caught out a decent bit from time to time, and Aligned seems to at least play into Citizen 7 slightly better. Regardless, the team overall is just can't quite match up, I think, to some of the teams that we see here in the Winter Premiere. They have so much potential there. It's just about being able to reach that next level for them. You know, and I think in this match, Liquid certainly has an upper hand.
So, talking about Liquid transitioning over there, the roster, we've already seen them play once today. They played very well against Complexity, was able to get the win there. You think they're just going to keep on steamrolling through here? It sounds like that's going to how you guys are leaning.
Yeah, I think we both feel that way, where you know, Liquid should be able to take this one when you have guys like Mezer on tank, who is, we've said it time and time again, really one of the biggest biggest factors for Liquid on their team, whether it be huge or shatters or just initiation in general. Rafa was actually huge for Liquid today on the Diva plays. No matter what map they were on, he was just getting kills left and right. The guy can do some serious work on Diva. So, you know, as we were saying, I think this one is just all Liquid.
Yeah, Rafa, Dahang, and Mezer are the ones I see regularly having an impact and making big plays. In the current meta, everybody on the team has sort of had their day in different metas. But those are the ones who kind of consistently stand out in the tanks situations, of the tanks strategies that we're seeing lately. Overall, the Liquid we saw earlier that beat Complexity is a better Liquid than I think we saw last week. And certainly, I don't think Citizen 7 stands a chance against this Liquid compared to, well, probably still would have lost to what we were seeing last week. But right now, Team Liquid is playing hot. They've already got a warm-up match. Both teams have already had a warm-up match. So perhaps that's a little bit something that can help Citizen 7 get ready. I mean, they're a team that doesn't necessarily have that room to practice and warm up and scrim before they play, so maybe that's what they need, but even if it is, I still don't think that's enough to overpower Liquid right now.
So against Liquid, and I feel like I ask this every time Citizen 7 is playing, like, what is the key to victory? What do they have to do against Liquid? Anything? Is it a player they have to shut down? Is it a strategy they have to kill? Is it a map they have to pick? Like, what do they have to do to get a win? Because they need this win. I
mean, today, Ube and Icefelt were two really big guys. Actually, honestly, wrong squad. But regardless, I was looking at a wrong piece of paper. It threw my mind off. Either way, I don't know if there really is anything Citizen 7 can do, regardless of who they try and shut down. Any of that, I just don't think the coordination of Citizen 7 is there to take down Liquid. Like, it's just, I think Liquid is on a different level. There's nothing that Citizen 7 can really do, I think, to make it happen. To be honest, I mean, we've said it previously. They have a lot of potential. Citizen 7, they just have to put the pieces together. Even if you try and shut down guys like Rafa, Mezer, I just don't think the pieces are there to be able to do things like that for Citizen 7.
No, I mean, because Citizen 7 doesn't really have a strong identity. It's not like FaZe where they kind of rally around a Genji play or something along those lines. It makes it harder to counter them specifically. Best thing I can think of off the top of my head, and this would warrant so much more study and planning in order to figure out what the key to victory is for them, but Mezzer is one of the standout players for Liquid constantly, right? His Reinhardt play is huge. If they had a Mei in their bag, I know Saipei plays it well, I'm going to pull that out and really just try to shut down at least part of Mezzer's game. He likes to charge in at the right opportunities, get a bubble on him, go all the way in and really disrupt play, and that's something we see a number of times for him on maps like Kings Row and Hollywood. So just even having the Mei is going to cause a little bit of a doubt in his head, but there's a whole chain of cause and effect once you bring that I haven't fully thought through. And I just agree, unless they can find a way of stripping out all the complexity and saying it in a very simple terms, unless they can find a way of shutting down Mezzer or constantly getting picks on Hang, I don't think Citizen 7 is going to be able to put that together just right now in this match. And already starting off, it looks like Saipei isn't playing either of the things we would usually see him play. He's going to play Diva.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see, but he'll try his hand at that. And Citizen 7 has the quad tank going, and Proteges is able to start it off for Citizen 7. They take down Hang. Mezzer is able to fall here, or Mezzer is going to fall as well. So Citizen 7 are starting off decently on this defense here, able to at least hold the first push of Liquid. And it'll just be regroup time for them, as ZK is going to be on Soldier. But I'm being told that, at least for the time being, that we may have to reset this match. We'll see if that goes through. But yes, indeed it will. Yeah.
It certainly makes sense given kind of how the teams were playing out already. It's like, wait, they're really not trying all that hard on offense, so I think they were detecting an issue very, very quickly, and they're going to get that map restarted so that they can fix that.
Yeah, there's just a quick administration issue with the settings in the lobby. Get that reset, not have too much happen there. Now, you brought up, Mezzer being this standout player here for Liquid, and one thing we talk about is the shield game being so important, and that being something up at the front is, I feel like if just me spitballing here, if there's a key to the beginning of victory for Citizen 7, if you can shut down Mezzer, if you can win the shield game, that's the first step you can take on the path to maybe being able to take a map here.
That's one of the big things in the meta, playing the shield game, bringing the shield down, and then giving yourself an opportunity for a hook. Now, the thing is, with a team like Liquid, and you have Mezzer and, of course, Rafa there with the defense matrix. They do a good job at managing how much damage the shield is taking on the side of Liquid. That's something that they do quite well, managing how much the shield is up and using defense matrix and to limit some of the damage that's being taken there. I still think, regardless, even if Citizen 7 were able, I don't think, even if they were able to magically shut down Mezzer, which I don't think they will be able to do, they're still going to have a tough time in the game regardless. But that's just one of the things that Liquid has an advantage over. They do a good job of managing shield game and getting hooks and all sorts of those things. And they do it better than Citizen 7 does.
Alrighty, well, I believe we are going to get back into game here.
There we go.
Had a little bit of a teaser, and here we go.
All right, let's try this again.
To elaborate on that just a little bit as we wait for everything to get fired up here. The match to get going again. I just don't think any team that is new, put in the situation that Citizen 7 is going to beat a tenured team, especially a team that's been around as long as Liquid, just using the basics. I think they have to have a trick up their sleeve. Just strategically theory crafting it. Liquid would have to be wildly off their game for a new team to put together a basic assault better than they do. Certainly not going to be winning Shield War in or at least handedly winning a Shield War in most scenarios here, because Liquid's already practiced this. They've done it time and time again in scrims. They've done it together. They know all those little things. I'm sure their communication is cleaner, and communication in video games, in esports in particular, is just such a huge factor. Some people can't handle the chaos. Some people thrive on chaos. Some people thrive on things being calm and orderly. And every team's a little bit different, so if you bring everybody together, I don't know how you work that out. this quickly and have success as a group of players coming out of something like the TESPA series.
Yeah, it's certainly a tough thing to do for them and Citizen 7. They have their work cut out for them here, but here we go. Our final game of the day, Citizen 7 versus Team Liquid. And Liquid, again, will be on this offense first. AZK now switching over to Tracer. Citizen 7 staying on that quad tank as they were in our first little teaser game that we saw. And Liquid, as we said, do have that 1 DPS. AZK getting hooked by Pibamitsu, though. And he will be the first to fall in this fight. Citizen 7, the 1-pick advantage. Oh, another hook on an ID. Nice hook from Pibamitsu. And then that should make Liquid back off and kind of reset here as they try and stagger Rafa a bit. But Mezzer was able to get Kayun, so if they quickly regather the troops and are able to take another push back in quickly, they could have a one-player advantage for a short amount of time here. Dogman did go back to try and grab their player, but still, Liquid is going to have a very small opening here to get back into this fight with the one-player advantage. As AZK already getting onto Pibamitsu, he narrowly missed that hook. Saipei is going to get the nano boost as he is seeing what he can do, and the Pulse Bomb is narrowly missing Pibamitsu, and there's going to be a nano boost onto Mezzer as well, but Citizen 7 doing a good job of dealing with it. And Liquid is, again, going to have to go back to the drawing board and regroup for this fight. Citizen 7 has ults to work with. Liquid will have a couple themselves.
So far, so good for Citizen 7. 3 ultimates online already. Kayun very close to his Graviton, aligned not far away from his Nano Boost, as well as Dogman with the Sound Barrier. Certainly ahead against Liquid. Liquid, but an uphill battle. They're going to have to drain a bunch of these ultimates out to get any sort of distance. And Earth Shatter coming out from Protojays.
Protojays sends Rafa into the wall, and AZK gets taken out by Pibamitsu yet again. Pibamitsu with 2 for himself. Citizen 7 are making the hold happen here so far as they're essentially getting a wipe on Liquid. A minute and 50 will be left for them on the point, and Citizen 7 still has 3 ults locked and loaded to work
I'd call that 4.
Or just about 4, yeah. I didn't even catch Dogman about to be up on his 4 in total.
Just a Graviton and an Earth Shatter, and while those are 2 very, very powerful ultimates, still only 2. Liquid, Sound Barrier, and a self-destruct on their side, also working towards a Graviton for ID. That might be the window that they need, honestly, to take this first point.
Yeah, they're soon going to have that combo potential. At this point, Citizen 7 Liquid should definitely not be... Oh, they go in for the Graviton anyway. Let's see if it pays off. There will be a self-destruct landing back there. Rafa finds 2. Never mind what I say. Liquid is making it happen. Rafa with 2 off the self-destruct. Getting 3. Right there is Rafa. He's looking, he'll help the cause on a couple more kills as well. And Liquid finally breaks through the defenses of Citizen 7. Rafa wants to take down Aligned as well if he can, and they might just be able to do it. He's caught out of position, though. He gets put to sleep, and Rafa could pay for the aggression right there. Regardless, Team Liquid do grab the first point, as I'll have 3 minutes to move through the streets phase. Citizen 7 are regrouping to take a fight on this payload once it gets through the choke point.
Economy's starting to balance out, still in the favor of Citizen 7, but Liquid closing that gap relatively quickly. A Pulse Bomb on their side, everything else about half. Citizen 7, everything else closer to 3/4 for them, but they do have a self-destruct to buy some time with him. Protojays getting very close to his own Earth Shatter.
Ooh, Protojays using the Earth Shatter. He goes down though. That's a bit audacious from him to try and get that one off and make it effective. Kayun using a Graviton here to try and even the score a bit, though they find nothing with the Graviton either. So 2 big ultimates invested by Citizen 7 with no real gain for them. And Kayun now is going to get nano boosted, but they get Graviton, Earth Shatter on top of that coming up from Liquid, and this cleanup time mopping the floor of Citizen 7 right there was Liquid. And Saipei is really one of the only ones left in it. Mezzer easily handles him. And Citizen 7 aggressively using a couple of big ults there, David. I mean, really just getting no value out of them. Earth Shatter and Graviton. And got no kills with either.
They really need to make those pay out in the streets phase. Liquid running mostly without breaks here as they move into the second point. And they do have a number of ultimates on their side to capitalize on. They drop the pulse bomb on that shield of Proteges and see if they can maybe take that out of the equation.
Rafa's going to get a self-destruct kill onto Pipamitsu all the way in the back as he sent that one in. And barely staying alive is Saipei at the moment. He gets ejected from his suit. And Rafa is just in there, man. He is no regard. He wants to go into the back and try and get a line, though. Gets charged into the wall, ejected from his suit. Mezzer gets 3 kills while all that's happening, and AZK on top of it grabs a couple. And it is just all Liquid right now as they are able to grab this next checkpoint, and 240 for them to try and move it to last.
You know, Anthony, I said earlier that there's 3 players on Liquid who consistently shine and everybody has their day or had their day at different points. Well, today is certainly the day of AZK playing Tracer. It's been a huge, huge impact for Team Liquid.
Yeah, he absolutely has been time and time again on the 2 matches we've seen them play. Graviton is out, though, with a self-destruct. Kayun gets Mezzer. Rafa strikes back, able to get Pipamitsu. AZK's Pulse Bomb takes down Proteges, and Kayun chased down by Rafa right there, and he wants to get Dogman as well, who he converts on it. As Liquid is still on cruise control at the moment. And Citizen 7 having a tough time to stop them really at all since the beginning of the Streets phase. And it will be probably one more good fight that C7 has to take to try and stop Liquid here, and they have a couple of ults Liquid does to work with. Oh, ID sending off the Graviton, but got completely eaten. Oh no, it went all the way into the back. I thought it got eaten up there for a second. Missed out on the rest of that voice line, but they do send a self-destruct back there. Liquid is starting to get the kills. There is maybe a couple guys up for Citizen 7 at the moment. They need to get someone back to the cart quickly. Saipei switches over to Genji. Aligned is now on Tracer, but gets earth-shattered. He's on the other side of the cart. Need to convert on that kill, and indeed they do. The rest of the players from Citizen 7 starting to come out of spawn, but they can't get there quite in time. As Liquid will move through, get all 3 points with about 1 minute and 11 seconds left in the time bank. Solid overall from Liquid, other than honestly the first couple of points. But this is what started off, what allowed them to get the first point. Liquid off of that Graviton self-destruct combo.
I'm surprised they didn't pick up more, honestly. It's picking up Proteges. It's got to be a distance thing, just barely backing people off. But so far, Team Liquid with a little bit of pause in the first point, but after that, rolling steady all the way through unfettered. Citizen 7, we're going to have to put up a better time. But honestly, I think the goal here for them is probably just making sure they take it all the way. Liquid, I don't think it's no easy thing to get past Liquid on defense.
Oh, no easy thing at all. And while they're showing Saipei on the Pharah offensively to begin with, and we've seen them try it a few times, Citizen 7, with varied success, but it can catch them off guard. I mean, of course, Liquid doesn't really have anything necessarily to counter against a Pharah, but one of the problems with running Pharah until something like Quad Tank is that in the end, you're not necessarily getting enough damage to really, do kills. A lot of the times, the damage that you get with these rockets can be healed up by someone like Ana. You're just kind of doing junk damage and helping to hang build his ultimate. Though it still can be used effectively. If you get your team in there and you're just able to fly around at will, your team does some damage, you do some damage, you can convert on some of these kills, but there's not a lot of squishies around that you can just land a couple rockets into and get an easy kill.
And you're going to have to make some predictable plays in order to get over them to do that, but you do have a lot of value in the shield war in the beginning, those rockets doing a boatload and really helping you win that, which might open up some opportunities for everybody else. If Citizen 7 were bringing a Roadhog, but they're not currently, so a little bit mixed strategy on their part. You can see the point of bringing Zarya as well. The fight so far, definitely not going Citizen 7's way, a 1-4 exchange so far. And Saipei, about 40% to his ult. Most of Team Liquid unfazed, 62% for Mezzer. That's the last guy on that team you want to be building ult charge that early.
Yeah, 65%. You do not want that man to have ult because he will get at least 5 of your guys inside of the ult. Most likely. Right now, Saipei is flying around. He is able to kill Mezzer, so that's a good start. getting something done on Farah. Gets hooked back in, though. The defense matrix was in the face of AZK, though, and he couldn't convert on the frag, unfortunately for him. Yeah, and Rafa got Saipei quite low, but gets ejected from his mech. And Liquid lost a couple of guys here, so they have to try and get back to this point. First focus down Saipei. Rafa's almost able to do so as a baby diva, but Citizen 7 are finding kills right here. Mezzer does have an Earth Shatter, but there's no one around to really follow up on any of the kills. So the Pharah is paying off for Citizen 7. They got the first point quite quickly, 5 minutes for them to work through the streets phase. A barrage is up and ready to go for Saipei as well.
Citizen 7's still alive in this fight, certainly. It did give up 3 points, but right now they're rolling into the streets phase with basically 6 ultimates, and Liquid, they got roughly 4 unless AZK and ID can generate them fairly quickly, but either way, Citizen 7 ahead in the ultimate economy, and there goes Saipei launching into the backline with a barrage.
Oh, it goes for the barrage, only got to hang in the process. He was at 99% on his ultimate. Liquid are finding kills, though, as AZK, Rafa, and Mezzer all pick up a couple here and help towards the team cause. Oh, Kayun so hurt. ID gets him with the right click there right at the end. And Liquid able to hold on there. A very aggressive barrage in from Saipei, and it's tough to make that work without any sort of a shield. I don't believe Kayun gave him the bubble. And you're going to get eaten alive pretty quickly on a play like that. Liquid has some ults locked and loaded. Saipei now actually switching to Genji. Well.
Citizen 7 now down to 3 ultimates in their economy in the streets phase, but they do have some that are very important. A Graviton landing from Citizen 7 on the team. Liquid can convert. Looking at ProJays is going to find Mezzer in the mix, but another Graviton coming out of Liquid, also not paying off.
And neither team doing all that much with the Graviton. Citizen 7 are coming out on top of the fight. They have 2 kills right now, and Rafa is going to be yet another one as we get a pause coming through. So I'll have to hold up and see what's up with that, but either way, so far so good for Citizen 7 on the offense. So
yeah, they've been showing up. I really have enjoyed the Saipei Pharah pick, especially at the beginning. He was playing very well, and just the projectile shooting for him was working out. And he switched to the Genji. I was kind of surprised because it didn't seem like they had started to shut him down in particular. Thoughts about that Genji switch?
Yeah, I mean, Genji's something that they might be a little more comfortable with, and I think he may be a little more effective on in general. He can more easily, I think, get into the backline and get on to some of the supports more so than Pharah, because sometimes you're just, I mean, a sitting duck up there. Especially they switched AZK over to Soldier to deal with him on Pharah as well, right? When the streets phase started, they had AZK on the Soldier, so it was probably going to be a lot tougher for him to get as much value out of the Pharah. He was going to be pressured a lot, and it's not like he had someone sitting on his butt the whole time giving him heals, like, constantly. So, you know, maybe he felt a little more comfortable on Genji. Regardless, made the Pharah work pretty well on the first point. Helped get a lot of good damage off for them to take it in good fashion, and now they're moving their way through the streets phase. So, you know, not too bad off the start of this offense for them.
Take all that and just say agreed.
Yeah, no, they're playing. Citizen 7's making a game out of it, which is exactly what we're hoping for. AZK's power apparently went out, so we're waiting for him just to get back online in any way, shape, or form.
Is that the second time his power's gone out in the Winter Premiere?
That's the second time somebody's power. Somebody apparently like looked out their window and like watched a transformer blow up.
Yeah,
I don't remember
I was pretty sure that was AZK.
I thought it was AZK, yeah.
Yes.
It was, apparently.
What
kind of infrastructure in
the
city
that's
he
what I was going to
lives
say.
in?
The infrastructure wherever AZK's living is just
Probably someplace cold.
lacking.
Man.
Yeah.
Wait,
That's got to be frustrating.
it should be really hot. It's got to be some sort of extreme temperature. I don't know.
I don't know.
Look at this. Look at what you've done to us, AZK.
Yeah.
We're theory crafting what is going wrong with the power box.
I mean, what else do we do at this point? That's the
Break out a generator and drive it to
Yeah,
his
that's right.
house. Plug him
Yeah.
in. Let's let it rock, man.
Send him a laptop and send him a Starbucks. You know,
Does he not have
that'll
a,
be a good enough connection, right?
Does he not have a universal power supply? The only time I realized my power actually went out is if my lights were actually on. My computer and internet still keeps running. I'm like, oh, the power's out? Oh, okay.
well, I'm gonna keep gaming.
So maybe we should send him one. But you know, we could talk about Citizen 7 on defense.
Probably got one.
They looked pretty good, and one of the things they pulled out the quad tank, which isn't something we've seen Citizen 7 like run religiously, they generally have some comfort picks in there, and it worked out pretty well for them. They stalled longer on the first point than we saw Liquid stall here.
Yeah, they are actually playing pretty well overall right now against Liquid, so who knows? Maybe this is the start of something for them. They get themselves a map here. The quad tank did pay off on their defense. They kept Liquid down to a minute and some change left in their time bank.
Minute 11?
Yeah, minute 11. Oh, hey, that's right there. Yeah, it's minute 11 left in the time bank, and the Citizen Sevens, they're doing good.
You guys are getting way too positive up here. It's creeping me out, man. Do I have to be Mr. Negativity?
Hey,
Do
no,
I have to say it's still not going to happen?
It's still not going to happen, you think?
I like Citizen 7. I've talked to those guys. It's still not going to happen.
No?
You're forcing me into the position. Whether I agree with it or not, it's not going to happen.
I mean, I feel like
I actually do
everyone.
agree with that.
I think when you look at the standings, everyone's like, "Oh, clearly this team doesn't have anything." But like, I mean, we gotta build them up some way, Like rebellions are built on hope, right? Isn't that a thing I heard recently?
I mean, somebody's got to.
I'll root for them.
Hey, they're doing good right now. They're ahead. Yeah. They're ahead in the game. I mean, okay, no. you know. All right, what I mean, they're at a better spot than Liquid was at the stage in the offense.
I agree.
So,
I agree.
There's hope. I'm saying there's a chance. That's
so
the
you're
big
saying
thing.
There's a chance.
I am saying there's a chance. The Citizen
that
Sevens, they have the chance. Will they be able to do it? It's another question. But right now they're doing good. I suspect the Liquid defense to really turn it up a gear towards the last point specifically. I think that's when they'll kindly slow things down and be able to solidify their defense. But for the time being, I'm going to give them a chance.
We'll give them a chance. I mean, there is always a chance. This is Overwatch, man. Like, the game is never over until you've pushed the payload farther than the other team has, We've seen it so many times.
Yeah, I mean, there's times where a team will have just about nothing left in bank, and they'll push it in overtime for
the whole way for
like 2 points. So it's it can happen. If there's extreme breakdowns on the defensive side, it can certainly happen. But I kind of agree with you. I don't think it will.
I like how you're just sticking to the pessimism stick over there.
I just stayed silent and really let it sink in for you guys for a while.
I was always kind of
be honest with yourself first, and then be audience. Right.
I was always kind of there with you, but I have hope that it might.
I mean, someone's got to believe.
I'm trying to keep the positivity going,
y'all had any while we're just waiting on?
It's too late in the show for positivity, man.
No, while we're waiting on AZK to get back in, y'all had any favorite moments from the day so far?
Today, that's a good question. I mean, honestly, I love the FaZe and Luminosity match.
Yeah.
That was great to watch. Got to see my boy Mike playing, which was great. I go back with him a while from similar communities, so it was fun to watch him play for a team like FaZe as well. So he played quite well. On top of that, I mean, to come into this just hopping into a game and playing for FaZe did pretty well.
Overall, the Immortals Renegades game was excellent for the most part.
Surprising too.
My favorite moments are always a little bit different than everybody else's. People like the big Genji 4Ks and whatnot. I prefer things that are a little bit more blooper or just sort of funny to me for some reason, which can be completely random. But for me, still the thing that sticks out of my head as the highlight of it is Mezer just flying across Sanctum on Nepal with the charge, just picking up Harblue. I'm a simple man. It's not hard, and just. That's one of those little unexpected things. Everything else I've seen, a dozen times already. So I'm like, I'll give it an upvote, but it doesn't really grab me in quite the same
ways.
ways.
You when you're scrolling through the subreddit, you're like, oh, that was funny, and then you just keep going, you forget about it.
Yeah, you need the. Oh yeah, no, I get that. I'm there with you. He's giving you the look, but I'm there with you. Yeah,
of
course I get it.
I think for me it was
if I just look at you the right way long enough, you're gonna start doubting it.
That's right.
I hate when
you had
the
the graviton surge that got reflected right back into I think it was Mangachu's face.
That
was
great.
At
first I thought it got caught on a little ledge or something because it was blue and it stayed blue, and then I recognized, especially immediately afterwards, that is a reflect. That's the thing with Genji, man.
Back at him. Yeah, and it was well-timed from him nonetheless.
Reflect.
I mean, that's enough. I've had that happen. I'm sure many of us have, and that's enough to bring the salt out a little bit.
And props to Saipei there, because like the play right before that was the Reinhardt Iron Remix doing the exact same thing. At the exact same spot, just wait for him to walk around and then knock them all down. They're like, okay, let's get him 2 times in a row with the Graviton Surge. But nope, didn't matter. They're going to be able to pull that one off. And so I think we're ready to get back into the game.
I think
so. That's about to happen.
So we've been told.
Should be good.
You're just waiting.
Citizen 7, they've got hope.
Oh,
Remember that, David. Okay.
Oh, hey.
There's always a chance.
There is
always a chance.
I guess
It's a
AZK
chance.
got his lightning
Let's
rod
go.
out and captured electricity to get moving here.
Well, thanks, AZK. Well, we're back into it, folks, as Citizen 7 rolling right now. And will Liquid get back to the payload in time is the question, to be able to take one more fight before they cap this second point. Not sure if they'll be able to. Mezzer gets in, they get there in just the nick of time. Saipei has the Dragon Blade at the ready though, gets one, takes down the Hang. There is a self-destruct. Rafa comes back with a frag of his own as he picks up one onto Dogman. AZK getting proteges as well. And Saipei gets ID, so they are still going here. Saipei with 3 for himself. No Nano Blade needed, no Dragon Blade needed for Saipei. 4 or 5 kills for him throughout the entirety of that fight. Very well done from Citizen 7. They've got 4 minutes to try and get to last right now.
4 minutes. Proteges with an Earth Shatter. Liquid. They're holding on to an Earth Shatter of their own from Mezzer, but they also kept their Nano Boost in that last fight, able to force Citizen 7's out along with the Dragon Blade. But there it goes, an Earth Shatter landing on the back line of Citizen 7, for the whole line of Citizen 7, honestly. But Liquid not really converting a whole lot out of it. Minstrel picking up Proteges in the meantime. Mezzer trying to get his way out.
Oh, Mezzer desperately needed help right there. I don't know where the follow-up was from the rest of Liquid. Now there's going to be a Graviton landing on top of the Liquid players, and ID is going to send off his own little Graviton on to Liquid. Saipei, though, with that Dragon Blade, is getting onto the back line, the supports, the squishies. He's able to take care of all of them. And that's what they needed. Saipei on Genji, apparently, as they have been cruising with that. And 3 minutes. Citizen 7 in very good shape right now. Liquid's really going to have to get this defense rolling, or they're going to be at least a solid disadvantage for much of this. Mezzer goes in to try and contest the point. There are self-destructs up both sides. Rafa and AZK are keeping Liquid in this match, at least for now. Proteges got, oh, well, he had a Nano Boost on himself, but Liquid are starting to get the kills. Rafa coming up with a couple more. Mezzer killing Kayun. Simpa is still, or Saipei, excuse me, is still in. But Minstrel cleans up onto him. So finally Liquid puts a bit of a stint in the push. Citizen 7 back to the drawing board, regrouping.
And the cart is out of control of Citizen 7 as well. No healing coming from that. Liquid, they had a Sound Barrier, an Earth Shatter, working on a Nano Boost. Citizen 7 with just an Earth Shatter and perhaps a Dragon Blade in the next fight.
Earth Shatters on both sides. Saipei is the first to fall by Mezzer. And Citizen 7, the rest of them are just going to back off for the time being as soon as they lost Saipei. But good Earth Shatter from Mezzer to at least buy them a bit more time. And they've evened things up quite a bit, Liquid, now with this defense that they've started to cement. But a Graviton coming in from Kayun gets into the back. He will put them down. Supports did not get locked up inside of it. ID is the first to fall. Pipamitsu gets that Saipei using that Dragon Blade as he goes on forward, still looking for these supports. Finally gets the hang in the end there. AZK is in the back. Saipei is trying to get onto him a little bit. Liquid players are starting to drop 3, 4 of them down, as there will be a Sound Barrier from Citizen 7. We should be seeing just about the same in terms of time left. 1:13 for Citizen 7, 1:11 for Liquid. So a very, very similar offensive side for both teams. It's all going to come down to this second half, so to speak. But, Saipei seriously doing some things on Genji through the Streets phase and beginning. Well, honestly, for most of the offense of Citizen 7, he was doing quite well, especially to take that second point.
Certainly getting a workout today. Saipei carrying his weight in more. Fight after fight after fight after fight, especially since we came back from pause. He was just on fire. Now, roughly the same amount of time for both teams to cap the first point. Wouldn't be surprising whatsoever to see this stall out, but he who dares wins in these situations, and whoever is going to be the most aggressive is going to stand the better chance of winning, because neither team's going to be wanting to, or on the offense, obviously, neither team's going to be wanting to play too aggressively on defense and just give something up. One thing here, Dogman now playing on a line switched over to May. Going to run another single support situation for Citizen 7.
It's risky to pull out right here.
It is. Go big or go home. Why not?
Hey.
What do they got to lose?
I like the audacity of Citizen 7. I like to see it. ID is going to be on Farah here as well. This is going to be fun.
Incoming high school headshot. It's going to happen.
From a line, let's see. AZK is on the hog. ID wrapping around on Farah here, just getting that damage out there, playing well up against the wall. Aligned is the first to fall. This is the opening that Liquid needs. ID gets into the back line, takes down Dogman. That's the support out of it for Citizen 7. Liquid all over this point. They have gotten tons of kills here, plowing through Citizen 7. Yeah, they are going to be on it. Nice and strong. David has given me the you're out as the umpire right here, and that will be Liquid getting the first point. They're going to be looking good to move through the streets phase. A line dies again. I don't even know what happened right there. I guess hooked by AZK. And that's bad news for Citizen 7, because this is where it starts to just snowball for Liquid.
And 10 seconds of card activity here after it comes out of that garage. They're going to play pretty far forward. Citizen 7 backed off. Kayun switched over to McCree, and right now they're all just so far back. They're going to give up so much distance to Liquid. Liquid holding on to a higher ultimate economy, and that's just going to come pouring out of Citizen 7 here in the streets phase.
Here we go, the barrage at the ready. Oh, what a hook! ID shut down by Pipamitsu. There we go. Citizen 7 might be able to hold it right here and right now. Pipamitsu with 2 as he takes down AZK. Mezzer with the Earth Shatter, though, comes through for 2 kills on his own. It's a 4v4 fight. As Team Liquid try to keep this cart moving, you do have a line on it, just stalling as long as he possibly can. Rafa going straight in for Dogman, is able to take him down, puts a Graviton on the cart, maybe looking for some more kills. Yes, Rafa and ID combining to roll through Citizen 7 in the streets phase here. Started off great for Citizen 7, but just could not convert. Mezzer making some plays to get a couple kills back in their favor. Still overtime here.
All aboard the Liquid train, looking to take this one coast to coast. ID holding on to a barrage. Mezzer, he's going to find that Earth Shatter probably in this next fight, as long as he's not focused. First Mistral with a sound barrier. Pipamitsu on Citizen 7 with a whole hog. Perhaps they can use that to push away, but that barrage right into the back.
Takes down Proteges. That's a big kill to be able to take down Reinhardt like that. There was a blizzard on top of the cart. You just need to make sure that they keep someone there touching it. Mezzer is on it with another big Earth Shatter. Puts a couple players on the ground. Pipamitsu taken out. Dogman finished off by AZK as well. AZK with 2 as he's on Tracer. Kills aligned, and this is just all Liquid steamrolling on this offense in overtime. They get the second point as well, and they're going to continue to move the cart. Citizen 7's got to get something together here. So line switches over to Zenyatta, but I don't know if that's a secret sauce to stop them at the moment.
That noise you hear every time they pass a point is Caleb's positivity just leaving his body.
Oh my. Oh, Proteges.
Oh, that shatter.
That's a bigger shatter from Proteges. That may finally put Citizen 7 on top of this, stopping Team Liquid. That's 3 kills for them. Rafa's still there, so you never know what you're going to get, but there we go. They get the wipe in the end. They're able to shut down Liquid, but man, what an offense from them. With 1 minute and 11 seconds, they take it past the second point. And Citizen 7, they got some work cut out for them moving on to the offense here. Let me tell you what.
That's an understatement, but you know, with that 2-second advantage, they can. No, it's probably still.
Yeah,
probably. You know, I'm in 13. You're happy if you take it past the first point.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, that's a tall order, my friend. Very tall order. But look at that distance. 1 minute and 11 seconds. And Liquid got that with. Citizen 7 have 1 minute and 13. 2 more seconds. than Liquid. I don't know if it's going to happen for them, but there's a chance, let me tell you. Taipei is on Pharah so far as well. Looks like they want to pull something similar to what Liquid did, but AZK he's on that soldier. He's ready, just in case.
I'm going to call it again and hope ID doesn't fail me. Icicle headshots.
Hey, I believe. I believe. Now let's see it. It's go time for Citizen 7, or they will be down 1-0 in this best-of-3 series. They look so good off the start, but just kind of botching the defense a little bit. And they've put themselves between a rock and a hard place. As charging in right away, and he goes all the way into the back. That could be trouble for Proteges. Indeed it is. Rafa this time is going to be playing Zarya. And he's able to take down Proteges right there. Taipei is getting worked on. And we'll have to reset. Proteges coming back into the fight.
Mez are already 50% ahead of Proteges in his Earth Shatter here. That's one of the keys to making a great Reinhardt. He's going to have that on deck any second now.
Taipei goes down. They're not even going to need it. I mean, AZK already with 2. Proteges, Taipei both down. And there goes Papamitsu as well. They have 15 seconds. Citizen 7, if you're going to die, they need to die right now. So they all do.
Well, Mezer popped that Earth Shatter somewhere in that fight, covered up the murder quite well, not leaving any evidence around for us to figure out where it landed. Aligned, getting close to a nano boost for Citizen 7. That's pretty much all they're going to have to work with here in the final seconds of this assault on King's Row.
That's got to be it. There's the nano visor in the back. Papamitsu is able to shut down a lot of that, but Liquid already has the kills in their favor too for AZK. Off of the nano visor, they put the Blizzard on top of the point just as an insurance policy, and Team Liquid is able to hold Citizen 7 there. And that will be map number 1. Going the way of Liquid. Pretty close, though, in the end. A good effort from Citizen 7, I'll say.
Yeah, good showing there by Citizen 7. And I'll have you know, David, my positivity is unquenchable. Okay, it continues on even as you get beat brutally into the ground. As the pilot just continues to move, they just kept on going. It was like, what are you doing? It was amazing. This Team Liquid gets the win here.
Hey, that's that's what I like to see, at least. Citizen 7, they're slowly getting there. I mean, that was a pretty good performance from them overall, and that's what you like to see. At least progress is happening from Citizen 7. They're getting better day to day, and I mean, they gave Liquid a pretty good game right there overall. I mean, even though it was just that one last defense where they had a little bit of trouble, but you know, slowly but surely.
I'm not picking on them so much as I just have faith in Liquid today. Liquid playing the way I kind of wanted them to play for a while from what I can see going on today. But Citizen 7, I mean, it'd be easy for us to pick on them. They're playing against a number of some of the best teams around that made it through qualifiers, but they took it to a lot of teams in qualifiers. So they're still one of the better teams around in general.
Absolutely.
Whether they're able to capitalize on that against teams like the Renegades or Team Liquid or Cloud9 in some of the older matches, that's a completely different story.
Absolutely. We'll be taking a look at AZK as he was able to defend that last point. You guys called out his positioning. His pick of Soldier definitely paid out for him.
That's the thing. You know, with how much Taipei has been running Pharah throughout the day today, it's very smart on Liquid's part to have AZK ready on Soldier, because if they don't have him on Soldier in that situation, you really have nothing good to counter the Pharah. You need to be prepared for that scenario. That's good heads-up team composition choosing from Liquid to have him on that and make sure that the threat was taken care of in case they were going to run it, and certainly help them to victory there, holding Citizen 7 on the first point. So, I mean, that's what we like to see out of Liquid.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I really enjoyed that hook from Papamitsu, though, shutting down the far out of the air. Like, that was
beautiful.
That was critical. I thought that might have been the moment.
And he got another kill right after that.
Yeah, he did.
And then I don't know what it was. Mezer, I don't know if it was an Earth Shatter for him that he had. I can't remember exactly, but he got 2 kills right after that. It was just, from there, it fell apart for Citizen 7.
It was a moment away from a very, very close range barrage.
Yeah, no, he saw it coming. He knew it was coming, able to shut it down. But map number 2 will be Nepal. This is where Citizen 7 will make their stand today. They have to take this one if they want to dream of a win.
The positivity is still pouring through.
I love it. This is the battle of the bulge for them.
You can hear the slight downturn in his vernacular. He's saying hope for a win. He's not so positive.
I still believe.
I mean, if
don't worry. You let us chip away at you long enough, and you'll come to the dark side.
No.
Slowly but surely.
You can't
Give
bribe
me
me
some
with
time.
cookies. I won't have them.
Well, I mean, Nepal is definitely a place where Citizen 7 has more of maybe an opportunity, but still,
It is usually their pick after they lose game number 1.
Yeah, it's definitely where they're feeling comfortable. But
Wow.
still,
That's harsh. That's harsh.
I totally missed whatever just happened. I'll just let it.
I'm not going to repeat it. It makes me uncomfortable.
I'll just let it be.
Hostile assessment from so-called Mr. Positivity. We're here on Nepal.
Oh goodness.
Liquid looking to close out this series and the night. And put another win in their bag. Their standings, if they can close this one out, their standings are going to improve quite a bit from what they were earlier today.
Indeed. I mean, picking up 2 wins in a day, you always like to see that.
It's a good bit of business there.
That is a good bit of business, indeed. Citizen 7 gearing up. Saipei will be running the Reapers. We've seen a few times from them today. They've tried to do it and had decent success with it, especially when he gets nano boost. And Saipei just cruising. Pipamitsu getting the boop onto Mezzer, sending him into the pit right away. So that'll certainly stall Liquid out a bit. May give Citizen 7 the point first here. Should.
Yeah, it should.
I love Mezzer just coming out of spawn. Greetings from the old Reinhardt, but here we go. They're coming back out. Team Liquid. After that tragedy of Mezzer being booped off of the map, and Saipei's right in the face of Mezzer trying to chip away at them, but Proteges was the first to fall. Minstrel helped in the cause of that, cleaning up, and Saipei gets taken out by AZK, and Dogman now is getting worked at by Minstrel. So all sorts of kills going the way of Team Liquid right now. They should have an easy time taking this point. Flip-flopping it right back as Citizen 7 getting 28% down.
And now a Nanovisor online for Team Liquid. None of the rest of their ults larger than 40% away, so getting dangerously close to having many more online in just the right amount of time. The economy firmly under their control at this point. Citizen 7 with only a nano boost and potentially a self-destruct or a graviton coming out of the next fight, but that's a nano visor from AZK directly into the enemy shield.
Oh, AZK taking all the way to the back. Didn't actually get pinned into the wall. Took down Proteges in the end, though he ends up dying pretty much to himself as he used the Helix rocket. But, oh man, barely. I don't know how he didn't get pinned right there, but you do have Citizen 7 players on the point. Pipamitsu and Dogman are both in there. Dogman gets taken out by ID, though. Rafa on the D.Va, still holding strong on this point, gets put to sleep. And we'll just be sitting there taking a little nap. But Pipamitsu taken down by Dahang. Liquid definitely going to stay in control here.
The Bombo combo alive for Team Liquid. The Graviton, the self-destruct on their side. Sound Barrier coming out of Minstrel relatively soon, or being online for Minstrel relatively soon. Citizen 7 have 3 of their own Sound Barrier, as Mezzer is going to take Protege all the way to the back.
Oh, there's a Graviton's going to snag up quite a few players inside of that. Mezzer started it off with the charge, and then he will join the cause in swinging away the Graviton. So that will be 80% for Team Liquid right now, feeling very good. And they have some ults to work with as well. About 3 up for them.
Sound Barrier, Nano Boost, AZK working on Attack Visor. Expect them to get that either at the end of this next fight or really puts it together.
Well, there's going to be a combo out. There's no shield around either. Pipamitsu got ID with that with the self-destruct. It seems as though they are going to be able to retake this point, at least for now. as they reset Team Liquid, but they got a lot of time down, 99% for them. Earthshatter is up from Proteges, and you'll have a nano boost. Saipei with the Death Blossom, maybe a little bit of Beyblade to come.
Maybe. By the way, Liquid has their own tools to take it back. They have enough time for 2 assaults easily, so.
Oh, Proteges got completely mulched there. I mean, he was so hurt. He still hasn't been taken down, though. He got healed up. AZK with a nano visor. Citizen 7 getting the kills right here. As Liquid using the few ults that they had to no avail. Citizen 7 doing a good job of holding on here. They're at 70%. Liquid's going to have to get something together.
Yeah, with no ultimates, no real ultimates on either side. Very
Right.
unlikely to be popping off in the middle
Big
of this
DM
fight. If anything, it'd be immediately afterwards. So Liquid's going to have to do it without any additional help.
Here comes charges through. AZK takes down Dogman. Mezer, though, taken out by Saipei. Saipei getting 2 for himself, and AZK finished off by Align, and this might actually be Citizen 7 taking the first stage of Nepal right here. ID gets himself onto the point. He has a Graviton that will get set out there. Rafa looking for the self-destruct combos. That's going to get laid down onto the point. Rafa was able to get Dogman, though. Citizen 7 are starting to get the kills, and this should be all them on this point. No one else from Liquid is around. It was just a hang, but finished off before he could even get there. So Citizen 7 putting around on the board.
Once they took that cap, they kept control of the tempo of the fight. I mean, really, that opportunity with the nano visor was what Liquid needed in order to take it back, and they could have had that last fight, or the second last fight of theirs, wiped completely and still come back and save it, and almost definitely would have taken it back at that point. But instead, popping up the nano visor against a Beyblade kind of canceling it out in the end. Yeah, ultimately, Citizen 7 just putting together the right kind of defense they needed there, playing aggressively and not giving Liquid the edge they needed to get back in the fight.
Saipei was pretty effective on that Reaper.
Everything.
Yeah. He definitely made a difference for them throughout that. And now it will be the village stage of Nepal, as AZK is going to be on that Tracer. And pretty much standard everywhere else across the board, as AZK is immediately getting in onto some of these hurt players. Kayun, very hurt. Saipei was the first to go down as he's got himself on Mei. Kayun is so incredibly hurt, but he's able to bubble himself in just the nick of time. The Proteges finished off, and that is very quick. Mezer got himself an Earthshatter, already used it, and then it is just Team Liquid from there cleaning up.
Had to be a very satisfying kill for AZK.
Yeah.
Clip after clip, just barely Kayun getting away from him. And finally gets the Earthshatter. He sees, like, this is my time.
Yeah.
This is when I'm going to get it done.
And it worked out for Liquid.
And he's got a Pulse Bomb locked.
He's already getting back there.
Oh, and he gets eaten.
Very sad for AZK. Very, very sad indeed, though. A Lion, first to fall here. You never want to lose your honor that early in a fight. You need those sweet, sweet heals, but Citizen 7 are starting to convert on the frag. Saipei has switched over to Tracer. ID with 2. Saipei takes down Dahang, but they're staying in it for the time being. Liquid, they just need to kill Saipei, and they do that. They're going to continue to stay on the point and hold on for now. 50%, just about, and counting.
Yeah,
but Saipei making the Tracer work, though. It's a good switch.
Yeah, Citizen 7 got a lot of ultimates looming here. And enough time for at least 2 engagements, probably 2 engagements, so they can really take advantage of that economy over Liquid. Liquid, they're going to have to land the bomb combo right now if they even want to keep the point in this fight.
Kayun is going to drop the Graviton. Mezer charging into the back. ID is the first one to fall here. Mezer should be going down shortly. Yes, Papamitsu with 2. And Papamitsu with 3, actually. He's just getting all the cleanup here. Finally, Citizen 7 looking as though they are going to come out on top of the fight, but that's good from Liquid. They didn't really use anything at all right there, and they are going to have just about 6 ultimates coming into this next fight. Citizen 7 still has a lot themselves, but Liquid is locked and loaded. A full house to work with here.
Citizen 7, like you said, with 4. And they do have control, but Liquid can take this back pretty much at win. They've got at least 2 attempts here.
Oh, big Earth Shatter from Proteges. Pipamitsu with the self-destruct in the back. AZK off of the pulse bomb in from that Graviton. Rafa takes down Proteges. The 1-player advantage actually going in favor of Liquid at the moment. There's going to be a counter pulse bomb from Saipei, but it's not going to get anything done. This Rafa is able to kill Aligned, and these Divas are still going at it on the point, but Liquid definitely with a bit of an upper hand here. Pipamitsu finished off by AZK. Saipei still in there. Mezzer with an Earth Shatter is going to be able to take down Saipei in the back, and it's still a back and forth fight here. Liquid trying to retake control. They are very, very close. Rafa, though, finally gets all the cleanup we've seen him do time and time again on D.Va. But these respawns of Citizen 7 continue to filter through. Proteges is separated from the rest of his team, trying to get that support to hang. He does get it, and now self-destruct is going to be landing on the point. ID and Mezzer are keeping this alive for Team Liquid right now. Citizen 7 doing a good job of stalling. There was a pulse bomb laid out there. Mezzer taking care of Dogman. Finally, Liquid gets the cap on the point. And Citizen 7 able to put a lot of time up, but they don't have much time to get back in here and take one more fight.
Both economies basically getting incinerated there, but Citizen 7 does have a few ultimates looming that could really pay out for them in this next fight. Liquid in a similar situation, especially with Mezzer.
Mezzer getting booped back, needs some healing for sure. And AZK gets Dogman. That's 2 big kills right away for Team Liquid. That should seal the deal for them. 3 kills now for them. A self-destruct is going to land on the point from Pipamitsu, just zones them momentarily, and that's all they were able to get with it. Team Liquid solidifying their victory on this point. I don't think no one yet. That's right, nobody's around. Citizen 7, well, tied up at 1-1 here on Nepal. Liquid looking much, much better right there on that stage.
Yeah, but Citizen 7 still making him work for it. That was very close to going back and adding another point on the Citizen 7 side a few times there, but overall, Liquid getting ahead in the economy there at the midpoint really turned the battle around.
Yeah, they ended up having 6 ults at one point, and then it just kind of went from there. Doing a very good job, especially at the end. There was that one prolonged fight that Liquid narrowly came out on top of. You know, again, much thanks to ID, Rafa, and AZK that really kept them in it. Mezzer towards the tail end of the fight. And now heading on to our next stage here, all tied up at 1-1. And still pretty much the same comps, except now we have Pipamitsu going on to the Roadhog. Saipei playing the Genji on this stage, as he often likes to do, at least off of the start. Both Reinhardts are going to charge through. AZK just trying to meet up with the team. Pipamitsu goes down. Oh, AZK taking it to a line. 4 kills for Team Liquid here, and Kayun getting finished off, just wiping Citizen 7 off the face of the map. And we'll take the point first here.
Team Liquid, that's certainly ahead in whatever developing economy is out there right now. Not a whole lot for either side, but a definitive advantage for Liquid to hang, in particular, starting to get pretty close to a nano boost. And AZK, just the story of today so far, whether he's playing Soldier 76, whether he's playing Tracer, he's having such a huge impact in all of these matches.
Yeah, he's been really, really big for Liquid, certainly. And now AZK with a good opportunity to actually kill Aligned in the back here, gets taken down. ID came to help a bit, and that is another clean hold from Team Liquid. As initially Citizen 7 actually got some solid kills and were trading, and I think even had a player advantage at one point, but between ID and company, they just totally brought it back in. So some ultimates are starting to come up online from both sides. AZK has that pulse bomb ready. Ooh, just missing Aligned right there. And he's been all over Aligned so far in this match, AZK. All over the supports, really, the entire backline. There's going to be a few ultimates used, a side nano boost out from Aligned, and from both sides, I believe. And it is still Team Liquid getting another full team wipe on him right there. It's been the AZK show for much of it, though. He's done such a good job killing Aligned, and at least just being a pain in the butt
Yeah, I mean, both supports really always kind of keeping with whoever's the most opportunistic, trying to keep the pace and the tempo of those clips is always one of the more important parts on Tracer, unless you've got a guaranteed kill. But that's kind of a complex subject we'll have to cover another time. Saipei on Genji, looking for that avenue to get in there and make the difference in this fight. But so far, Liquid just holding this point with an iron fist.
Ooh, man, ID using... Oh, there we go. Pipamitsu with 3 kills off of the self-destruct. Kayun took down ID with 99%. Citizen 7 are able to get the point finally and start getting themselves on the scoreboard for this map. But, you know, Team Liquid, all they need is one more team fight win, and then, you know, they're going up 2-1. But finally starting to get themselves back into it at least a little bit. AZK Pulse Bomb at the ready. Rafa will have a self-destruct, so Citizen 7 is going to preemptively use that sound barrier. Dogman looking to go in with it. At this point, Liquid could take an opportunity just to get Citizen 7 to use ults, and now that they have 2 picks, are going to go in with the nano boost. Mezzer with 2, AZK with 1, and that's 3 out of the fight for Citizen 7. 4 out of it. It's only Aligned and Kayun that are even still around on this point, I believe, and Kayun gets taken out, so the point quickly going back in favor of Liquid, and Protojays needs to get himself onto the point, couldn't quite get there in time, getting charged back, and that is Liquid now taking a 2-1 lead in the series. All they need is one more map here on Nepal, and they take the win over Citizen 7. Let's see the replay here. AZK was huge throughout this match. That's really what he spent half of his time doing.
Just chasing down supports.
Yeah, getting on Aligned, getting on Dogman, mainly Aligned because it's a little bit easier for him.
And on that stage of Nepal, there's just so many different angles to get in there. I mean, sometimes you can blink through one of those side doors, basically, and come in directly behind an offense and just clean up their supports. There's a lot of different angles there. And it's a slightly different game from Genji, which is, death from above and the side and below, depending on whatever. But Tracer still has plenty of ability to get in there. And if Citizen 7 isn't able to shut down somebody like AZK on a map like that, then it's going to be tough to win Nepal, because that's a guaranteed loss if you can't stop it.
I feel bad for Aligned. They just never seemed like he had help to deal with AZK either a lot of the time. But
he shouldn't spend the time.
Yeah,
besides maybe a sleep dart.
Yeah,
biotic.
He just kept having to deal with him alone. And well, here we go.
I could debate that with myself, actually, now that I think about it. But let's go ahead and get into this fight here on point.
Oh, see ya, Pipamitsu, as he will go down, and Liquid with the few player advantage here, able to strike first on Sanctum. And AZK soon coming up on that tack visor, as you so nicely heard him point out. And I got a few ultimates about to come online for Liquid. If they take this phase, this match is said and done. So we'll see how Citizen 7 wants to work back in. Saipei, who was pretty effective on Reaper last time for them, is still rocking on it, so see if he can get as much work done as he did previously. As he's starting to wrap around on the opposite side of Liquid. There will be nano boosts used on both sides. AZK is going to wrap around to the other side, using that tack visor 2 for himself already. Make that 3 for AZK, looking for a 4th, maybe even a 5th. Forcing to shift is Saipei, and he should get finished off. Indeed he will. ID secures that kill. Kayun on the back of the point is incredibly hurt right there, and AZK might be able to bring this one back. Oh, he's so hurt.
I got greedy for it, wanted to run in there for the sprint and the melee. But
he did get very greedy. Oh,
they're
man.
holding onto an Earth Shatter that could come up big. Citizen 7 with 3, almost 4 ultimates on their side, though.
And Kayun's got that Graviton ready. Saipei coming in, now making a difference on Reaper, getting a couple of kills. So Citizen 7 regain control of this point. And 64% put on the board for Liquid. And they'll actually have almost all 6 ults, Citizen 7 too, to work with. So they're definitely leading quite a bit in the ultimate economy game at the moment.
Yeah, with a 44% difference on the point, they do certainly stand a chance of using those ultimates in the right order to extend that lead or close that gap even more.
Oh, that
self-destruct was
so
huge.
well done from Pibamitsu. They came in one side with the Graviton. Pibamitsu on the backside where the big health pack was, put it straight behind them. He's able to convert on 3 kills. Pibamitsu then cleaning up Rafa as he was ejected out of the suit. Well done by Citizen 7. That's a beautiful set play. And allows them to buy themselves a little bit more time. They spot outside pay right there. Mezzer just preemptively checking around the corner. But sound barriers will be used on both sides simultaneously. Saipei has a Death Blossom at the ready. And oh yes, there it is, putting it into the meat grinder. AZK and Minstrel both taken down there. And the Liquids now going to be at the disadvantage, and they've been using ults.
Yeah, and they really don't have a whole lot else to work with. Oh, never mind. That nano boost is pretty much online along with Attack Visor
And a
Graviton. That's plenty to work with. Citizen 7 and Earthshatter on their end, but otherwise low. They do have control of the point, which is at least a little bit of an advantage, and they're closing very quickly on the goal.
Oh, that sleep. What a sleep from Dehang on to Proteges, and now Liquid getting all of the kills on the point. AZK was the only one to fall. ID had used that Graviton, they used the nano boost, and they made it pay off. Team Liquid getting back onto it, gaining control. Just as Citizen 7 hit 99%, they're still going to have to hold on right here, but they know Proteges has that Earthshatter, so they will at least be able to prepare themselves against it going into this next fight. They're going to have to be perfect. Team Liquid pretty much going to come down to one last fight between both these sides. Mezzer going for the charge in, self-destruct in the back from Rafa. Won't be able to get anything, but Mezzer got that charge on the side pay, one of his biggest threats that is out here at the moment. ID is going to be caught inside of that Graviton. Oh, is able to stay alive. Pibamitsu finished off before he can get back into his mech as well. 3 kills for Liquid right here. This might spell the end for Citizen 7 as all they need to do is hold on a little bit longer. Mezzer shutting it down with an Earthshatter. As Proteges got nano boosted by a line, there's really no one left on the side of Citizen 7. That will seal the deal for Team Liquid, folks, as they take this best of 3 series 2-0. Looking pretty good for C7.
So now there's not a hope. Now Citizen 7 has lost the game. Okay, you're right. I'm still positive though. Still happy.
Still positive. Look at
they can win tomorrow.
I can see the
They
positivity.
could totally win tomorrow.
They could.
They could
win
totally
the next
happen.
day. After that, I mean, yeah, look at it. I love it. You're still just giving him that look. It makes me uncomfortable. You're just sitting there giving him that
That's the
look.
tactic, man.
Yeah.
Let you be your own worst enemy. I just look at you and you start wondering.
And I'm like,
am I wrong?
What did I do?
Something
I
on my
hate
face?
it.
Did I do something?
So Team Liquid, looking excellent in form. Citizen 7, it's a clear reason why they like to pick Nepal so much. They're clearly very good at it. They got to 99% many times. I think earlier today they also got to 99% a few times as well, just not quite able to finish it out.
This thing, they just can't quite convert. Very, very close. It's almost there for them. They just need just that extra inch to be able to seal the deal in some of these games. But I mean, they were right there with them on Nepal, narrowly missing out on making it to a Game 5. So, C7's just getting there more and more with each match that we see them play.
If there's a little bit more screening for AZK on the, third stage there, that probably would have helped quite a bit for Citizen 7. I was going to say it probably would have turned the tides, but then I had to kind of argue with myself on that one. I don't know if it would have been enough. But AZK basically having a field day on the supports. In some instances not defending themselves whatsoever. In some instances that made sense. In other ones, they're both right next to each other. One of them running away from AZK in that scenario might make sense. But 2 of them with a biotic and a right click from Lucio, that can really add up really quickly. At least send him packing in a way where he has to go get a health kit and come back. But
right.
I mean, we can nitpick all of that as much as we want, but either way, they still have they have their tanks to heal. They've got a full plate, so that's kind of what I was saying. When it's like, it might be a situation where he doesn't have the time to stop and heal, because if he does, he's dead anyway. It's just later. But
well, you like to talk about AZK, and he's going to be our highlight here from this final game against Citizen 7 as Team Liquid is able to take the win.
AZK, this was beautiful placement of his Attack Visor coming all the way around on the backside. He knew he had the opportunity for it. There was really no one to directly contest him on that Attack Visor when he came out. And And that's just, it's good patience to go around and make sure he was in a good position. He gets a little greedy at the end by trying to go in. He got lots of damage on the Proteges here. It's a little bit greedy, but still big play regardless from him. Just one of the few that Liquid made throughout this match, and it was a good showing from Citizen 7 though. In the end, it's good to see them playing at a higher level, and I think part of that was having aligned back in their lineup.
Yes, aligned, showing up in many, many ways in this match, but it was all Team Liquid as they're able to take the win. We'll look at the standings as they stand after these 4 days of the group stage. Well done there by Team Liquid as they're able to improve to 3-2, staying competitive there in the top 4.
And Immortals are the ones that stay undefeated here, taking it to Renegades earlier today. It was the battle of the undefeated teams. Immortals coming out on top. Still, those guys have cemented themselves quite well above the rest of those within the group stages. So, still, things are going to play out over these next couple of days. Very close.
Look at the mobility of Liquid today. With 2 wins, they have flown all the way up into almost tied for 3rd place scenario, where Luminosity also keeping it alive by not losing their match, which to FaZe, which would have been a disaster for them on the board, as you guys can probably see now that you start seeing the numbers and the math, how it worked out. That would have pulled them very, very far down, but Luminosity can probably rest easy knowing that they'll very, very, very likely make it into the round of 6.
And that is the beauty of having these teams all be so close right now, is that one win can be the biggest difference maker to put you over and into the top. So if you have been enjoying what you've been seeing, be sure to tweet at us at Overwatch_NGE. If you've got a new way for us to pronounce Kangana or something like that, tell us over there.
Bringing it back.
Sure, why not? Winter Premiere, hashtag Winter Premiere is the way you can get a hold of our attention there as well. But that will do it for us today. Tomorrow we will start at 3:30 p.m. Pacific time. That is 8:30 p.m. GMT. Be sure to tune in for all the fun action from me, David, and Anthony, and all the boys here at NGE. See you tomorrow.
Barrier for Renegades. Agilities is going to hold on to this Dragon Blade as long as he can. Now that Sound Barrier is going to be letting off Agilities with 2-3 now. 4 Agilities. The Dragon Blade coming in big time. ID is going to get the nano boost as he is now on Reaper. He should be able to tear through these guys. 2 for ID. Looking for more. ID with 4 on this fight. That should be just about it for complexity.
As 3 ultimates almost 4 on their side, and the hard blues, Graviton's going to come out and right in the middle of him. Winghaven picking up 2.
It's going to be the EMP Graviton combo. Winghaven and Earth Shatter used from Winghaven. Will they be able to clean up? He only got to hang with it. But Mezer going down shortly after that. They've been trading back and forth. Liquid have the advantage in players, though. Rafa is just crushing bodies. Connor J wrapping around his backhand side. Dogman is really hurting. That should be an easy cleanup for Connor J. As now Aligned has made his way onto the point on Winston. Protege's finished off. Connor J is getting all the cleanup in the world to send Citizen 7 home right here and keep Kangana in the match and actually take the match in the end. Connor J is still going off here, looking to take down Saipei as well. I don't think there's going to be enough Citizen 7 players around here. Connor J, can you believe it? This guy is a monster on Tracer.
Way around. Hold that thought.
Oh
that
my
was
goodness!
huge.
Ice felt with all 6, actually all 5. Just about all 6 for Ice Felt there. That was huge. Just when they needed it, Shadowburn makes a play with the self-destruct, well placed, and they will have a shot.
The contest
is
back.
Oh, they are coming back in. Bigger shatter out from Super Plute. Is there a follow-up there? There's a good Bionic that lands on top of it. Spree with the Graviton landing on top of the card. Luminosity might just be able to hold this one off, as I don't think anyone for FaZe is going to be around. That's a full team wipe. Playing well up against the wall. Aligned is the first to fall. This is the opening that Liquid needs. ID gets into the back line, takes down Dogman. That's the support out of it for Citizen 7. Liquid all over this point. They have gotten tons of kills here.
Or close that gap even more.
Oh, that
self-destruct was huge.
Well done from Pibamitsu. They came in one side with the Graviton. Pibamitsu on the backside where the big health pack was, put it straight behind them.